As soon as people traveled through time, it was the night of genocide when he was on the verge of death. He merged with Fujiang's template and used Fujiang's power to resurrect and bloom a kaleidoscope. Hiding for revenge, he used Tomie's ability to assimilate Danzo, manipulate public opinion to force the third generation to step down, let Danzo ascend to power, and indirectly control Konoha. Split into several Fujiangs, some practice alone, or join Xiao. Using the ninja world as a chessboard and all ninjas as the flag, controlling everything, and torturing people with soft knives, this is the era that belongs to Tomie. Konoha, Start Fusion. Tomie template author, Flame in the Furnace. Introduction. As soon as people traveled through time, it was the night of genocide. When he was on the verge of death, he merged with Fujiang's template and used Fujiang's power to resurrect and open a kaleidoscope. Hiding for revenge, he used Tomie's ability to assimilate Danzo, manipulate public opinion to force the third generation to step down, let Danzo ascend to power, and indirectly control Konoha. Split into several Fujiangs, some practice alone, or join Xiao. Using the ninja world as a chessboard and all ninjas as the flag, controlling everything, and torturing people with soft knives, this is the era that belongs to Tomie. Chapter 1. Just after people traveled through time, it was the night of genocide. The night of Konoha 58 was very quiet, and the Uchiha clan was even quieter, because they lived in the most remote place in Konoha and were obviously the most powerful family in Konoha. Such a silent night was actually filled with undercurrents and a sense of chilling. From the Uchiha tribe, a boy with long flowing hair and an unbelievably handsome face was filled with sorrow. Calling him a boy is a bit excessive. Most people would think he is a girl when they see him. If you insist on saying it, this is a boy-like existence, which belongs to the category of painting girls talking about boys. What should we do? Uchiha Itachi is already 13 years old. This means that Uchiha will be exterminated this year. How can we break the situation? The boy was very troubled. Looking at his mental activities, you could tell that he was a time traveler. The boy's name was Fujiang, a writer of internet articles. He stayed up late to finish typing and browsed a movie, and before he knew it, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had traveled through time, traveled to the world of Naruto, and became Uchiha Tomie of the Uchiha clan. The name made him feel weird, and with the beautiful face, he almost felt like he had traveled through time and became a woman. When he touched it, the guy was still there. However, he had no time to be happy that he had traveled through time because the beginning was a dead end. The night of genocide cannot be today. How is it possible? How could I die just after traveling through time? Tomie Uchiha was a little panicked, and few people could avoid panicking in this situation. However, he himself didn't notice that his Magatama Sharingan evolved into a second Magatama quietly. The first Magatama was opened after the death of the grandmother who he depended on a few days ago. Now Uchiha Tomie opened the second Magatama Sharingan because of the extreme inner irritability and the incompetence of his own power. Whizzing. Suddenly, a man wearing an animal mask and carrying a short sword rushed in. The person who came didn't say anything. He unsheathed his dagger and stabbed Fujiang's heart directly. It seemed that his purpose was very clear. As a time traveler, Tomie instantly knew that today was the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and he was the one who traveled through time to behead him. He didn't want to die. Tomie opened his Sharingan. He saw through the movements of the person coming, but he couldn't avoid it. He just shifted his body slightly and stabbed his ribs but not his heart. Konoha F4, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi, I remember you. The endless rage caused Tomie's Sharingan to be upgraded again, becoming the 3 Magatama Sharingan. What a pity. The original person was just a kid from a ninja school, and he could only be said to be quite decent. However, Tomie, who traveled through time, had never experienced combat at all. Then, the visitor stabbed out another sword, directly piercing the heart, and the time traveler died like this. The visitor looked at Tomie's body and was very shocked. At this age, he had a second Magatama Sharingan, and he was upgraded to a third Magatama before his death. If he didn't die, he would be an Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Shizui. Uchiha is indeed rich in geniuses. "Sir, you will definitely be happy to see these 3 Magatama Sharingan." The people who came dug out Tomie's Sharingan and left. There were not many Uchiha people, so they had to act quickly and dig out a few more pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingan for you. "This is your order." The system starts up and detects that the host is on the verge of death and has lost consciousness. The system automatically matches the template for it. After calculation, there are 108 templates that match the host's current situation, and they are now randomly selected. Extraction completed. Tomie Kawakami template, optimized version. The host is unconscious and on the verge of death, and the power of the template is forcibly fused. Integration started. Due to the activation of backup hidden energy to rescue the host, the energy was insufficient and the system was temporarily offline. In the silent night, killings occurred everywhere, and every Uchiha fell in a pool of blood. The people involved were like machines without emotions, even the young and old were not spared. Most of these Uchiha died in their sleep. Even if someone discovered them, they would be killed quickly. The resistance time was less than 30 seconds. Some of them were killed instantly if they were discovered. In this way, the Uchiha clan, whether they had their Sharingan opened or not, whether they were male or female, old or young, all died, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke. The next day, the news about the genocide of Uchiha began to spread. Whether it was the villagers or the ninja clan, some were happy and some were worried. The villagers are ignorant and can easily be taken advantage of, which is why the White Fang incident happened and Naruto was targeted like that. But there are also a small number of villagers who know how to think. What they think about is not why the Uchiha were exterminated. What they think about is that the Uchiha were exterminated. Will this affect the power of Konoha and will it start a ninja war? Konoha had won the previous 3 ninja wars, but no one wanted a war. During the war, there were more restrictions. For example, leaving the village to do business would become more dangerous. The ninjas are scared too. The Uchiha were so powerful that they were exterminated, but what about them? If the third Hokage wants to do something one day, they won't be able to resist. Regarding the Uchiha genocide incident, some great ninjas knew the inside story. What they didn't expect was that the high-level officials of Konoha really did it and did it so cruelly. Except for Uchiha Sasuke, no one was left alive. Hiruzen Sarutobi was great at what he did. Although Uchiha was a little arrogant, not everyone was like that, and Uchiha founded Konoha with the Senshu, and then it was gone. Those great ninjas felt like a rabbit died and a fox died. The Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan are exceptions. They are growing up by absorbing the heritage of other ninja clans in Konoha. This is also the plot in which Orochimaru carried out the Konoha collapse plan, asking his subordinates to use the 4 purple flame formation to create a barrier so that he could fight the 3rd generation decisively. As a result, few people went to save the 3rd generation, and as soon as the 3rd generation died, those high-level combat forces came out to clean up the situation. The Anbu and Root ninjas were moving, and Uchiha's corpses needed to be disposed of. Some corpses were buried, but a few corpses were quietly transported to the Roots. Those are all Uchiha with powerful power. They are not as good as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shizui, but their power exceeds that of ordinary Jounin. They are too spicy to be looked down upon by the king of Chicken Pot. In fact, what Danzo wants to study most is Uchiha Fugaku. After all, he is the most powerful existence in the Uchiha clan except Itachi. It is a pity that he cannot study it because of Uchiha Itachi. Corpses were buried one after another. These Uchihas were not buried at the memorial monument. They were not qualified. Both Konoha F4 and civilians thought so. It's really sad. Uchiha put in a lot of effort in the 3 great ninja wars. In this way, 5 days passed, and everyone in the ninja world who was well informed knew that Uchiha had been exterminated. Kumogakure and Iwagakure began to make small moves to test Konoha, while Tsunagakure and Kirigakure were weak-minded. At this time, in the dark coffin, Tomie opened his eyes. It was not the Magatama Sharingan, but a pattern similar to a dart. This was the Mangekyo Sharingan. The resurrected Uchiha Tomie has become stronger. Even if he is just a student of the ninja school, when he turns on the Mangekyo Ring Sharingan, he will sooner or later be able to rival the 5 shadows or even surpass them. Chapter 2 Fujiang's Ability. After Uchiha Tomie was resurrected, his mood was very complicated, including happiness, resentment, and doubts. Uchiha Tomie quickly regained his composure and looked at his offline golden finger. Although he was temporarily offline due to lack of energy, he could still check some of his information. Name: Uchiha Tomie, successfully integrated with Kawakami Tomie template. Abilities: Infinite Reproduction, Desire for Beauty, Super Speed Regeneration, Amplified Desire, Mangekyou Ring Sharingan, Assimilation, Absolute Dominance. Uchiha Tomie couldn't help but complain, it was really short. But can't the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu be used on this panel? It's still too low level and won't be displayed directly. Tomie in the coffin was actually excited. With these abilities, his life-saving ability was even stronger than Orochimaru's. Otherwise, just the kaleidoscope ability is simply not enough, let alone those 6-level combat power in the later period. Even dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo will be a problem. It's not that Mangekyou is weak, but that Tomie is too weak now. He doesn't know any B-level ninjutsu, let alone the stronger ones. Tomie Uchiha was not in a hurry to break out of the coffin. He lay in the coffin and analyzed what advantages these abilities could bring to him. He is very lucky to have the skill of absolute dominance. You must know that Tomie will kill each other in the Tomie series. Absolute dominance. The main body occupies the absolute advantage and completely dominates the split body. Without this skill, Uchiha Tomie would have to be careful when making a split body, lest he be killed by the split body. Other skills are also very powerful, such as unlimited reproduction. Unlimited reproduction, it is not affected by the law of conservation of energy and various laws, and can reproduce infinitely. Even a pool of blood or a piece of meat can reproduce and grow into Fujiang. The only flaw is that the split body only has 80% of the power of the original body at the beginning, and the split body can also reproduce indefinitely. Can grow. The skill of infinite reproduction is Uchiha Tomie's biggest reliance. He can divide automatically and does not need to wait for others to kill him before passively dividing. And as long as there is one cell, he can be resurrected. Beauty turns into desire, possessing a unique charm that can make anyone fascinated by you, fall in love with you and become your puppet without knowing it. Can be freely controlled to turn on and off, or can be controlled to take effect on a single individual. Amplify desire, can amplify the desire in the heart of living things. Assimilation, when your blood, meat, saliva, etc. are swallowed by others, or your organs are transplanted. As long as other organisms have your cells in their bodies, you can activate the assimilation skill and quietly transform them into your clones. The transformation time depends on the difference in strength. If you are stronger than the opponent, the transformation will be completed quickly. If the opponent is stronger than you, it will take a lot of time. If the opponent is 10 or even 100 times stronger than you can only lurk and wait for the opportunity. Super Speed Regeneration possesses super recovery ability. Uchiha Tomie carefully read the skill introduction, and he felt that matching desire and amplified desire can be used together. Also, the skill of super speed regeneration may seem useless, but it is not. This allows him to recover quickly if he is injured. This is how his Mangekyou Sharingan comes from. His original 3 Magatama Sharingan was poached, and after his resurrection, the super speed regeneration skill automatically activated, and he had another pair of Sharingan after more than 10 seconds. When he was first resurrected, because he recalled the scene of being killed and knew the truth about the Uchiha genocide, his endless anger caused his 3 seduction Sharingan to evolve into a kaleidoscope. Uchiha Tomie feels that if this skill is used with Izanagi, he can use Izanagi unlimitedly, which will make his immortality more perfect and his life-saving ability 10 times stronger. If he uses one of Izanagi's Sharingan, he will be blinded, but he will be invincible for 1 minute. During this minute, relying on the passive ability of super speed regeneration, the Sharingan will be restored. The more Tomie Uchiha thought about it, the more he felt that Tomie Kawakami's template was so awesome and so suitable for Uchiha that he wouldn't change it even if he had a Garp template or an Aizen template. Also, he can completely detach his Mange-Kie Ring Sharingan, and after growing a pair, the two pairs of Mange-Kie Ring Sharingan will be fused to form the eternal Mange-Kie Ring. Even if there is no super speed regeneration, there is the skill of infinite reproduction, and it is the same with the Mange-Kie Ring Sharingan fusion of the split body. Tomie's ability is too buggy. However, now is not the time. His body is too weak. Even if the amount of chakra has been increased due to the continuous upgrade of Sharingan, it is hard to say whether his current chakra has 1/10 of the card. After a year or two, when the body grows and becomes stronger, you can merge with the kaleidoscope to open the eternal kaleidoscope. With his current strength, he would run out of chakra within 30 seconds of opening the kaleidoscope, and he couldn't even open the 3 Magatama for too long. Speaking of kaleidoscope, we have to talk about the ability of kaleidoscope. Uchiha Tomie's left eye's pupil technique is empathy, and the ability of his right eye is absolute control. Both abilities are related to his thoughts. When he opened the Mange-Kie Sharingan, he wanted Konoha F4, Obito, and Itachi to regret, and wanted them to taste his own feelings, so he had the ability to empathize with his left eye. This ability is similar to Hidden's ability, which can cause the enemy to suffer the same level of damage as himself. The difference is that he does not need blood as a medium, he only needs to look at the person with a kaleidoscope. The right eye's ability is absolute control, which stems from his desire to have great power and control his own destiny. Absolute control sounds awesome, but it is actually an auxiliary ability. This ability allows Uchiha Tomie to perfectly control his own power. Just now, he turned on the Mange-Kie Sharingan before and then closed it soon, but during this period he activated his ability, and his mastery of the various ninjutsu he had learned became more perfect. He can now release the giant fireball without a seal. The art of the 3 body skills, the 3 body art, and the art of shuriken are no worse than those who have practiced hard for 10 years. Even so, it can only be said that Uchiha Tomie has extremely strong potential, but he does not need too much time. If he has 3 years to grow, he is sure to defeat the current 5 shadows head-on, and in 1 year, he is sure to kill the 5 shadows. However, what he lacks is time. He cannot stay here forever. It will be difficult to grow if he stays here. Moreover, he is not a dead person. If a ninja detects the breath of life, he will be exposed. Uchiha Tomie was thinking about how to quietly create more split bodies after he left, and how to keep the 3rd generation and Danzo from killing him for the time being and give him time to grow. By the way, the Sharingan that was taken away. Uchiha Tomie thought of his 3 Magatama Sharingan eyes that had been dug away, and he quickly sensed that the Sharingan eyes had been transplanted. There is only one Sharingan, and the other one disappeared. Was it destroyed? Impossible. No one would waste the Sharingan like that, so did someone use Izanagi to consume it? Tomie Uchiha didn't have much time to think. He quickly determined what was going on with that eye through Tomie Kawakami's template ability. A few minutes later, Tomie smiled. His eye was transplanted by Danzo. Danzo was so fast. In this case, you can activate the ability of assimilation, slowly influence Danzo through that eye, and make Danzo his clone. In this case, instead of being domineering in Konoha, at least safety is guaranteed and training resources are available. However, the strength gap between him and Danzo is a bit big, and it will take a long time to completely assimilate him. Chapter 3 Conversation at the Hokage Tower. 1 day later, Uchiha Tomie emerged from the coffin. On this day, he continued to speculate on various possibilities, and even gained absolute mastery of the ability to use the kaleidoscope, improving his ninjutsu skills. What's more important is that he can assimilate Danzo through his own Sharingan in Denzo Shimura's hand. To completely assimilate Danzo, it will take a lot of time to transform him into a clone, because the strength gap between him and Danzo is too big. If it weren't for his Mange-Kie Sharingan, with his current power, he might not be able to assimilate Danzo in 10 years. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Even if Sandai and Danzo killed him, he could still be resurrected, so he had the capital to waste. Uchiha Tomie walking on the street quickly attracted the attention of the villagers. Whether they knew Tomie or not, there was a look of horror on their faces, because the Uchiha clan emblem behind Tomie showed his identity as an Uchiha. How is this possible? Uchiha has been exterminated. How did Tomie escape? Or is this not a human being? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 people wearing black tights and animal masks appeared and surrounded Uchiha Tomie. Come with us to see the Hokage-sama. The 3 of them said indifferently. There were 4 people in the Anbu team, and now 3 are here, and one of them went to the Hokage Tower first to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about this. Uchiha Tomie secretly thought, how fast. The Anbu found him less than half an hour after he came out of the coffin. If he didn't wear Uchiha clothes, he wouldn't be exposed so quickly, but it doesn't matter. Sooner or later he will be called to the Hokage Tower. Tomie nodded and left with these Anbu. Although his pair of 3 Magatama were poached, neither the Anbu nor Sarutobi Hiruzen knew. Hiruzen Sarutobi must have known that Danzo dug out some Sharingan eyes, and he turned a blind eye. That's right. For Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would only have the Mangekyo Sharingan eye, Magatama Sharingan eye. He doesn't like it. Tomie followed the Anbu, but the villagers did not stop discussing. The news continued to spread, and some ninjas also knew that Tomie was alive. Now that a ninja knows it, the information will be complete faster. By the time Tomie arrives at the Hokage Tower, half of Konoha knows that Tomie Uchiha did not die on the night of the genocide. There are not many people in Konoha who know Tomie. After all, such cute blue children are rare, and they are even more cute than girls. Some civilians have no favorable impression of Uchiha at all, because Uchiha's job is similar to that of urban management. This is an unpleasant job, not to mention that most Uchiha are very proud. A certain white-haired ninja's eyes were a little erratic. Uchiha. In the end, it could only turn into a long sigh. Do you know? I heard that the demon fox is the son of the Yonde Im. How is it possible? That guy is just a demon fox. How is it possible that he is the son of the 4th generation? By the way, Mrs. 4th Hokage's last name is Uzumaki, and that brat's name is Uzumaki Naruto. Could it be that that brat is really the son of Lord 4th Hokage? The white-haired ninja wanted to leave, but when he suddenly heard these words, he couldn't help but froze. He knew Naruto. Soon, the white-haired ninja felt something was wrong. How could ordinary villagers know this? This was none other than Kakashi. He stepped forward. After a while, he discovered that the people discussing had signs of being manipulated by genjutsu. However, Kakashi didn't know that besides this place, there were several other places where people discussed this topic. Uchiha Tomie, who arrived downstairs from the Hokage, grinned. It was a good way to divert attention. Compared to himself, a vulnerable fish that slipped through the net, Naruto's identity was very important. Even if he can't succeed, it doesn't matter. Uchiha Tomie just wants to discuss Sarutobi Hiruzen and wants to cover up the truth, right? Then he revealed that in his opinion, Naruto should not live such a life. This is just the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your hellish life is about to begin. Uchiha Tomie would not kill Sarutobi Hiruzen so easily. There were many ways to torture people, and killing one person would be too easy for him. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will not let go of Uchiha Obito, Danzo, Mito Kadone, Koharu and even Uchiha Itachi. As for Uchiha Itachi, Tomie Uchiha hadn't decided yet how to deal with him. He was half of Itachi's fans before time travel, but he died because of Itachi on the night of the genocide after time travel. Uchiha Tomie didn't have time to think too much because he arrived at the office. Your name is Tomie. You can tell me how you escaped Itachi's pursuit. Many people thought you were dead. Even the Anbu judged you dead and buried you. Why are you alive now? You can tell me, say it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shandao. This was his test. He did not intervene on the night of the genocide. He did not send Anbu because he wanted to ensure his positive image, so he did not know some things. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know who was attacking Tomie, Itachi or Genbi, or the mysterious person Itachi mentioned. Sarutobi Hiruzen was more concerned about Tomie's attitude. If he just hated Itachi and didn't know the truth, he might not be able to spare his life. Relying on him and Sasuke to reproduce, 100 years later, the Uchiha clan was born again, and this time it was the Uchiha clan under the control of Konoha. It's Izanagi. My grandmother used a transfer seal to set Izanagi on me before she died. This is Uchiha's forbidden technique. Any damage suffered by the caster, even the death of the caster, will be eliminated. It was possible to physically restore it to the state recorded by the Sharingan, so I came back from the dead. Because I have too little chakra. When I activated this technique, my chakra was drained in an instant. I was unconscious for so long. I will definitely seek revenge on Itachi. I will never let that guy go. Uchiha Tomie gritted his teeth and said that this statement barely made sense. The only flaw was Danzo's roots. However, Tomie was not worried. His Sharingan was on Danzo's arm. He could not completely assimilate him yet, but he could quietly influencing his thoughts a little bit. Uchiha Tomie felt a little nervous because he knew that the third Hokage was not as kind as he seemed. The death of White Fang, the departure of the Sannin from the village, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and Naruto's identity being hidden, all these are indirectly related to him even if they are not directly related to him. The third generation knew many things. Even if he thought at best, he did not promote the development of things. But in his position, even if he did nothing, it was a mistake to let things get worse. Fujian has more than one backup, but if he dies, he will experience that feeling, and if possible, he doesn't want to experience that feeling. Is that so? I'm really sorry about Uchiha. We didn't expect Itachi to be so heartless. Sarutobi Hiruzen started to pretend to be a good person, exchanged a few pleasantries with Tomie, prepared to let him go, and gave him a sum of money. Itachi is now an S-class rebel ninja. Konoha will deal with him. Go ahead. Go back to school and study hard. Your dead grandmother and classmates who care about you definitely don't want you to be obsessed with hatred. Sandai let Fujian leave, but he didn't see the smile on Fujian's lips when he turned around. Tomie secretly said, "It is indeed possible to amplify desires and the kindness of the third generation. I don't know what will happen to the third generation after the recovery. But it doesn't matter, as long as he can't attack me directly. In a year or two, I will have control of Danzo and everything. It's not up to you, Lord Third Hokage." Chapter 4 Fujian shows his power. Basically, Danzo already knew the news about Uchiha Tomie's resurrection from the dead, but he didn't know that Tomie's A's were with him and were attached to his arm, ready to be used as a consumable to activate Izanagi. That root ninja didn't explain the situation to Danzo. That's right. In the eyes of that root, Uchiha Tomie is a dead person. Even if he is a genius, a dead genius is nothing. There is no need to report this matter to Danzo's armor. What a coincidence. This ninja and other root ninjas went on a mission 2 days ago and were killed. Are there any survivors in the Uchiha? Uchiha Sasuke can't move. It's good to recruit the root. I hope it can grow. The root's strength is not enough. Uchiha Shizui died, Uchiha Itachi defected, and there was no one who could rival Kage. These days, it was much more difficult for Genbu to fight against the ninjas of the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder on the border than before. Before Danzo realized it, he had been affected by Tomie's power. We can only blame Danzo for being too greedy and transplanting so many Sharingan eyes, including Uchiha Shizui's Mangekyo Sharingan eye, which gave Tomie a chance. Before coming out of the coffin, Tomie opened the Mangekyo ring Sharingan, raising his eye power to the maximum it could exert. In conjunction with the Sharingan embedded in Danzo's arm, he briefly controlled Danzo for 5 seconds. Don't think it's just the Sharingan. For Tomie, even if one cell grows slowly, it can eventually become a new Tomie. So Uchiha Tomie used his own ability to control Danzo. Although it was difficult for him to defeat a Jonin head-on, in fact, his kaleidoscope eyes were more powerful than Danzo, which is why his power was far inferior to Danzo. But the reason why Danzo can be slowly assimilated into his clone, 5 seconds seemed like nothing could be done, but it was enough for Tomie. The moment he controlled Danzo, he used the kaleidoscope in Danzo's right eye that belonged to Uchiha Shizui to control Danzo. Tomie understood that the kaleidoscope's ability was not absolutely invincible, and he was not sure that he could control Danzo 100%, so he did not forcefully change Danzo's will and let him obey his orders. Instead, a command was added to Danzo's mind so that he would subconsciously favor Tomie when encountering matters related to Tomie. Anyway, in a year or two, Danzo will be assimilated into the new Tomie and become the clone of Tomie Uchiha. If you don't rush for a while, if you forcefully reverse Danzo's will, others will see the flaws. It was good now. Danzo set off for the Hokage Tower, preparing to take Tomie to his roots and train him. Uchiha Tomie made multiple preparations. He made preparations for Danzo, and he made preparations for the third generation. He also split a new Tomie and used the transformation technique to hide it. In the Hokage's office, Tomie walked for a while and Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt something was wrong. How could he let the little guy go so easily? Is it an illusion? Sarutobi Hiruzen became serious, and then he laughed. Was he too nervous? Tomie was only 8 years old. How could he let himself fall under the illusion, let alone Tomie, even Uchiha Shizui and Uchiha Itachi? No. It is impossible to fall under a genjutsu using the Mangekyou ring Sharingan. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only sigh. Oh, after all, he is old and soft-hearted. Orochimaru was like this that time, and it is like this time. It seems that it is necessary to let Jiraiya come back as the 5th Hokage. How to convince him? Where's Jiraiya? With just a scratching sound, the Anbu came in without even knocking on the door. After entering, the Anbu immediately knelt down on one knee and reported the situation. Sir Hokage, many people in Konoha are discussing Uzumaki Naruto's life experience, saying that he is the son of the 4th Hokage. Senior Kakashi is investigating who spread the news. Sarutobi Hiruzen's head was buzzing. What was going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of Uchiha Tomie. Could this happen to him as soon as he was resurrected? Could it be related to him? No. Tomie didn't know Naruto's life experience at all. He was only 1 year older than Naruto. How could he know Naruto's true identity? Who is it? Is it Danzo? Who else would dare to do this besides him? Or is it Minato's old subordinate? Or is it Kakashi who is investigating? Sarutobi Hiruzen was analyzing rapidly in his mind, and he quickly ordered the Anbu to invite Danzo, Mito Kaden, and Koharu to come over. Uchiha Tomie was quickly passed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who revealed that he was only an 8-year-old ninja school student, and his performance in school could only be said to be at the level of an average Uchiha genius, far inferior to Itachi and Shizui. Tomie Uchiha himself was sent back to the ninja school by an Anbu. After all, he had to communicate with the teachers at the school, so Hiruzen Sarutobi sent an Anbu. After the communication was completed, Tomie went back to the classroom. Sasuke is now a first-year student, and Tomie is a second-year student. The Anbu didn't leave, and now his task was to keep an eye on Uchiha Tomie secretly. It can only be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't trust Uchiha too much, even when Uchiha Tomie's good thoughts were amplified in his heart. If his good thoughts were not amplified, he would probably ask the people of the Yamanaka clan to read Uchiha Tomie's mind. Memory. In the classroom, the classmates were shocked when they saw Tomie Uchiha coming back. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief to make sure they saw it correctly. Didn't it mean that the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and only Uchiha Sasuke survived? Why did one more person survive after so many days? That's great. It's great that Tomie is okay. TCH. Such a person can survive by chance. Maybe he hid like a coward, hiding for so long before coming out. By the way, how did he survive? Even the Uchiha clan leader died, but this guy actually survived. Different people have different ideas. Some people hate Tomie Uchiha for no reason, just because he is an Uchiha. There are also people who like Uchiha Tomie. Even though Tomie looks like a girl, his looks are too good. Even if he doesn't activate the skill of beauty desire, he has gained a lot of fans. Fanboys also have some. There are also members of the Nara clan in this class. The characteristics of this clan are high IQ and intelligence, so he was thinking about how Tomie survived. Sasuke had reason to survive. After all, he was Itachi's younger brother. Itachi Uchiha killed the entire clan, But can't a madman have compassion? Tomie should not have survived. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi liked men and admired Tomie's beauty? The Nara clan shook his head quickly to get rid of this idea. He felt that he was thinking too much. Even if we take a step back, Uchiha Itachi has a problem with his sexual orientation. He should take Uchiha Tomie away instead of letting him go. Tomie Jiang didn't know the psychological activities of these classmates, and he didn't bother to care about these little brats. He returned to his seat and maintained a cold attitude. He was originally a cold Uchiha who had no friends in school. Tomie felt that this was good, as he did not have to accept inexplicable interpersonal relationships. He did not listen to the lecture, but was thinking about the next development and revenge. Chapter 5 Konoha F4 It is safe to stay in the ninja school, but the growth of strength is slow, but it is not impossible to grow. The split body must be allowed to leave Konoha. Uchiha Tomie began to plan how to become stronger, and the split body must be allowed to leave Konoha. The split body can continue to split after leaving Konoha, and use the transformation technique to fight various rebellious and wandering ninjas in the ninja world to become stronger. After the split body dies, Uchiha Tomie cannot get his power, but he can get his memories, which is equivalent to having his combat experience. For Tomie, the most important thing is to get the ninjutsu of Izanagi. As long as he gets this ninjutsu, Uchiha Tomie combines the power of Tomie's template with the forbidden jutsu of Izanagi, and he can completely challenge it. Now we mainly focus on refining chakra and improving body, and leave the rest to the split body. Once these two are improved, Suzu alone can match the cage even if he doesn't know other ninjutsu. Uchiha Tomie's plans were all based on his own abilities. With the skill of super speed regeneration, he found that his chakra recovery speed was very fast, and even his eye power could be restored. It can be said that even if he does not have an eternal kaleidoscope, but just an ordinary kaleidoscope, he will not go blind, and his pupil power will recover after a period of time after the battle. The teacher saw that Tomie didn't listen to the class and ignored him. After all, the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Tomie must be in a bad mood now, so he didn't care about him. Moreover, the content in the class was not very helpful to Tomie. Tomie is absolutely safe in school. As long as he behaves, he will be absolutely safe before graduation. Except for Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan and Pain's attack, Konoha has not been invaded by anyone in the plot, even during the Ninja World War. Nor, compared to the school, there was more excitement outside the school. Unexpectedly, the nine-tailed demon fox was actually the son of the fourth generation. After knowing the truth, some people felt guilty and upset, while others still hated Naruto. Because their family members died because of Kyuubi, they cannot forgive Kyuubi. This is the bad nature of people. Danzo, who arrived at the Hokage's office, had already put Tomie's matter aside. In comparison, Kyuubi's matter was more important. If he can hold the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in his hands, his chances of becoming Hokage will be greatly increased. Tomie only used Shizui's other gods to subtly influence Danzo, and did not directly modify Danzo's consciousness. Most of the time, Danzo was still the same Danzo, with his own ambitions and pursuits. Hiruzen, give me the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and let him join the roots in the name of training the Yondaime son. I will definitely train him into a qualified war weapon. Danzo's tone was very cold. Even the fourth-generation son was just a tool in his eyes. Let alone the fourth-generation son, he didn't even respect the third-generation Hokage, an old friend. He even sent someone to assassinate the third generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused. Without thinking, no. Naruto is Minato's son. I can't do this. He is quite good in the ninja school. He has already begun to have his own bond. Danzo was very disdainful. Why didn't he know what Sarutobi was planning? He could only say bitterly, Hiruzen, you will regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded not to be outdone. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Mitomenyan said that he didn't want to talk. After arguing for so many years, he kept saying these few words over and over again, but there was nothing new. After turning to bed, Koharu coughed lightly, and then said, the thing has happened, so how to deal with it? You can't just ignore it. In this case, If the civilians don't say anything, those ninjas will be disappointed. The Jounin of the great ninja clan all know Naruto's identity, but they don't tell it because the third generation Hokage is now in power, and the fourth generation is a dead man after all. However, now that everything has been made clear, if we continue to ignore it, everyone will be disappointed. In this case, it will be difficult to lead the team if the people's hearts are scattered. Hiruzen Sarutobi had worked hard to cultivate his reputation for so many years, and he was absolutely unwilling to ruin it like this. Danzo and the other three looked at Sarutobi. They didn't say anything, even though they were in a high and powerful position. Sarutobi was determined to do it, and they couldn't stop him, because Sarutobi was the Hokage. Reveal Naruto's identity and return Minato and Kushina's houses to him. I will keep Minato's money for him. He is still young. As for safety issues, I will send Kakashi to protect him and teach him by the way. Compared with Kushina, Naruto is indeed a bit weak now. Sarutobi Hiruzen became decisive now. Since he couldn't hide it, he would make it public. Anyway, now that Naruto recognized himself, he occupied a very important position in Naruto's heart. It was time to start cultivating Naruto. After making the decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the Anbu to bring Naruto over. To be on the safe side, he had to tell Naruto about the Will of Fire to ensure that he was one of his own. Next is the problem of Tomie. After Hiruzen Sarutobi told Tomie's situation, Danzo, knowing that there was no hope for the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, took up Tomie's idea again and proposed that Tomie join the route. Jixio-chan agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had some thoughts, but finally refused. It may be the sequel of Tomie's amplification of his good intentions. It is still amplified now, but not as big as it was at the beginning. It will completely lose its effect in a few hours. I will send Anbu back to observe him for a few days. If there is any problem, I will send him to the route. If there is no problem, let him stay in the ninja school and establish a bond. Danzo snorted coldly when he heard this and left. He understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. If Tomie had no problem, he would not be able to join the route, because he would become a tool for the reproduction of Uchiha. Danzo had to admit that Uchiha was very strong, but it was a pity that he couldn't control it. Mitokado and Koharu have not left. They are not as arrogant as Danzo, who has the route of the situation. Soon, the Anbu report came. Someone used genjutsu to control the villagers and let them spread the news that Naruto was the son of the fourth generation. Although we knew what was going on, it was difficult to investigate because it was too easy to control the villagers. As long as you were a Jounin and the genjutsu was not too strenuous, you could easily control the villagers. What's more troublesome is that no one knows when the villagers are controlled. Some illusions are spiritual suggestions and do not have immediate effects. In this case, there would be more suspects. Theoretically, all Jounin could do this, except for Matkai, and even Chunin who are proficient in illusions could do this. I leave this matter to you. Be sure to find out who is behind this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Mitokado and the two, as Hokage, there are too many things to deal with. The only thing he was thankful for was that Jiraiya was still obedient and went to the border to frighten the ninjas of the Kingdom of Thunder. Otherwise, Kumogakure village would definitely take action. Yes, Jiraiya was obedient, but that was for Konoha, not for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, when Orochimaru launched the Konoha collapse plan in the original work, Jiraiya would not have stood by and watched. At that time, Jiraiya didn't even have half of the no power was used. Naruto came not long after, and after a period of brainwashing by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he left happily. Chapter 6 Tomie and Sasuke. The classes in the ninja school are boring. Civilians need to listen carefully to the classes. This is their only possibility to become ninjas. Those family ninjas do not need it. They have refined chakra before enrolling. Family ninjas have an innate advantage. Not to mention bloodline and secret skills, but just teaching resources. They are innately ahead of the common people. Civilian ninjas have produced geniuses, including Orochimaru, Jiraiya, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen among the three ninjas. They have no bloodline, no family support, and ultimately possess power far beyond that of a Jounin. They are representative, but compared with the huge number of civilian ninjas, 3 people are really not many, and it is really difficult for civilians to get ahead. Even the tone of this world is that blood comes first. In the early stage of Naruto, it seems that the Diosi is counterattacking. It seems to be passionate, but in fact it is about blood, because the protagonist Naruto is the chakra reincarnation of the son of the Sage of Six Paths. The only passionate person is Matkai. The true meaning is to be able to rival the gods with a mortal body in the world of Naruto. It was getting dark and the ninja school was over. People at the school already knew that Naruto was the son of the 4th generation, and also knew that Tomie, a Uchiha, did not die in the night of genocide. There were many people around the two of them, but the difference was that the people on Fujiang's side were far away. This was also the reason why he had not activated the ability of matching desire, otherwise there would have been a lot of crazy licking dogs. Tomie's charm is terrifying. No one in the Tomie series can resist Tomie's charm, but this is a world with extraordinary power. Naruto has a cheerful personality and can play with everyone, but he cherishes the friendship of Shikamaru and Choji more, who do not discriminate against him before his identity is revealed. Uchiha Sasuke was also surprised by Naruto's identity, but he cared more about Tomie, because apart from the enemy Uchiha Itachi, Tomie was his only clan member now. Sorry. Uchiha Sasuke walked up to Tomie and apologized sincerely. He felt that it was Uchiha Itachi who destroyed the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Itachi was his enemy, it was indeed their family that had wronged Tomie. This is also related to appearance. If Tomie is an ugly guy, Sasuke's attitude will definitely not be so good. It's true that Tomie is a cute blue kid, but in the world of Naruto, the bond between boys and boys is not comparable to the bond between boys and girls. For example, Uchiha Madara and Sanju Hashirama, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shizui, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Tomie looked at Sasuke with a complicated expression. It was impossible for him not to hate Itachi in his heart. If Itachi had helped Uchiha, he wouldn't have died just once after crossing over. He is now resurrected, but he still deeply remembers the feeling when he died. In fact, Tomie himself also understood that revenge for Uchiha was just a pretense. He had just traveled through time and had no feelings for Uchiha. He was just avenging himself. This is none of your business. So many people in Uchiha died at Itachi's hands. It's not easy for you to survive. After Tomie finished speaking, he left. He already had a plan in mind. Revenge must be avenged. As for life and death, is it important in the ninja world? As long as you have the strength, you can reverse life and death in the ninja world, and even play with the god of death. Uchiha Sasuke was not depressed. He was a little happy when he saw Tomie leaving. Tomie's tone was a little cold, but he didn't do anything to himself or scold himself, which showed that there was hope. It felt good not to be alone anymore. For Uchiha Sasuke, the most unbearable thing these days is the all-consuming loneliness. I want to become stronger, stronger, stronger than anyone else. I want to kill Itachi and avenge everyone. I also want to protect Tomie. I can't let Itachi or others hurt him. Sasuke clenched his fists, and his eyes turned into a Magatama Sharingan. He opened it on the night of the genocide. He couldn't open it since then, and now he has reopened it. Uchiha Sasuke is ready to go back to practice. For Sasuke, the ninja school will help him, but not much. The theoretical knowledge of the Chunin teachers is still good. Sasuke was unwilling to give up any opportunity to become stronger. He listened carefully to the school lessons and practiced seriously after school. If he didn't work hard, he would never be able to defeat that guy or kill that guy. This was something he could not accept. Sasuke returned to the Uchiha clan, and as soon as Uzumaki Naruto left school, someone came to pick him up. Take Kakashi, a powerful character among Jonin, and the disciple of the 4th Hokage, was originally in the Anbu. Now because he has to take care of Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him to quit the Anbu. Kakashi looked at Naruto with some excitement. He knew Naruto's identity. It should be said that how could he not know Naruto's identity? It was just that he had to listen to the Hokage's orders. There is no doubt that Kakashi is lonely. His father committed suicide when he was a child. He finally found new bonds, but they all died. If it weren't for Matkai, Kakashi would really be autistic. Naruto is also lonely. Although Naruto is careless, he actually knows in his heart that some people do not recognize him as Uzumaki Naruto, but as the fourth-generation son. Naruto desperately wanted to know from Kakashi what kind of people his parents were. Naruto asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he passed the blame to Kakashi. He believed that Kakashi knew what should and should not be said. Explain. After Fujian got home, he simply made some food. He didn't know how to cook, but he could. It was all to save money. Before he traveled through time, he was a street writer. It was more expensive to order takeout, but it was cheaper to cook it yourself. After eating, Tomie began to exercise. Ninjutsu training was not necessary for the time being. Because of the kaleidoscope ability, he had mastered all those ninjutsu, and he had no new ninjutsu to learn unless he developed the ninjutsu himself. Tomie's chakra attributes it is the two attributes of wind and fire. The main reason is that he feels that after assimilating Danzo, he can practice all the ninjutsu collected in the root. Now he mainly focuses on improving the amount of chakra and physical fitness. Once he improves it, he can use the kaleidoscope unscrupulously. He started physical training in preparation for practicing the 8-gate Danjia in the future. He didn't know if he would die if he opened the 8 gates, but the split body could be used. No matter how cruel the exercise was, even if there were multiple fractures, he would recover after a short rest. Tomie Jiang's physique was too abnormal. This is not the power of the Uchiha bloodline. Even the Azuro Immortal's human body does not have Tomie's abnormality. This is the power obtained by merging Tomie Kawakami's template. Hey, the split body has left the village, and it hasn't caused any noise yet. After exercising and washing up, Fujian was a little surprised to receive the message from the split body. The split body can contact the main body. Tomie Kawakami may not be able to do this, but Tomie Uchiha fused with the optimized version of Tomie Kawakami's template. But there is nothing surprising. In the original work, Okimaru and Uchiha Itachi easily sneaked into Konoha. The split bodies are not as powerful as them, but they just leave the village, so the difficulty is greatly reduced. Uchiha Tomie didn't struggle for too long, and the split body left the village. That was a good thing. He was in hibernation now, and he relied on the split body to become stronger. Chapter 7 The Actions of the Split Body. Outside Konoha village, the split body immediately found a remote place after leaving. The split body used the transformation technique to look like Tomie Kawakami. Tomie has many series. What he refers to is not the appearance of Tomie Kawakami in these series, but the appearance of Tomie Kawakami shown in the template given by the system. I have to say, it's quite beautiful, like an upgraded version of Tomie in Tomie Unlimited. The split body became like this, and then opened up the desire for beauty to the gatekeepers, amplifying their desires, and it was too easy to get out of Konoha. As for what happened afterward, what they were looking for was a split body that looked like Tomie Kawakami, so what happened to Tomie Uchiha? After the split body repeatedly confirmed that there was no one, he took out a kunai and attached the wind attribute chakra to it. With a fierce look, he waved the kunai and slashed towards his left hand. The kunai with wind attribute chakra is very sharp, because he has absolute control over this kaleidoscope ability. He has mastered the changes in the properties of wind and fire attribute chakra. As a result, except for the thumb, the other 4 fingers were cut off and fell straight to the ground. Yao Dao has 10 fingers connected to the heart, and it is impossible for the split body not to be painful. He forced himself to hold it back, and it would be bad if it attracted other people. This is to survive, to become stronger, to get revenge, to stand above everyone else. If you can't bear the pain, then forget it and just follow the protagonist. Anyway, with Fujian's ability, you can't become stronger. If he simply lives up to his standards, he will not die unless the ninja world is destroyed. The split body was not bandaged, and it bled profusely at first, but it soon healed. In less than 20 seconds, 4 fingers grew out, seemingly unscathed. This is the power of super speed regeneration. The 4 fingers were also growing rapidly, and after a few minutes, They turned into new divisions. These 4 new split bodies also have 80% of the power of the original body, instead of 80% of the power of the split body just now. This is the scary thing, completely ignoring various laws. Now act separately. Remember, don't use my appearance, don't use Sharingan, or anyone who sees you opening Sharingan will die. We are too weak at this stage. Tomie Kawakami's split body said seriously. As soon as she finished speaking, those splits used transformation techniques one after another. Tomie Kawakami's mouth twitched slightly after looking at the split body. Is there something wrong with you? Transformation techniques are transformation techniques. How come 2 of you turned into women? Forget it. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you, and I can't command you. By the way, we have to develop a ninjutsu. If we are caught, it will not be good for others to get the information about me. Kawakami Tomie cannot command the split body. Only Uchiha Tomie himself has absolute command power. The other split bodies cannot kill each other, and no one can command anyone else. A split body said, then let's study a move similar to Ultra Bomb, which uses fire attribute chakra to self-destruct. This is a good move for both of us to perish together. Another split body said, this is good. We can depend on the situation. If we encounter a powerful enemy that cannot be killed even by self-destruction, then we can use the self-destruction method that will completely turn ourselves into ashes. If we judge that self-destruction can kill us if the opponent, then we use the self-destruction method of leaving pieces of flesh after self-destruction, so that when we kill the opponent, we can resurrect at the same time, and create more split bodies at the same time. Kawakami Tomie's split body said, the problem is that it takes time to develop these 2 self-destruction methods. I don't have time to develop them, so who will develop them? After Tomie Kawakami's splintered body finished speaking, she found that the other splintered bodies were looking at her, as if to say, you are my most valued cub, so I will leave this matter to you. So Tomie Kawakami's splinter body agreed with all the black threads in her head. Even if she contacted the deity and voted to decide, she couldn't beat them, so she still accepted the task honestly. After discussing for a while, the 5 split bodies set off in different directions. One of the split bodies had a very strange mission. That is to find a small village with few ninjas to hide in to prevent them from being wiped out in one fell swoop. Although this possibility is very low, it also shows that Uchiha Tomie became a little afraid of death after dying once. The targets of other split bodies are wandering ninjas and rebellious ninjas, and they are not suitable to fight against the great ninja village now. Without exposing the Sharingan, even if he can use ninjutsu smoothly, his combat power is not high. At most, he is a special jounin. The goal of the split body is to master more ninjutsu and master the changes in chakra properties of other attributes. Swordsmanship, taijutsu, and illusions cannot be left behind. The absence of earth attribute chakra does not mean that you cannot master the changes of earth attribute chakra through practice, but the difficulty is increased several times. The split body who has the ability to absolutely control this kaleidoscope doesn't care at all. He can quickly master the 5 elements escape technique. Most people who have the ability to activate the Mange-Kie Ring Sharingan would not dare to use it like this. If they use it so frequently, their eyes will go blind. Let's just say that Sasuke in the original work continued to fight after opening the Mange-Kie Ring Sharingan, and his eyes went blind much faster than Itachi. Fortunately, with Itachi's eyes, his eyes could become the eternal Mange-Kie Ring and he would not go blind. Kawakami Tomie's split body found an inaccessible place and began to develop tricks similar to Ultra Bomb. Use the fire attribute to burn your body, gather and compress this energy together, and then release it and explode in an instant. The split body did not start the experiment immediately, but opened the Mange-Kie Ring Sharingan and exerted absolute control. He wanted to develop the Shadow Clone technique first, and then use the Shadow Clone to experiment with the ninjutsu he developed. He couldn't succeed in one go, and it would be bad if he attracted other people while being blown into pieces. After a night of development, the split body developed the Shadow Clone technique. Theoretically, whether they are the main body or the split body, after the perfect integration of the Fujian template, they can never sleep. Uchiha Tomie can sense that there are more split bodies, which is a good thing. Anyway, he has absolute control over the split bodies. In the next few days, Uchiha Tomie would refine chakra during class and practice taijutsu in the evening after school. He discovered that his chakra refining speed was dozens of times that of his original body, which may be related to the fusion of Tomie Kawakami's template. Although he was still of Uchiha blood, his body had mutated and his cells were highly active. Coupled with the fact that he turned on the Mange-Kie Ring Sharingan, his mental power increased greatly, and it was inevitable that he could refine chakra faster than before. You must know that chakra is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of the energy of various components controlled by the human body. In simple terms, chakra is a kind of power formed by the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. Uchiha Tomie's physical and mental energy are stronger than before. He feels that with continuous refinement, his chakra will not be much worse after a year even if there is no one card. In fact, Kakashi's amount of chakra is not small, much more than most Jounin, but it is only dragged down by the Sharingan. After Kakashi lost the Sharingan, there was a row of earth flow walls. Chapter 8 Sasuke's Request. Uchiha Tomie's life was very regular, nothing special, and the Anbu couldn't find any fault with it, so a week later, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the Anbu to withdraw. He sent 2 Anbu to take turns monitoring, which was wasteful, since in fact the Anbu didn't have many manpower. The total number of official Anbu members is less than 100. Those who can join the Anbu are the best ninjas, and the lowest ones are at the special Jounin level. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not let the 2 Anbu stay at Uchiha Tomie's place. Instead of letting them do nothing there, it would be better to go to the border. The official members of Anbu are no more than 100, and there are many alternate members, all of whom are outstanding Chunin and special Jounin. Just because Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew the Anbu, it didn't mean that he didn't send people to monitor Tomie. He sent 4 Anbu candidates, divided into 2 groups to take turns monitoring Tomie. In addition to surveillance, it also means protection, lest he or his Sharingan be snatched away by spies. Other ninja villages may not dare, but this is not necessarily the case in Kumogakure. Those guys are very stubborn, and there is a precedent. Kushino Kushina, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, and Hinata, the Byakugan Blood Stephanie, have both been swayed by Kumogakure. On this day, Sasuke came to see Uchiha Tomie. He felt it was time, and he said, "Tomie, let's practice together. Let's kill Uchiha Itachi together in the future." Sasuke is lonely. He is not yet at the point where he will give up everything for revenge, and he is not that annoying yet. "Practice together, ha. You are too weak." Tomie sneered. He did it on purpose. He wanted to anger Sasuke, beat him up, and collect some interest before seeking revenge from Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened and he opened his Sharingan, feeling very proud. "Are you weak? Then let me see how strong you are." After saying this, Sasuke felt great pain in his abdomen, and his whole body flew backwards. With just one blow, Sasuke was defeated. Sasuke endured the pain and stood up, gritted his teeth and said, "The Sharingan can barely see the movement trajectory, and the body cannot keep up with Tomie's speed at all." Tomie did not continue to take action. He felt that he was worthy of Sasuke. If he pretended to be cool, he would be beaten severely. Just like Vegeta, he could easily get slapped in the face. Before Sasuke could speak, Tomie said condescendingly, "You think this power is very strong, but this power is too weak." The real geniuses in Konoha are not hiding in ninja schools, but graduating early. According to your current practice, 12. I graduated first in the ninja school at the age of 2, so what? Little Sasuke was a little confused. Isn't this bad? When the time comes to train with a powerful Jounin, you will have a chance to defeat Itachi. Uchiha Tomie sneered. You must know that there are people in Konoha who became Jounin at the age of 12. And Uchiha Itachi is more powerful than him. He has the ability to destroy Uchiha at the age of 13. Even if his power is not as good as the 5 shadows, he can only kill ordinary people. Jounin is like a dog butcher. There was a person in Uchiha who was called a Chunin before, but he became a Chunin when he was 10 years old. Is it necessary to be complacent about being number one in the ninja school? Maybe next year one will apply for early graduation. For geniuses, it will not be those who have stayed in school for too long are not considered geniuses if they cannot graduate early, and what qualifications do they have to seek revenge against Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. A 12-year-old Jounin and a 10-year-old Chunin were actually the weakest. Also, is Uchiha Itachi really that powerful? Please guide me in my practice, please. Sasuke is very sincere. No one understands Uchiha better than Uchiha. In his opinion, Tomie has definitely opened the Sharingan. Even if his strength is not as good as the Chunin, it is not much different. It is more than enough to guide him now. Sasuke wants to become stronger, wants to graduate early, wants to learn from the Jonin and surpass the Jonin, so that he can defeat Uchiha Itachi. Okay, but my training is very hard. Tomie wanted Sasuke to become stronger. Sasuke becoming stronger was part of his revenge plan against Itachi. He understood that to Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke was more important than the village. Sasuke said solemnly, in order to become stronger and to kill Itachi, I am not afraid of anything. Next, Tomie began to make a training plan for Sasuke and asked him to learn from him. The time in the ninja school is mainly about refining chakra. It is enough to stay excellent in those cultural classes. There is no need to be first. Intelligence is important, but ninjas are the most important. It's still strength. If Sasuke's chakra amount was not too low, Tomie planned to teach Sasuke the shadow clone technique and let him use the shadow clone to go to school. In fact, Sasuke's talent is not bad. Even though his achievements at the age of 12 were far inferior to Kakashi, Itachi, and Shizui, he could only explore on his own after the night of the genocide. Now, Sasuke's power is not matched by many in the entire school, so having someone to guide him in training will naturally help him get twice the result with half the effort. The only one in the same grade who could rival him was Uzumaki Naruto, who was taught by Kakashi. Speaking of Kakashi, he was summoned to the Hokage Tower. Tomie and Sasuke's daily lives and their training were all under the supervision of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tomie knew that someone was spying on him. He noticed it, but he didn't reveal it. Even if he became stronger, it was not enough to deal with Konoha. These days, the split body has obtained some C-level ninjutsu and 3 B-level ninjutsu, which has increased his strength. He has mastered the changes in the nature of chakra. Even the Jonin has not mastered all the changes in the nature of chakra. After mastering the same powerful fireball technique, the power is completely different. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "How is Naruto's current training progress?" Kakashi thought for a while and said, "Naruto's talent is pretty good, mainly due to the interference of the Kyuubi, which was very influential in the early stage. When his control over chakra improves, the situation will be better." Naruto and Sasuke were able to reach the 6 paths level by cheating. This cannot deny their talents. How can people who can develop S-level ninjutsu like Rasengan Shuriken and Thunder Kirin be mediocre? Can Naruto reach the Genin level in a year? Not the Genin of today, but the Genin of the war. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Now Kakashi was confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen told the story about Sasuke and Tomie. These two people may graduate early. He hopes that Naruto's strength will increase. When the time comes, Kakashi will lead Naruto, Sasuke, and Tomie. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that with Kakashi here and Naruto as a supporter of the Will of Fire, Sasuke and Tomie would definitely support the Will of Fire and become his supporters under the long-term influence. Kakashi frowned slightly. He felt that even if he graduated early, it wouldn't need to be so fast. Whether it is Naruto, Sasuke or Tomie, they should have a good foundation and don't have to be in such a hurry to graduate. So many ninjas worked hard to end the war, not just to give everyone a stable environment. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, "Kakashi, you should know what these 3 people are carrying. They are not ordinary people, and I am not asking them to quickly perform difficult tasks, but I am asking you to lead them. At the same time, let them build a bond." Kakashi still felt something was wrong. After some discussion, He couldn't convince Sarutobi Hiruzen and could only agree. He was worried about letting others take care of Naruto. It seems that I need to practice some training, so that I can protect Naruto and Obito's clan members. Kakashi has a new goal, and he doesn't know what it will be like if he becomes stronger. 50-50. Chapter 9 Mysterious Bomb. After Kakashi returned, he was ready to improve Naruto's chakra control. After climbing the tree, Naruto completed it. The next step was to tread water. By the way, there are also seals. Kakashi could only say a few words about Naruto's seal level, but he was very envious of Naruto's chakra. He was obviously a first-year ninja school student, but his chakra was higher than his own. There is more to be tolerated. It's okay to have so much chakra at such a young age. In the future, Naruto's chakra will be dozens or hundreds of times more than his own. He can only be said to be worthy of the Uzumaki clan. Danzo at the root also knew Tomie's potential. He did not send ninjas to monitor day and night like Sarutobi Hiruzen, but occasionally sent people to investigate. It was discovered that Tomie had great potential, although he did not see the Sharingan opening. The power he saw at the root surpassed most genin and could be compared with parallel chunin. Danzo was moved. Such people joining the roots would be a great help when they grow up. Danzo was very confident in the brainwashing ability of the roots, and Tomie could not escape his control. Danzo simply neglected to put the curse seal on Tomie. This is the terrifying thing about other gods, which made Danzo unknowingly think about Uchiha Tomie, but he himself did not notice anything unusual. In fact, the eye belonging to Shizui in Danzo's eye socket cannot be used temporarily because it was used once by Tomie, but Danzo did not notice it because the assimilation had already begun. The Sharingan is slowly assimilating Danzo, transforming him into the new Tomie. Facts have proved that Uchiha Tomie overestimated Danzo. Danzo had a Sharingan, a kaleidoscope, and Hashirama cells. With his configuration, as long as he didn't have the mentally retarded fighting style in the original work, he could face the current 5 cages casually. Any consumption can kill them. What a pity. Facing Fujiang, this is actually a kind of tragedy. Uchiha Tomie, who was refining chakra at the ninja school, smiled slightly. Looking at this, Danzo can be completely assimilated in at most 1 year and the split body can completely replace him. Because neither the Sharingan nor Hashirama cells belong to Danzo himself, the split body hidden in Danzo should first avoid this part and assimilate the part that belongs to Danzo. After a while, Tomie knew Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement through the split body, and knew that he planned to arrange himself into the same class as Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi. It is said that he has mastered thousands of ninjutsu, and is also capable of 8 types of armor. He can barely be a teacher, but how can his ninjutsu reserves be compared to Danzo's? Forget it, only children make choices. I want both. Fujiang forgot that he was just an 8-year-old kid now. But thinking of Kakashi, Tomie thought of White Fang's death, and he could use this as a trick. Tomie would not kill the 3rd generation so quickly. After he took control of Danzo, he would find a way to make Sarutobi Hiruzen lose the position of Hokage. He wanted Sarutobi to lose everything. He also wanted the Sarutobi clan to suffer heavy losses. As for any problems, it was Danzo's fault and it had nothing to do with him. Konoha F4 was his first target. Itachi had to keep it. He had a better way to punish him. Obito has the Kamui Sharingan. Unless Kakashi's Sharingan is dug out, it will not be easy to deal with him. Likewise, Tomie will not kill Obito. Obito is dead, and he can see Lin in the Pure Land. It is so convenient for him, and this actually makes him happy. No one in the teacher expected that Tomie would be so bold as to plot against the top brass of Konoha. Those teachers ignored Fujiang. After a discussion, the teachers knew that they could not teach Fujiang, as long as he did not cause any trouble. They turned a blind eye to Fujiang's behavior of not listening to the class. Tomie Uchiha was comfortable living in Konoha, but it was also boring. The life of a split body was much more interesting. Aizen's split body mainly practiced genjutsu. He relied on his super high genjutsu attainments to kill many chunin and repel jounin. He did not have the ability to use the kaleidoscope. Hawkeye Hook's split body, majoring in swordsmanship, went to the Kingdom of Iron, fought with the samurai there, and absorbed their swordsmanship to become stronger. I have to say that the ability to absolutely control this is so powerful that it can completely turn ordinary people into geniuses, but only Tomie and his split body can be so squandered. The split body of Empress Hankook fascinated many ninjas and kicked them away after getting their ninjutsu scrolls. Even if some people have heard this rumor, they still don't believe it. The result is to offer their own ninjutsu scroll. The ability to achieve desire is too powerful, especially when combined with amplifying desire. The effect of the combination of the two is no worse than that of other gods. Even a Jonin can't resist the charm of Hankook's split body. You must know that the two abilities of beautifying desire and amplifying desire can only exert 80% of the power in her. Hankook's split body majors in ninjutsu, but she has never made a move until now. The charm of Tomie's template blessing is too terrifying. There is also a split body who found a remote village to hide in. He did not cause trouble and focused on mental power and soul. He really didn't have much to learn from in this aspect, so he could only study it himself. There are too few ninjutsu related to the soul in the ninja world, and neither the main body nor the split body has access to it for the time being. Phew. I finally developed a technique similar to Ultra Bomb. I'm too lazy to name it, so I'll just call it Fire Release and Ultra Bomb. In a remote place, Tomie Kawakami's split body waved his hand gently, and a ball of water appeared, extinguishing the surrounding flames. Just now, he split a new split body and asked him to learn the secret bomb he developed to self-destruct. There were a lot of flames scattered around. If it is not destroyed, there will be a fire. Mysterious bomb. Change the chakra properties of the fire attribute chakra in the body, increase the amount of change in an instant, then compress it in one breath, and quickly release and detonate it. There is no doubt that this ninjutsu has been developed very successfully, and its destructive power exceeds that of many ninjutsu. In terms of power, it is still above the Otama Rasengan. However, the real success is that after the high-intensity fire attribute chakra completes the transformation of chakra properties, compresses and explodes, it evaporates the split body in an instant. This trick comes in handy once you encounter someone who is absolutely invincible and you don't want to leak information. As soon as the self-destructed split body died, Uchiha Tomie and the other split bodies immediately gained his memory and knew this ninjutsu. Forget it, let's go find something to eat first. After spending so long in this inhospitable place, Tomie Kawakami left, and they could go without food, drink, or sleep, and in theory, as long as no one killed them, they could exist until the world collapsed, or until the end of time, if there was an end. Just because they don't need to eat doesn't mean they don't want to eat. Everyone has desires, and the desire for food and drink is also a type of desire. Tomie Kawakami was running quickly. 10 minutes later, she stopped. A very dangerous aura appeared in his range of perception. 10 seconds later, a man with a pale face and snake-like pupils appeared in front of him. Kawakami Tomie recognized it. This was Orochimaru. He didn't think Orochimaru was here to find him. He could only say that he had some bad luck. Chapter 10 Kakasu. Kawakami Tomie's split body saw Orochimaru, and Orochimaru also saw the split body. He was a little surprised. His appearance was amazing. Half as good as Tsunade. Whether it is Kawakami Tomie's split body or Hawkeye or Hankook's split body, they used transformation techniques at the beginning, but now it is different. It is not a simple transformation technique. They used the kaleidoscope's pupil technique to have absolute control, adjusted their height, bones, and appearance, and supplemented it with a modified version of the transformation technique, so that they could deceive the Chunin and Jounin. Orochimaru didn't say anything and hurried away, startling the split body and thinking that Orochimaru would take action. By the way, at this point in time, Itachi Uchiha had defected to join the Akatsuki. Now that Orochimaru is not wearing the uniform of the Akatsuki organization, he couldn't have left Akatsuki. He couldn't have been hunted down in such a hurry. Kawakami Tomie's split body felt something was wrong and immediately left. After a while, he encountered the red sand scorpion. "Hey, have you seen Orochimaru?" Scorpio completely ignores the beauty of Kawakami Tomie's split body. And that's right. This is a being who transformed himself into a puppet. How could he care about girls? The split body said, "I just saw him and he left." He said calmly, "Then which direction did he run?" Kawakami Tomie's split body didn't say anything. She suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to test her own strength. Why should she run away? If she died, there would be countless others. There is no need to fight with a scammer like Orochimaru who has a strong life-saving ability. You can fight with Scorpion. Scorpion released the third Kazekage, a human puppet, and asked him to fly with him. He watched condescendingly, quickly determined the location of Orochimaru, and then left, completely ignoring the Tomie Kawakami split body. The split body was confused. The people in the Akatsuki organization could not be said to be bad people, but they were not considered good people either. Just Sakesi, the third Kazekage, had no enmity with him, but he made him into a human puppet. "Forget it, I won't cause trouble unless it comes to me. There are many opportunities to test my strength." Tomie Kawakami went to town. She had no money, but there were many ways to make money. If she couldn't follow Hancock's example and turn beauty into desire, a bunch of people rushed to help her pay the bill. Tomie Kawakami's splinter body avoided the battle. Unknown to him, Hancock's splinter body encountered people from the Akatsuki organization. "Which Hancock? I want your head." Kakazu was very excited, not because of the appearance of Hancock's split body, but because of the small money. He has lived for more than 80 years and has seen many beautiful women, but none of them can compare with the person in front of him. However, to him, everything is fake, and money is real. There is a bounty on Hancock's splinter body. The bounty amount is 10 million. He has jointly put on a bounty. Some ninjas fell into the trap of mating and thought about Hancock like a dog all day long. Their relatives and friends couldn't stand it anymore, so they banded together to post a reward on the black market. There are also nobles who have posted a reward on the black market, asking for 5 million to bring Hancock to him. This amount is considered high. If there is no killing mission worth 10 million, Kakazu will choose this mission. Therefore, even if this time is not available, sooner or later, Hancock, a split body, will compete with Kakazu, who regards money as his life. Dealing with people. Not to mention Hancock's split body, as the other split bodies become more and more famous, they will definitely come into contact with Kakazu or other people in the Akatsuki organization. "Hunden, we won't let you hurt Miss Hancock." That's right. If you want to take action against Miss Hancock, you have to get through us first. You are dead. You actually want to kill Hancock. It's unforgivable. Before Hancock could say anything, a dozen ninjas around her took the lead on her behalf, some aggressively shooting shurikens directly. These are wandering ninjas and small local ninjas. Their strength is not strong, only at the level of Konoha Chunin. None of them has reached the level of Jonin. At most, they are special Jonin. Hancock knew they couldn't deal with Kakazu unless their numbers increased 50 times. Earth release a middle-earth spear. Kakazu hardened his skin, and in this state he was both offensive and defensive. He flicked the shuriken away with a wave of his hand and headed towards Hancock. Some of these people also have bounties on their heads. Kill them all and earn more. Kakazu is keen on making money. He doesn't spend much of the money he makes, and I don't know what he thinks. The split body of Hancock watched as a dozen of the flower protectors on his side fought with Kakazu. Facing these second-rate people who could only master 1 or 2 B-level ninjutsu, Kakazu defeated them with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Not even ninjutsu is used. "I'm about to get the 10 million yuan. It's so easy," Kakazu said happily. Generally, the higher the amount of money, the more difficult it is to complete the task, but this time it was too easy. Hooray! A fireball shot towards Kakazu, and several shurikens shot towards Kakazu from other directions. Kakazu dodged easily. He watched the person he knocked down staggeringly stand up. He was a little puzzled. "Are you really willing to die? Just for such a woman whom you have known for a short time?" He didn't kill anyone, otherwise these people would have died long ago. He originally wanted to kill him, but he suddenly thought that there was another requirement for this mission, which was to be as merciful as possible to the people around the demon Hancock and spare their lives. Right. This mission was originally a mission jointly issued by the relatives and friends of those who were confused by Hancock. Hancock's split body looked at Kakazu's expression with disdain. Only people like Kakazu can be immune to Tomie's ability. Tomie's ability is not that simple. These people have become their own puppets, let alone die for themselves. Even if they are asked to commit suicide, they will do it without hesitation at most. The art of shadow clone. Hancock's splinter body had taken action, and she didn't want all those supporters to die after closing the fight with Kakazu one-on-one. Stay away, don't get hurt, the split body said loudly. These are all useful tools. At the same time, these are not good people, and he has no burden to take advantage of them. Those people followed Hancock's words like an oracle and hurriedly moved away. The shadow clones rushed straight towards Geodu. The mental power that can partner with the ability to achieve desires does not necessarily have to be strong, but the willpower must be firm. There is a certain correlation between mental power and willpower, but the two are not equal. Danger. When Kakazu saw the shadow clone, his heart suddenly palpitated for no reason, and his hands quickly formed seals. Something's wrong. After Kakazu felt the extremely rich fire attribute chakra, he immediately stopped using wind release, and switched to another ninjutsu. Earth escape. A middle dot earth flow wall. A wall of earth quickly appeared. At this time, the shadow clone exploded. The powerful explosion was deafening and could be heard thousands of meters away. The self-destruction power of the shadow clone is not as powerful as the self-destruction of the split body. Even so, its power should not be underestimated. The earthen wall was in dilapidated condition after the bombing, and the corners were even blown away. Before Kakazu could say anything after taking off, another shadow clone rushed towards him. Kakazu's expression changed drastically, and Hancock ran away. These two shadow clones consumed 2/3 of his chakra. If he didn't run away, he would have to wait for death. Chapter 11. Start collecting interest. Boom. The shadow clone exploded again, and powerful flames swept and engulfed everything. In a hurry, Kakazu could only use the Earth Resentment clone to resist the frontal attack. This is the scary thing about Kakazu, he has 5 hearts, so Hancock's split body ran away decisively. This is a forbidden technique. But I know your ability. I'll be prepared first next time so you can't escape. Which Hancock? I'm going to settle for 10 million. Even Boss Pain can't stop me, said. Apart from losing 1 heart, Kakazu's injuries were not serious. He did not pursue immediately, but decided to replenish the hearts before pursuing. Anyway, ordinary people could not get these 10 million. Maybe if he left it alone for a period of time, the reward amount would become higher. On the other side, several ninjas who followed Hancock's split body collapsed completely. Kakazu didn't kill them, but he didn't show too much mercy. He was affected by the secret bomb of the shadow clone, and his injuries became more serious. In addition, most ninjas have brittle skin, and those who were seriously injured died within a short distance. The living ninja was a little excited in his heart. What a good death. This time there are fewer opponents. Don't look at these ninjas surrounding Hancock's split body. They wish that everyone else would die and they would be the only one left. This is the terrifying part of Tomie's charm. If it weren't for the optimized version of the template that Tomie Uchiha got, these ninjas would be dead now. He should be thinking about how to monopolize Hancock's split body, and finally kill her and dismember her. Carry it first, then bury it. After Hancock finished speaking, she continued to run away. It was not yet safe yet. As she ran, she communicated with herself and other split bodies. Tomie Uchiha and other splinter bodies highly recognized the power of the secret bomb developed by Tomie Kawakami's splinter body, and it was actually able to hurt Kakazu. Looking at it this way, if I use all my cards, I have a chance of killing Kakazu. Uchiha Tomie has mastered all the skills of other split bodies. If he has made breakthroughs in split body cultivation, he will pass their insights to the main body. The technique developed by the split body is naturally the most suitable technique for them, and the technique that is most suitable for them is naturally the most suitable for Uchiha Tomie. Coupled with the absolute control of this kaleidoscope skill, Uchiha Tomie can perfectly master the techniques developed by the split body and reach the same state as them in 10 minutes. Because I have been refining chakra and training my body, and my skills are all based on the techniques developed by Mange Kyo's split body. His real combat power is much higher than that of the split body. It seems that I too underestimated the power of Tomie's template and the ability of my Mange Kyo Sharingan. Uchiha Tomie understands that his frontal combat ability is not particularly strong now, but if he arranges an ambush in advance, even the 5 shadows will be tricked to death by him. Yes, if Tomie had arranged it in advance and produced hundreds of split bodies, and as soon as the 5 shadows appeared, they would use the secret bomb to rush over and explode themselves. Except for the Raikage, the other shadows would die, and even if the Raikage survived, how much power would he have? You must know that the power of the shadow clone's self-destruction using the secret bomb is at most 1/5 of the power of the split body when it self-destructs. Such power injured Kakazu. Then, you can charge interest first. Uchiha Tomie is ready to attack Konoha F4. If Tomie Kawakami's split body hadn't developed the secret bomb, and if Hancock's split body hadn't made some achievements with Kakazu, he wouldn't have planned to attack Konoha F4 so quickly. Take action. He didn't attack Konoha F4 himself, that would be pointless. He would first make them feel distressed, then make them despair, and finally kill them. His identity will not be exposed until he is absolutely sure. Uchiha Tomie began to communicate with Danzo's split-eye body, and learned from him information about the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Tensho clan and the Mitoman clan. The split-eye body lurking in Danzo has nothing else to do every day except assimilate Danzo, so he knows what information Danzo comes into contact with and what orders he gives. The eye split body integrated the information and passed it to Uchiha Tomie, and Uchiha Tomie passed it on to the Hancock split body. This is in line with the Hancock split body, because among the many split bodies, he is the one who can best use the ability of Midori Desire. Do you want to go past the Kingdom of Fields? Isn't that the border area between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Fire? I understand. The split body of Hancock who received the information found it interesting and might be able to use Kakazu. Konoha F4 sent young ninjas from its own family to the border for training. Needless to say, the Hancock splitters knew the reason why they did not go to the Earth Kingdom. Isn't it just because Jiraiya is on the border of the Land of Thunder, so it is relatively safe to send him there? And by the way, he can brush up his achievements and improve the reputation of the 4 families among the civilians. Doing it yourself is the worst policy. Borrowing a knife to kill someone is the best policy. The split body of Hancock sneered. She had already figured out how to complete her mission and solve the problem of Kakazu at the same time. Other split bodies have their own affairs, such as Aizen's split body. He also set out for the Kingdom of Dan, but not for this matter, but to indirectly control the Kingdom of Dan. Aizen's split body met the son of the Dainokuni daimyo by chance. Using his own blood, he quietly assimilated the Daiming's son into Tomie, and became one of his own. If necessary, the split body will not split too many Tomie out. Unlike Tomie in the comics, they feel that they only need one such existence, but they don't want to see too much of themselves. Otherwise, the current number of splinter bodies would not exceed 10,000. It would be too easy to exceed 100. Anyway, there is no need to waste too much time. If you go all out to make split bodies, tens of thousands or more split bodies can be produced in a day. Theoretically, Tomie Uchiha could create an army to attack the 5 great shinobi villages in one day, but it would be boring to play this way. Another point is that Uchiha Tomie has never regarded Konoha F4 as a real enemy, and they are not worthy of exposing all their trump cards. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Even if Hancock's splinter body continued to attract new supporters these days, it still could not withstand Kakuto's pursuit. Now there are only 6 people left around her. Relatively speaking, these 6 people are not weak, and the strongest one is comparable to the Jounin of Konoha. In fact, Hancock's split body had the opportunity to kill Kakazu, but she didn't do it because Kakazu is a good knife. The Hancock splinter group, which kept on the road, finally approached the border between the 2 countries, and was immediately intercepted by the Konoha ninjas, who asked about their origins. because this place is very close to the temporary outpost established by the Konoha ninjas. There are several such outposts on the border. The one closest to the Kingdom of Thunder has Jiraiya. The 8-tailed Jinchuriki was dispatched from the Hidden Cloud Village. If Jiraiya couldn't be helped, the two sides could only stop with a tacit understanding. 2 teams of 8 people stopped Hancock's split body. If anything went wrong, they would take action. Although Hancock's split body is beautiful, if she doesn't activate the unique ability of beauty and desire, those ninjas will not be fascinated by her. After all, she is not Hancock himself, who ate the sweet fruit. Chapter 12 The Split Body of Green Tea. Help me, we are being hunted and he has killed many of us. Hancock's fragmented body said coquettishly. The ability of beauty to transform desires was deeply attracted to these 8 ninjas. Without even amplifying their desires. Miss Hancock, my name is Sarutobi Makoto. Can you tell me who is chasing you? This is too much. The other 7 people quickly agreed. They had long recognized the split body. After all, it was in existence with a reward of 10.5 million on the black market. If ordinary people were passing by, they wouldn't come out at all, but the 7 Hancock splinterers hurried on. Looking at the speed, it was clear that these people were comparable to Chunin at last. So they appeared. What a pity. They don't know that Hancock's split body is targeting them. Hancock's split body caught them, and was too lazy to speak, assuming arrogant posture. The 6 licking dogs who followed her quickly explained to Sarutobi Makoto and others how powerful Kakazu was. When most people are treated like this, they will not only fall out, but at least feel angry in their hearts. However, Sarutobi Makoto and others will not, and instead smile in apology. This is Tomie's charm, which is somewhat similar to the law of cause and effect weapon. Miss Hancock, please don't worry. There are so many of us, it's no problem to force the opponent back. And since we are Konoha ninjas, the opponent may retreat without a fight. After hearing this, Sarutobi Makoto was a little disdainful. How powerful can a ninja who has never heard of a name be? It seems that these wandering ninjas are too useless. Although the chakra is okay and the teleportation technique is okay, the fighting methods cannot compare with those of the great ninja village. Sarutobi Makoto was not wrong about this. Those wandering ninjas can only master 1 or 2 B-level ninjutsu. This is not as good as the great ninja village. If they hadn't exchanged ninjutsu recently, more people would have died. Many. But to be able to survive for so long under Kakazu's pursuit, their strength is not as bad as Sarutobi Makoto thought. On the other side, Kakazu has seen Hancock's split body. It was a little far away, but he recognized it because it was money. We can't waste time. The time wasted on Hancock can earn 10 million, but those people are really crazy. In order to let Hancock escape, they even risked their own lives. This guy is really mysterious. No wonder he is in the black market. Her name is Witch. After Kakazu finished speaking, he used the teleportation technique and shot towards Hancock's split body. He saw that there were a lot of people there, but he was not afraid. There were only a dozen ninjas, and he wasn't afraid even if there were a dozen Jounin. He was someone who had fought against the first Hokage. In fact, if the bounty on Hancock's splinter group hadn't been raised to 15 million, he might have given up. Kakazu would not know that this amount was added by Hancock's split body to Aizen's split body. It was because it was afraid that Kakazu would give up midway and other split bodies could not afford the money. Only Aizen, who controlled the son of the daimyo of Tano Kuni, the Chromatazune, has the money. When Kakazu got closer, he saw the Konoha ninja. His face was expressionless. Let alone the Konoha ninja, he would dare to assassinate the third Hokage as long as the price was right. I won't give you a chance to escape this time. The compound ninja technique, flame, wind and waves. Kakazu took action directly, without chatting first this time. When he used the instant body technique, he summoned the Earth Resentment UA middle dot fire release mask monster and the Earth Resentment UA middle dot wind release mask monster onto his shoulders, and both used fire release, head suffering and wind release, pressing at the same time. The fire became hotter due to the wind, and the attack range became wider. A sea of AAA fire that could burn everything rolled towards Hancock's split body and others. This move cannot be underestimated even by the five shadows. Water escape A middle dot water chaos dot A tilde. 6. The 6 wave ninjas who followed Hancock's split body used this water escape ninjutsu together, but the gap was too big. 6 small pools and a sea of AAA fire, even if water defeated fire, were not as good as each other. Earth escape A middle dot earth flow wall dot A tilde. 4. The 4 walls of earth rose from the ground, and the Konoha ninjas were not stunned. At the same time, they were a little worried. After defending against this wave, what would happen to the following attacks? How many times could they defend against them? But all of those wave ninjas were injured. Hancock's splinter body shouted loudly, "You hurry up, he is targeting me, you run. There is no need to sacrifice in vain because of me." After hearing this, under normal circumstances, Sarutobi Makoto and others would have withdrawn. But it was really impossible to move reinforcements. Under the influence of the ability to realize desires, they lost their previous wisdom and became as mentally retarded as each one. "Miss Hancock, please don't worry, even if we die, we won't let that monster hurt you even a hair." After Sarutobi Makoto and others finished speaking, it was as if they had been beaten to death. They launched attacks at Kakazu with great craziness. They threw as many shurikens and detonating charms as they could. They also used ninjutsu without any rules at all, one after another. He doesn't care about chakra consumption at all. The split body of Hancock grinned, and the fun began. Maybe Sarutobi Makoto and others are not so bad, but so what? The young children and babies of the Uchiha clan, so many people who didn't know that Uchiha was planning to rebel, were killed. Aren't they innocent? Let's fight, we can't waste any more time. Kakazu's perception was not bad. He sensed that a ninja was coming, most likely Konoha reinforcements. The power of the compound ninjutsu just now is not small, and it is impossible for the Konoha ninjas stationed here not to notice it. The earthly resentment mask monster emerged from Kakazu's body. Kakazu retained the wind and fire attributes hearts, and the other 3 hearts separated from the main body. The real battle began, and Kakazu was really determined to kill Hancock's split body even if 3 or 4 hearts were destroyed. This guy's charm ability is so strong that those Konoha ninjas became so crazy within a short while of talking to her that they would give everything for her. Aizen's split body looked at the battle in the distance. He shook his head and expressed that he did not understand the thoughts of Hancock's split body, although it was his mission. Was it necessary to be so? Aizen's split body will appear in the kingdom of Tan and choose to indirectly control the kingdom of Tan. That is for Orochimaru. His research ability is unparalleled in the world of Naruto. Otherwise, wouldn't it be good for Aizen's split body to control big countries like the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder? Take your time and maneuver, it's not difficult. It is indeed easy to control those big names, dozens of times easier than controlling shadows. Because Tomie's ability is too buggy, as long as Uchiha Tomie wants to give him some time, he can unify the ninja world in more than one way. Aizen's split body didn't stay long. The border was a good place. Before this small-scale battle ended, he could find more ninja battles to hone his genjutsu. He stayed in Tan country for Orochimaru, because Orochimaru would establish the Sound Ninja Village here. But he didn't want to see Orochimaru yet, and the time hadn't come yet. It seems that I still have to take action. The split body of Hancock thought that the Konoha ninjas would be stronger than the Nami ninjas, but the result was like that. If she didn't take action, almost everyone here would be dead. When reinforcements arrived, and they would have to escape in embarrassment. Although it was to complete her mission, it was impossible not to be angry after being hunted for so long. She wanted Konoha reinforcements to unite with the people here to make Kakazu pay some price. Chapter 13 Kakazu is defeated. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Fireballs were spit out from the mouth of Hancock's split body. She didn't need to form seals at all, one after another, like a mobile turret, facing the fireballs. Kakazu kept dodging. Even though it wasn't the first time he saw Hancock Muji perform the fire release ninjutsu, He was still amazed. Kakazu wants to get the heart of Hancock's split body more and more. Once he gets the power of this instant ninjutsu, it means that he can instantaneously cast compound ninjutsu. In this case, his power will be greatly improved, and maybe he will become the first person under pain. Even surpassing pain is not impossible. With the addition of Hancock's split body, she was evenly matched with Cuckoo because she didn't need to form any seals, and her fire escapes were seamlessly connected. Fire release a middle dragon fire technique. Linear flames penetrated the body of an earthly resentment monster. After fighting for so long, the split body finally found a chance. After releasing the ninjutsu, the split body gasped for breath. After releasing so many ninjutsu in one breath, only 10% of the chakra was left, so he had to slow down. As the split body that was fought the most recently and consumed the most chakra, Hancock's split body has estimated that when she only has 10% of her chakra, it will take about 5 minutes for her chakra to be fully restored. Kakazu was killed by an earth-hate monster, which was equivalent to having his heart destroyed. He was in a bad mood, but he didn't kill anyone. Composite ninja technique, flame wind and waves. Composite ninja technique, thunder water dragon bullet. Kakazu finally showed his full power and began to use compound ninja techniques one by one. Although he lacked an earth attribute heart, some compound ninja techniques could not be used, which was also very scary. Having owned the earth resentment for decades, and practicing the 5 elements escape technique for decades, Kakazu has definitely learned a lot of compound ninja techniques. Under the bombardment of the compound ninja technique, even if Hancock's split body took action, it could only delay the time slightly, and each ninja fell into a pool of blood. Soon, only 4 of the 14 ninjas were left. For a truly strong person in the ninja world, slaughtering ordinary jounin is like slaughtering a dog. This is also related to the fact that Sarutobi Makoto and others were affected by the ability of Midori Desire. They were all crazy, but they would not cooperate during the battle, otherwise they would not die so quickly. Whoosh whoosh. 8 men, 2 squads of reinforcements arrived. Kakazu's face became even uglier. Because of the desperate efforts of those people, he lost another heart. The main reason is that the split body of Hancock can cast ninjutsu instantly, so they have to cooperate well. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for them to rely on Sarutobi Makoto and others to destroy Kakazu's heart. 12 people, plus 13 people including the demon Hancock. After comparing the strength of both sides, Kakazu decided to withdraw. The other side would have reinforcements if the fight continued, but he would not have any for the time being. The ninjas who can come to the border to help are not too bad. There are still many secret arts families in Konoha. After careful consideration, Kakazu was withdrawn. 15 million won't make Kakazu lose his mind. Only by keeping his life can he make more money. In theory, he can live forever by constantly changing his heart and become one with heaven. Life. Fire escape a middle to Ku. A large sea of AA flames was spit out by Jodo. After spitting out, he ran away directly, leaving an earth-haunted monster to cut off his rear. 4 of the 8 ninjas who had just arrived quickly formed seals, and 4 walls of water appeared out of thin air. The 4 ninjas used the water formation wall together to resist Kakazu's fire escape. Kakazu was still able to do so. After all, not everyone has the fire escape skills like Uchiha Hamadara. A fire escape requires dozens of ninjas to use water escape to block it. What's going on? Enemy attack? Are they from Union Village? Nara asked. He thought this would be tricky. Looking at the other party's fire escape skills, he knew that the other party was far superior to the average jounin. Looking at the results, in such a short time, less than 15 minutes, only 2 of the 8 elite ninjas of Konoha were left, and there were 4 corpses that were suspected to be friendly. Sarutobi Makoto, the dead man with so many companions, calmed down a little, but he was still obsessed with Hancock's split body. He said, "Kill that monster first." With the combination of Pig Deer Butterfly and the mobile turret of Hancock's split body, everyone worked together to defeat the evil monster on Earth. Not all those who came to the border were Anbu and Genbu. There were also Jounin and Chunin who were not affiliated with the Anbu, but not the genin. If Kakashi was not taking care of Naruto, Kakashi would definitely be sent out with his power, and his status would not be low. After solving the evil monster on Earth, Sarutobi Makoto explained the situation to Nara, but some places were slightly artistically processed, slightly exaggerating the role of Hancock's split body. Nara was speechless. He didn't feel anything was wrong, because most of what Sarutobi Makoto said was the truth. Sarutobi Makoto was indeed attacked by Kikuto while interrogating Hancock. Sarutobi Makoto, who had regained some sense, did not say that they had vowed to protect Hancock's split body. Under normal circumstances, as long as Kakazu promises to capture only Hancock's split body, Sarutobi Makoto and others should stand by and watch. Ninjas will avoid unnecessary battles, otherwise there would be so many ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages with such frequent battles. Even after so many teammates died and he almost died, Sarutobi still wanted to protect Hancock's split body. This is the charm of Fujian. You must know that in the Tomie series, Tomie only has one head left, and he can still charm people. Hancock is now well separated. Is there any need to say that charm? To say the least, Sarutobi Makoto was shaken. The split body only needed to amplify his desires, and he would sink again. By the way, do you know the information about that person? Nara said seriously. In his opinion, Liangzi has formed a relationship, and he must know the other party's information and make plans early. Sarutobi Makoto and the Nami ninja Hattori Yanji all told the information about Kakazu. He has special power and can steal people's hearts. He has 5 hearts, each representing a chakra attribute. This means that he is proficient in the 5 elements escape technique, and the compound ninjutsu is very powerful. It is suspected that he has fought against the first Hokage. Kakazu told the story of the battle. Some of this information was told by Hancock's splinter body to Hattori Yanji before. Otherwise, those Nami ninjas would die faster if they didn't know Kakazu's information. Nara was in trouble. Except for Jiraiya-sama, Sarutobi Makoto's team was one of the best among them. As a result, they suffered heavy losses. This was troublesome. They would be in trouble once all the hearts were replenished. Perhaps we can take the initiative. Now that Kakazu's strength has been greatly reduced, we can take the opportunity to get rid of him. Narakama had the idea of getting rid of Kakazu. In his opinion, Kakazu was not strong enough to be invincible. Without the help of Hancock's split body, Sarutobi Makoto and others would have died before Nara and others arrived, and Kakazu would not have to pay such a high price, at most losing 1 heart. Not even a loss, as he can replenish his heart during the battle, and this time it was the Hancock split body that stopped Kakazu just right every time, preventing him from replenishing his heart. Chapter 14 Death of Kakazu. Who? Come out here. As he was running, Kakazu was thinking about where to go to seize the ninja's heart. Suddenly he stopped, ready to take action at any time. Without the earth resentment, Kakazu is considered a good player among Jounin, but he cannot compete with Kage. After losing 3 hearts, his strength is greatly reduced, and he has to be careful. I haven't seen you for just a few days and you're so embarrassed. Orochimaru walked out of the darkness. It was not that he specifically ambushed Kakazu, but he happened to meet Kakazu who was running away in a hurry. He was a little curious, so he followed him. Kakazu saw that Orochimaru's face was a little ugly. If he was in his prime, he wouldn't be afraid of Orochimaru, but now he only has 2 hearts left. Orochimaru gave a bad smile. If I remember correctly, you have the power you have now by stealing the hearts of others, by relying on a strange blood inheritance, or a strange secret technique. I am very familiar with this power. Curious. After Orochimaru said that, he immediately took action. In the Akatsuki organization, in addition to coveting the Rinnegan, he was also interested in Kakazu's abilities, but Kakazu was not weak. With Pain's warning, he had no choice but to give up. Unexpectedly, he was given to him now. Such a good opportunity. Orochimaru had developed the Fuso Tensei. He also knew that this technique was not perfect, but he couldn't bear the slow aging of his body, so he took action against Uchiha Itachi. Although he was defeated by Itachi, Orochimaru did not give up. He was ready to find a suitable container to use Fuzo reincarnation on him. And the injured horn gave him a chance. He might not need to reincarnate so quickly. Soon, Kakazu was defeated and Orochimaru killed him, quickly reading the memories in his mind. So that's it. This is also a technique of immortality. I didn't expect that village actually had this secret technique. If it didn't require a specific medium, Tokigakure village could completely rely on this secret technique to become the 6th great ninja village. Orochimaru began to practice the secret technique of earth resentment. He took out the key to practicing earth resentment from Kakazu's corpse. Orochimaru is so talented that he mastered this technique quickly. In addition to constantly exchanging hearts to achieve immortality, this secret technique can actually strengthen the user's affinity for the 5 attributes of chakra: wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder. Orochimaru was surprised. He had only read part of Kakazu's memory just now, so he didn't know this. After knowing this, he despised Kakazu, and at the same time he became excited. Orochimaru himself is a genius. He has mastered all 5 attributes of chakra ninjutsu. In the later period, he played with snakes and various forbidden techniques, because he knew that the 5 elements ninjutsu had limits. It was different now. The genius, who was already a genius, had an enhanced affinity for chakra, so Orochimaru came up with a bold idea. If he succeeds, then Uchiha Itachi is nothing. Except for Pain, who can make him afraid, he has no opponent in the entire ninja world. In the days that followed, Orochimaru began to seize the heart of the ninja, and he felt the vitality of his youth again. Of course, Orochimaru is not a superficial person, and he will not give up his immortal reincarnation and study other forbidden techniques just because he has mastered the secret technique of earth resentment. Orochimaru's dream is to master all the ninjutsu in the world. The reason why he wants to live forever is because human energy is limited. Only immortality can have unlimited time to learn many ninjutsu. These days, Hancock's split body has tricked Sarutobi and the Shimura clan's ninjas again. Although Kakazu is dead, there are many ways to trick them on the border. Of course, she learned both the fire release ninjutsu mastered by the Sarutobi clan and the wind release ninjutsu mastered by the Shimura clan. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked very unhappy. Although he and Kumogakure had reached a temporary truce, the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, and the Mitoman clan had suffered a lot. The Transfer clan is relatively better off. Half of the ninjas in this clan are medical ninjas. They have less contact with Hancock's split body and the losses are relatively small. Sarutobi Hiruzen was keenly aware that something was wrong. With Jiraiya in charge, how come the losses were more serious than Iwagakure's side? He looked at Kakazu, who appeared in the intelligence, and was very disdainful of the sentence in it that seemed to have fought with the first Hokage. He knew better than the current Konoha ninja how terrifying the first Hokage was. Let's just say Uchiha Itachi is fine. He is extremely afraid of him, but Itachi is not enough to face Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara has always been the defeated enemy of the first Hokage. We can only wait for Jiraiya to come back and listen to his report. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. One of his nephews died in this battle, and he was a nephew with greater potential. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage, and Danzo controls the route. They are a little heartbroken about this loss, but it is not unacceptable. However, Mito Gate Flame is not good, and the family has lost nearly half of its high-end combat power, and many Chunin-level ninjas have been lost. The strength was reduced by 1/3. If it weren't for the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan, who also suffered a lot, Mito Kadoyan would even wonder if Hiruzen and Danzo had teamed up to trick him. Even so, Mitoman Yan was furious for a long time. Due to intelligence issues, the special Sarutobi Hiruzen and other of Hancock's split body did not know. Because as soon as Hancock's split opened the door to Mcheng's desire, the Konoha ninjas on the border were fascinated. Without the split body saying anything, they took the initiative to cover for the split body. Uchiha Tomie, who was training, suddenly stopped and looked at the Hokage Tower and the roots. This was just the beginning. With Danzo's information, The next 4 families would be in danger unless they did not leave the village to carry out tasks. The best thing about this move is that Denzo doesn't know that the information is leaked from him, so Konoha F4 will doubt each other. I didn't expect Kakazu to be killed by Orochimaru. Now it's interesting. The people of Konoha don't know the information about Kakazu's death yet, but the split body knows it, and Tomie naturally knows it. The next revenge will be based on Konoha F4, and Obito will be left alone first. The best way to revenge Obito is not physical harm, but mental torture. You can make a fuss about Lin. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tomie passed the new instructions to the Aizen split body. The next thing could not be completed by Hankook's split body. Hankook's split body has the strength to complete it, but it is not suitable. Her main position is to charm, and the power is left to others. Aizen's split body from Tanokuni smiled slightly. Is it my turn? But it doesn't matter. Even if I'm not here, I can indirectly control the kingdom of Dan. At this time, except for the 2 teams left at the border, the others in Konoha returned to Konoha, and those 2 teams did not include people from the Sarutobi, Shimura and other families. Is he the next target? If this guy dies, it's impossible for Hiruzen Sarutobi not to feel heartbroken. Aizen's split body set off towards the Fire Country, while Hankook's split body headed towards the border between the Fire Country and the Earth Country. The battle there was not over yet. Chapter 15 8 Gates Dungeon. The split bodies all have their own things to do. In comparison, the main body is indeed much more leisurely. The main pleasure now is to bully Sasuke. After all, he cannot be exposed yet. That night, he gave Sasuke instructions and sparred with Sasuke again. To be precise, Sasuke came to challenge him again. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Sasuke quickly formed the seal, and a fireball spit out from his mouth. The fireball was not very big, and the speed of the seal was a bit slow. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Uchiha Tomie lazily raised his arm, formed a seal with one hand very perfunctorily, and a huge fireball spit out, twice the size of Sasuke. Tomie's fireball quickly engulfed the fireball spitted out by Sasuke. Fortunately, Sasuke dodged the fireball as soon as he saw it. This is not the first time that Sasuke has seen Tomie form a seal with one hand to release the powerful fireball technique. Forget it, he can form a seal with one hand and release it with just one seal. This is almost equivalent to no seal, so no matter how many times he sees this kind of thing, he will know it. Surprise! The Anbu candidates hiding in the dark were also surprised. They felt that they might not be able to beat Uchiha Tomie. They could also beat Sasuke, but they knew that Uchiha Tomie must have hidden his strength. Tomie defended the whole time. No matter how Sasuke attacked, whether it was ninjutsu, taijutsu, or shuriken throwing, Tomie would come first and use the same moves as him to counterattack. After Sasuke had used all his methods, Tomie Uchiha accelerated violently, kicked him away, and looked at him condescendingly. Sasuke, you are still too weak. It's just about the speed of seal formation. Uchiha Itachi can do 6 seals per second. Seeing your progress, I'm very worried. Fortunately, I'm alive. Otherwise, depending on your words, Uchiha's hatred will last forever. I can't repay it. Tomie Uchiha sarcastically mocked Sasuke mercilessly. This was his daily routine. No, Sasuke's eyes were already double Magatama. But Tomie still wanted to sigh. Sasuke is really weird. He is completely different from the original. He had to evolve twice to evolve the second Magatama Sharingan. He evolved once before, so his Sharingan had a single Magatama and a double Magatama. This time he evolved and both of them were double Magatama. Sasuke stood up unsteadily. I will only be the one to kill Itachi. You are only temporarily ahead. Sasuke did not continue the challenge. In fact, every time Sasuke's strength was improved in some aspect, he had the illusion that I could kill Tomie. This is King Shinsuke. The result is just a beating, and he will come again after a while when his strength improves. In fact, Uchiha Tomie, who has mastered the changes in the nature of fire attribute chakra, knows how to compress fire attribute ninjutsu and reduce seals, and also knows medical ninjutsu, is the best teacher for Sasuke. The medical ninjutsu was obtained by Hancock's split body from the Konoha ninjas on the border. Both the split body and the original master can easily master it, so Sasuke can practice it to his heart's content without fear of leaving any hidden injuries. Hey, I actually got the 8-door Danjia formation. Uchiha Tomie, who guided Sasuke to practice ninjutsu and genjutsu, suddenly obtained the forbidden technique of the 8-gate armor formation, which was passed on by Hancock's split body. I didn't expect that a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes like Metkai would also be interested in beautiful women. Uchiha Tomie quickly asked about the situation of the split body. In the original work, Metkai never married. In this case, the Mat family would be extinct. What is intriguing is that Hatake Kakashi has never married. Kakashi is the last lone child of the Hatake clan. It's boring. It turns out to be reading memory. After understanding the situation, Uchiha Tomie was less interested. After all, if Metkai could be used, there would be no need to open 8 doors. Opening 7 doors would be comparable to Cage. It turns out that it was not Metkai who was affected by the ability of matching desire, but Kai's teammates. Hancock's split body used them to sneak attack on Metkai, read his memory, obtained the 8-gate armor formation, and then sealed his memory, and also sealed the memories of Kai's teammates. 8-gate dungeon is really a good ninjutsu. I don't know if I will die if I open the 8 gates. Even if I die, I can still let the split body perform this forbidden technique. With this forbidden technique, some things can be accelerated. Uchiha Tomie seems to be sitting in Konoha doing nothing, but in fact he controls the overall situation, and all the split bodies are controlled by him. Did Iwagakure also choose to cease the war? That's right. Onoki would not be able to bear the loss of a complete war. There will be a period of relative peace for a long time. Uchiha Tomie analyzed the situation. He would not provoke war at will. Everything he did had a purpose. Next, I need an identity to join Akatsuki. Isn't Kakazu dead? Akatsuki will definitely recruit people. Maybe some split body can join Akatsuki. Uchiha Tomie needs a split body to go undercover to Akatsuki. When the time is right, he will snatch the final fruit and make himself the 10 tails Jinchuriki. It's easy to join the Akatsuki, you just need to have strong power and be a rebel nin. So the Akatsuki organization will recruit them on their own. Instead of making a split body and trying to gain fame, it is better for the split body to assimilate a well-known ninja and assimilate him into Tomie. Uchiha Tomie quickly formulated a plan and handed the matter over to the Eagle Eye split body of the Iron Country. Originally, this matter should be left to the Aizen split body, but the Aizen split body has its own mission. And now the Hawkeye split body is closest to the Kingdom of Thunder. There is no strong rebel ninja in the Kingdom of Thunder, but there are always ways. Kakazu had been dead for 7 days at this time. Under Baizi's investigation, the Akatsuki organization knew the cause of Kakazu's death. In New Iron Village, people from the Akatsuki organization held a meeting using the magic of Lantern Body. Except for Pain and Xionin, everyone else was a projection. After knowing that Kakazu died at the hands of Orochimaru, Scorpion's face looked very ugly. If he could kill Orochimaru, then Kakazu would not have died. It's not that the relationship between Scorpion and Kakazu is very good, but that he was responsible for chasing Orochimaru, but let Orochimaru kill Kakazu, which made him look very incompetent. I will go to Orochimaru personally to deal with him and retrieve his and Kakazu's rings. Tandao Pain said indifferently that the people in the Akatsuki organization were just tools in his eyes, and except for Xionin, he didn't care about anyone else. In contrast, others who joined the Akatsuki organization did not have much loyalty in their hearts. Chief, just leave this matter to me. Scorpion has a different opinion. He is very confident in his own power, and everyone in the Xiao organization is very confident in their own power. Tandao Pain said, you are no match for Orochimaru now. Orochimaru is already difficult to deal with. Now that he has obtained Kakazu's secret technique, he also has 5 hearts. To be on the safe side, I will go out personally. Akatsuki doesn't have enough manpower now, and Pain doesn't want Xi to die and have to recruit men again. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak the whole time. In fact, He didn't care at all what happened to Orochimaru. What he cared about was Sasuke and Konoha. He got information from the third generation that there was one Uchiha survivor. Although he was young, he was very powerful. He was not inferior to Chunin before he graduated. He was teaching Sasuke. The third generation planned to let him and Sasuke graduate early next year. Uchiha Itachi's expression was a little complicated. He had some impressions of Tomie, but he remembered that he did not kill him. Could it be that Tomie was killed by Madara or Urut in his sleep, and after he was resurrected, he felt that he had killed him? Uchiha Itachi hoped that someone would accompany Sasuke, but he was afraid that Tomie would hurt Konoha and Sasuke if he knew the truth. He planned to observe for a while, and if the third generation received information that Tomie was not good for Konoha, he planned to use other gods to control Tomie. The meeting organized by Akatsuki didn't last long, and it was finally Pain who took action. Chapter 16: The Civil War of Protecting Shinobi. On the other side, after continuing to rush, Aizen's split body finally arrived at the capital of the Fire Nation. He had only one purpose: to kill Sarutobi Asuma, one of the 12 Guardian Ninjas, who turned out to be the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Guardian Ninja. This is not easy to deal with my current strength. I can't kill these 12 people even with the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan. But my purpose is just to kill Asuma, which is much easier. Aizen's split body had many conspiracies in an instant, and the 12 Guardian Ninja styles were not monolithic, and were divided into 2 factions. Thinking of this, Aizen's split body has already thought about how to kill Asuma, force Asuma to return to Konoha, and then ambush him on the road. In a one-on-one situation, he is sure even if the Mangekyou Sharingan is not exposed, kill Asuma. What's more, there are still many years away from the timeline of Shippuden, and the current Asuma is not that strong. It would be a waste to just kill Asuma and stay here for so long. Fire Temple's jutsu is very powerful. If I remember correctly, Fire Temple's host Jiraiya can beat Kakuto and Hiden. If not, I don't know Hiden's ability. Even if we fight 1 against 2, he will definitely win. Aizen's split body thought that if he remembered correctly, Jilu was also a Guardian Ninja in the 12 forms. After the Guardian Ninja was disbanded, he returned to the Fire Temple as the host. Aizen's split body entered the Fire Nation's capital openly. He did nothing but investigated the identity of the Guardian Nin, approached them quietly, and amplified their desires without doing anything. The split body of Aizen, the 12 Guardian Ninjas, and even the main body only know Jilu and Asuma, but not the others. After all, they are just supporting characters. That's why we need to investigate. Then let's wait for time to ferment. The Guardian Nin are inherently contradictory. No, the meaning of their existence is ridiculous. Are they loyal to the daimyo or loyal to the Hokage? Ha. Aizen's split body drank tea quietly. A few days later, the 12 Guardian Ninjas were divided into 3 groups, gathering in different places. This faction was more than Aizen's split body imagined. Everyone knows about the small-scale conflicts on the border some time ago. Although the war has ceased, how long can this kind of peace last? We in the Fire Nation have powerful forces, but this power cannot be integrated together. This is very sad. Therefore, we need kill the incompetent daimyo. Yamamoto said coldly that his group's idea was to kill the daimyo. The country of fire did not need 2 leaders, and the Hokage should have the supreme status. Yes, the name is too much trouble. Kill the daimyo, integrate the power of the fire country, and unify the ninja world. Yamamoto has 4 companions, which means that 5 of the 12 Guardian Ninjas want to kill the daimyo, which is nearly half of them. That's right. There are a few ninjas who are willing to surrender to daimyo who have no power, but the 5 cages know many things better than ordinary ninjas that don't rely on force. It can also be said that the current cage does not have the power to crush everything. There were 4 people on Asuma's side. Asuma was puffing away his breath. He left Konoha because he was dissatisfied with his further taking over the position of Hokage again. As a result, he discovered that the intrigues on the daimyo's side were also very powerful. There was even a person with roots among the 12 Guardian Ninjas. That master's hands were really long. Yes, there are 2 people in the Yamamoto faction who are the root, and Danzo is very courageous and ambitious. Perhaps it was that hesitation that caused Danzo to miss the position of Hokage. After that, he became more extreme and bolder, even daring to send someone to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen. There's something wrong with those guys at Yamamoto recently. What should we do? Jilu asked. He doesn't like cigarettes, but Asuma likes to smoke, so he has to interrupt Asuma with questions quickly, otherwise the smoke will choke him to death. Asuma's expression became sharp. No matter what, nothing can happen to the daimyo. I hope Yamamoto and the others won't do stupid things. They should know the importance of the daimyo. Asuma has reported the situation here to Konoha. Things about the daimyo are not trivial and should not be taken carelessly. The remaining 3 guardian ninjas supported the daimyo. After discussion, they decided to tell the daimyo what happened so that the daimyo could take precautions. Otherwise, if Yamamoto suddenly attacked the daimyo, they might not be able to stop him. However, only 1,000 days can be a thief, and there is no way 1,000 days can prevent thieves. Therefore, these 3 people became murderers and wanted to obtain the consent of the daimyo, and then ambush and kill the 5 Yamamotos. How sad. The 12 guardian ninjas obviously exist to protect the daimyo, but there are only 3 people who are truly completely loyal to the daimyo. It is not difficult to guess why Asuma and others knew that the Yamamoto 5 were radicals. They have worked together for several years, and the 12 guardian ninjas have performed so many missions together, and they all know each other's thoughts. Both radicals like Yamamoto and the weaker royalists have repeatedly attracted neutrals like Asuma. In fact, there was only one royalist at the beginning. A few days later, the 12 guardian ninja warriors began a civil war. The 5 Yamamotos were surrounded by Asuma's 7 guardian ninjas and some ninjas recruited by the daimyo. This civil war about the guardian ninja began in advance. That's right, even if we start in advance, even if there is no split body of Aizen, there will be a civil war among the 12 guardian ninjas in a few years. This is due to the difference in philosophy. Aizen's split body only amplified their desires and gave them a gentle push to make it come ahead of time. From the beginning of this battle, the 5 Yamamotos were at an absolute disadvantage, because the 12 guardian ninjas were also different in strength. There was no doubt that the strongest among them was Chiriku, a man from the Fire Temple. Even if Asuma, the son of the 3rd Hokage, was a step behind him. In fact, Jilu alone can compete with the 5 Yamamotos. Come to welcome Thousand Hands Killer. Yamamoto and others' desperate counterattack injured Asuma, so Jilu no longer hid his strength. A Buddha statue more than 10 meters high appeared behind him. He had just mastered this move. This is the art of the Immortal Clan. Chakra is used to form the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara and can be transformed into the angry look of King Ming. It provides absolute defense and attacks the enemy at super speed with the fist formed by chakra. You can think of him as a low-profile, weakened version of True Thousand Hands. This move had just been mastered by Kirikou. It was not as terrifying as Shippuden's, but it was still impressive. The overwhelming shadow of the fist enveloped Yamamoto and other radical parties. Damn it, why is this happening? After a moment, Yamamoto fell to the ground unwillingly. Except for Aizen's split body, no one knew that Jilu had such a powerful power. The chakra is almost exhausted. What happens next is up to you. Jilu was a little unsteady on his feet. For him now, using this move was too forced. In fact, Jilu could kill them, but he relented because they were companions. It was this soft-heartedness that killed him in the original work. If he killed Kakazu and hidden quickly, he would not be killed at all. Jilu and other guardians could not bear to kill, but others could not. With the use of ninjutsu by the ninjas sent by the daimyo, the souls of the 5 Yamamotos returned to the Pure Land. Chapter 17 Orochimaru and Pain. Yamamoto and other radical parties died, and the matter came to an end for the time being. 7 days later, the 12 Guardian Ninja announced their disbandment, leaving 5 vacancies at once. The vacancies were huge, and the daimyo didn't trust them very much, so disbandment was inevitable. The reason why it was 7 days instead of being lifted immediately was because the daimyo also wanted to give Konoha a face, and he and Sarutobi Hiruzen did a little taikai to shirk each other. The remaining 12 Guardian Ninjas and the 3 Royalists still stay with the daimyo. The daimyo trusts them more and they must be surrounded by masters. Jilu returned to the Temple of Fire. This guy was also a second-generation guy. He could take over the position of abbot in a few years. One of them went to the Temple of Fire with him because he was tired of all the intrigues. Asuma returned to Konoha, leaving only one Nami ninja left. At this point, the 12 Guardian Ninjas were completely disbanded. Aizen's split body stood on the city wall, watching Asuma, Jilu and others leave. He knew that the disbandment of the 12 Guardian Ninjas was temporary. One day, the daimyo would know the power of the 12 Guardian Ninjas. It will be very useful. When the time comes, he will reorganize the 12 Guardian Ninjas. Human beings are such contradictory existences. Aizen's split body didn't pursue immediately, and Asuma hadn't separated from Jilu yet, so it would be a bit more troublesome for 1-3. On the other side, with Baizetsu's information, Pain finally met Orochimaru. Orochimaru could really hide. If so many white Zetsus hadn't been deployed, it would have taken several times longer to find him. Now Orochimaru is not in Tan Country, but in Wave Country. He knows that the information about his killing of Kakazu cannot be hidden from the Akatsuki organization. But he doesn't regret it. He has experienced the powerful power, and he will still kill Kakazu if he does it again. Earth resentment and you, what a wonderful power. That loser Kakazu can't bring out the secret of earthly resentment at all. Orochimaru is running away these days while developing the secret technique of blood inheritance. He has mastered several kinds of attribute-changing blood successors, such as the scorching release blood successor that combines wind release and fire release, and the magnetic release blood successor that combines wind release and earth release. Orochimaru was a genius before, but he devoted too much energy to studying other things. Now with the blessing of Yu, he has done what he couldn't do before, and controlled the blood inheritance of attribute changes. Different from the limitations of pupil skills, constitution, and organ types, the blood inheritance of attribute change type can be mastered by people as long as the talent is strong enough. The essence of the sand control technique in Sand Hidden Village is magnetic escape, which is not passed down by blood. The dust release in Yanian Village is a blood inheritance elimination that transcends the limits of blood inheritance. It is not inherited by blood, but is a secret technique that requires a strong enough talent to master. Pen, what a good opponent. Orochimaru launched a decisive attack. He wanted Itachi's Sharingan, and he also wanted Pain's Rinnegan. An earthly resentment mask monster appeared on Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru quickly formed a seal, and the water dragon bullet technique was completed in an instant. A huge water dragon appeared out of thin air. At this time, the mask monster of Earth Resentment spewed a large amount of thunder attribute chakra onto the water dragon. Orochimaru knows that Pain is very strong, but he doesn't know exactly how strong he is. Now he can give it a try. This time, Nagato sent out the 6 paths Pain. You must know that in the past, a Tandao Pain would beat Orochimaru. Many people think that it is not difficult to defeat 6 paths Pain if they know the information about 6 paths Pain. This idea is ridiculous. The power gap is too big, so what if they know the information? Hungry Ghost Dao Pain stepped forward, stretched out his hands to activate the sealing seal, and did not dodge in the face of this powerful compound ninja technique. In Orochimaru's horrified eyes, the huge thunder and water dragon dissipated. The compound ninja technique was undoubtedly terrifying. Except for the more fleshy ninjas, such as Tsunade, Raikage, and Itachi who turned on Suzu, the others faced this move will never be forced. Absorb ninjutsu. Can you even absorb compound ninjutsu? Orochimaru became more and more afraid of Pain. He no longer used ordinary ninjutsu or played with snakes, which were of no use to Pain. At this time Shuradao Pain took action, but Shuradao's style of painting is different from that of the ninja world. I really don't know how he developed ninjutsu. Shuradao's abilities are somewhat similar to various scientific weapons in Tomie's world. The animal path uses psychic techniques to channel many large psychic beasts. This kind of power can completely change the outcome on the battlefield by itself. After dodging Shuradao Pain's missile attack, Okimaru's forehead was covered with cold sweat. It seemed that he still underestimated pain's power, but it was not enough to kill himself. Burning escape, a middle steam kill. Okimaru decisively activated the newly developed burning release, and balls of fire shot towards the 6 paths of pain. The power of burning release was still higher than the composite ninjutsu that combines wind release and fire release. Burning release completely combines the chakras of these two attributes. It can evaporate the water in the opponent's body the moment it comes into contact with him, turning him into a mummy. Okimaru was curious whether the pain just now could absorb this attack. The answer is that it can be absorbed. Hungry Ghost Path pain's absorption ability is very strong. Uchiha Hamadara used Hungry Ghost Path pain's ability to absorb dust release. He can even absorb dust release, and it's just a burning release, not to mention it. The speed of absorbing ninjutsu has become slower. Is it because the attack intensity is stronger than last time, or is it because the blood successor ninjutsu is more difficult to absorb? Okimaru observed very carefully, and new mask monsters appeared on both shoulders, helping him clean up the psychic beasts. The more I fight this psychic beast, the more I fight it. Pain's ability is too incomprehensible. So let's try this. Okimaru began to bombard him with various compound ninjutsu. He knew that there was a limit to Hungry Ghost Path pain's absorption ability. It would take time for him to absorb overly strong ninjutsu. 3 powerful composite ninja techniques blasted towards the 6 paths of pain, and the last one was a super wide fire escape. Okimaru is worthy of being a Sannin as famous as Master Jiraiya. Using the same secret technique, he is much more powerful than Kakashi. Nagato, who secretly controlled pain of the 6 paths, was a little surprised, but it was foolish to challenge him like a god. Nagato controlled Tendo pain to jump to the front. Shinra Tensei. The powerful repulsion pushed out even Okimaru's 3 compound ninjutsus that were comparable to S-level ninjutsu. They were destroyed in an instant by the powerful power of Shinra Tensei. Not only that, the powerful repulsive force also hit Okimaru, knocking him dozens of meters away. Many people think that Jiraiya knows pain's information and can definitely defeat pain. This is too underestimated. It can be said that for other people, this period is not as good as the Shippuden period, but Nagato and 6 paths pain are exceptions. Their power is stronger during this period than during the Shippuden period. Nagato's physical condition at this time is worse than during the Shippuden period. Unlike Shippuden, in the legendary period, the body was completely overstretched by the reincarnation eye, and even if one did not choose the reincarnation technique, he would not be able to live for more than a few years. Vomit. Okimaru decisively activated the Okimaru substitution technique and vomited out one of himself. The art of reincarnation from dirty soil. Okimaru used this powerful forbidden technique to summon the dead to fight for him. Now, the real battle begins. Okimaru vs 6 paths pain using the imperfect reincarnation technique of Earth and the secret technique of Earth resentment. Chapter 18 Terrifying Illusion. The battle between Okimaru and pain officially begins. On the other side, Aizen's split body finally finds Asuma. There is no need to rush to get Jilu's ninjutsu. Since he is staying at the fire temple, he should deal with Asuma first. Asuma, who was on his way, stopped when he saw Aizen's split body. He was very sure that the other party was targeting him. Can someone lose control so quickly? Asuma had long known that his journey back to Konoha would not be peaceful. He was the son of the 3rd generation. He didn't care about this identity, but some people did. In fact, Jilu and another guardian nin wanted to send Asuma to Konoha before they returned to the fire temple, but Asuma refused. For him, this time was a good training that would allow him to take it to the next level. As for death, that's impossible. If you can't beat him, won't he run away? Unless you are a ninja comparable to the 5 cage, you can still escape if you can't beat him. Wind release, wind cut technique. Asuma formed the seal quickly. If the other person dared to come alone, he was either very capable or too arrogant. Asuma is a jounin, and he is still a strong jounin. Many people think that jounin is nothing. In fact, even ninjas from the secret arts family and the blood family, not everyone can become a jounin. Not to mention other villages, even the Konoha ninja village, including the special Jounin. It is hard to say whether there are even 500 ninjas who have reached the Jounin level in the entire village. Therefore, Konoha F4 was very heartbroken after losing so many Jounin at the border, even the Jounin of his own family. Wind release, wind cut technique. Aizen's split body used the same ninjutsu to fight against him. He mainly specializes in genjutsu, which does not mean that he is not good at ninjutsu. The two wind release ninjutsu were exactly the same, even the attack intensity was the same. After they hit each other, they actually melted away, and everything was calm. Are you as good at wind escape as me? Asuma secretly thought, and after finishing speaking, he rushed towards the split body. Unless there were ninjas with particularly large amounts of chakra, other ninjas would not release ninjutsu all the time, but would focus on physical skills and ninjutsu as a supplement. Aizen's split body's physical skills are not strong, and he was kicked away after blocking a few moves. Physical skills are indeed the weak point of these split bodies, including the main body. After all, the real age is only 8 years old. How strong the physical skills can be, it will be better after 2 years, because there are 8 armor evading skills. In fact, relying on this ability of absolute control, Uchiha Tomie opened 2 doors on the first day of practicing 8-door dungeon. Absolute control of this ability allows him to perfectly control himself, so it is easier to open the door. Whether it is the main body or the split body, what he has to do is to improve his own physique. In this way, it is not a big problem to open 6 doors in 2 years, and it is not impossible to open the 7th door. Possible. Fire escape. Ashes accumulate and burn. Asuma naturally understands the principle of pursuing victory. He quickly formed a seal and spit out a ball of high-temperature soot. After the soot fell to the ground, it would cause high-temperature damage to the enemy and explode after lasting for a period of time. Asuma watched Aizen's split body receive this blow from the front, feeling that the outcome was already decided. It's too simple. I thought it would waste a lot of effort. Something is wrong. Even if we're dealing with a stronger Chunin, the battle shouldn't end so quickly. When the smoke cleared, Asuma saw that Aizen's split body had indeed fallen to the ground dead, and he became increasingly uneasy. Illusion solution. I saw a strong amount of chakra radiating from Asuma's body, almost condensing into substance. I finally knew what was wrong. It turned out that he was under an illusion, and when Asuma, who broke free from the genjutsu, saw Aizen's fragmented body shooting towards him, with the kunai aimed at his heart, and he immediately dodged. Stab. The tip of the kunai left a scar on Asuma's right arm. It was really dangerous. If he was slow for a few seconds, Asuma thought he would die. Even a Jounin like Asuma can't get rid of the crispy nature and will be killed by kunai, and will be severely injured if the detonating talisman blows up close to him. Asuma dodged and backed away, keeping distance from Aizen's split body. He asked, "When did you use genjutsu?" Even now, Asuma still can't figure out how he fell under the illusion. Aizen's split body chuckled, "Why do you think you're getting rid of my illusion? How do you know that you are not in my illusion now?" Asuma was startled, but then calmed down and could not be led around by the other party. Asuma ran towards the split body, condensing the wind attribute chakra into his hand, and then punched it out. This is the wind release whirlwind fist. It seems simple, but in fact it is not that easy to practice. This is a B-level ninjutsu. Asuma didn't expect the attack to hit. It was a feint. Wow! Aizen's split body suddenly turned into a woman with red pupils. She vomited blood and fell to the ground after being hit by a ball of wind attribute chakra. Hong, no, it's an illusion. Damn it, when did it activate? I didn't see it was him forming seals at all. Doesn't all his illusions use seals? This illusion skill completely surpasses Senior Zen Hong. Asuma's eyes turned red when he saw Kurenai's body. He knew it was fake, but he still felt uncomfortable. Asuma was struck by the Narakushin technique, which allows people to see the images they fear most in their hearts. Illusion solution. Asuma released the illusion again, murderous intent boiling in his heart. As soon as the illusion was released, Aizen's split body appeared in front of Asuma. He said calmly, "Are you really sure you have resolved my illusion?" Asuma suddenly wondered if this was not a visual illusion, but an auditory illusion. Illusion solution. Asuma closed his eyes to dispel the genjutsu, and then cast a fire ninjutsu that attacked in a wide area. It really works. Asuma heard footsteps. This time the opponent did not receive his ninjutsu head-on, so he was definitely not in the illusion now. Asuma opened his eyes and saw a huge fireball coming towards him, and he immediately dodged. "I've seen through your tricks." Asuma was a little proud. The opponent was obviously a master of illusions but not good at physical skills. As long as he was careful and didn't fall for illusions, this battle would be over soon. In this way, Asuma and the Aizen split body were engaged in an indistinguishable battle. In reality, Aizen's split body stood in front of Asuma. "It seems that I overestimated you. Maybe you can break away from my illusion in the future. Now you are actually not much stronger than Sarutobi Makoto. At most 1.5 Sarutobi Makoto." That's right, except for the first battle, all the subsequent battles were illusions. Until now, Asuma is still in the illusion. At first, the two competed in wind escape, and then in physical skills. Just when Asuma kicked Aizen's split body away, the genjutsu was activated. Genjutsu can be divided into visual illusions, sound illusions and tactile illusions. Aizen's split body is proficient in all three types. When he was kicked away, Aizen's split body activated the tactile illusion, and then the visual illusion. Multiple illusions enveloped Asuma. When Asuma thought he had cracked the genjutsu, he was actually in a new genjutsu. Chapter 19 Death of Asuma. The terrifying thing about Aizen's split body is not the power of a certain illusion, but his control over the illusion. He is not just as simple as you are in performing illusions. When he actually performs illusions, every movement may be an illusion, and even a sound may be his means of activating illusions. In other words, you may see him and just say a word to him, and you will fall into several illusions. Wrapped in multiple illusions, you burst out of one illusion, which is equivalent to walking out of a huge annual ring. There are countless annual rings outside. Such a terrifying split body of Aizen is not so much a master of genjutsu, but rather genjutsu itself. When you meet him, as long as he is willing, you can't tell whether you are in reality or in genjutsu. Asuma was like this. When he kicked Aizen's split body, he was hit by the genjutsu, and when he looked at him, he was hit by the Narukami no Jutsu. Later, the split body of Aizen in the genjutsu hinted at his spirit, while the split body of Aizen in reality maintained the same tone as himself in the genjutsu, and activated the genjutsu through sound. The most powerful one was the one after Naruku saw the genjutsu. Asuma felt that he and Aizen's split body were fighting and couldn't defeat each other quickly. This is an illusion created by Aizen's split body based on other anime. The function of this illusion is that everything in the illusion will develop in the direction that the person who is affected by the trick wants. Therefore, it is difficult for people who have been affected by this trick to realize that they are in the illusion in a short period of time. Let's talk about Asuma. In the illusion, he was about to defeat Aizen's split body, but he still didn't notice anything unusual. On the contrary, he felt that this was the real world, and he was worthy of being a master of illusion, forcing him to this point. Then, it's over. Wind release, wind cutting jutsu. Aizen's split body used the wind release ninjutsu that the two used to fight against each other at the beginning to harvest Asuma's life. When the wind blade cut Asuma in half, the severe pain made him wake up from the illusion, but his life was passing by. The look in his eyes before he died was not resentment, but disbelief. There was such a terrifying illusion master in the ninja world. Even Yukaiha was not as good as this person in illusion. Asuma is not hidden, nor Okimaru, nor Tsunade. He does not have powerful life-saving means, and he will die if he is cut in half. When fighting against Aizen's split body, unless his mental power is far stronger than his, the outcome will be decided when they first meet. You must know that he doesn't even use the Sharingan. Use the waist. Asuma's head is very valuable. It is less than 35 million now, but it is definitely more than 10 million. Also, the information in the brain can be extracted just after the person died. Your ninjutsu. I accept the cultivation experience. Aizen's split body quickly reads Asuma's memory. In fact, The training experience of Jounin is still very useful. Each Jounin has a different perception of the changes in the nature of chakra. Take the essence and discard the dross, and treat chakra. The degree of development of qualitative changes will reach an unimaginable level. However, these are not the jobs of Aizen's split body, but the jobs of Kawakami Tomie's split body. Aizen Genjutsu, Hawkeye swordsmanship, Hancock charm and Aguming. Since then, the development of powerful ninjutsu has been left to Kawakami Tomie's split body. Last time she developed the secret bomb and went to town to eat and prepare to play in the ninja world. As a result, many split bodies thought that she should develop ninjutsu. For other things, they are enough. Damn it. I was obviously the one who came out first. I was obviously the first split body. And I was obviously Tomie Kawakami. Why did I leave the charm thing to Hancock's split body? Tomie Kawakami's split body was very angry, but she couldn't go against her true self. In theory, each split body has the same power and the same talent when it initially splits, but this is not the case. Just like Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique, the shadow clone does not completely listen to Naruto's words. The talent limit of Uchiha Tomie's split body is the same, but the focus is different. Maybe this is the reason why they used transformation techniques to become what they are now, such as Aizen's split body, whose talent is mainly in illusion. You can't exchange Asuma's head for a bounty like this. You have to change your appearance. Although I'm not afraid of Konoha's ninjas, there are still some troubles that will affect my deployment in Tan Country. The current Konoha ninja Aizen's split body is only afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is not afraid of others, not even Metkai. At this time, he cannot open the 8 gates. Since he wants to change into someone else, Aizen's split body will definitely not change casually, and he will take advantage of all available opportunities. Crackling. The bones of the split body are constantly moving, and the internal structure is also fine-tuning, and he has become the Kiriga Kyokijin Momoki's abuser. Speaking of which, the current Zabuza is no longer Zabuza, but the new Tomie. Originally, the Hawkeye split body was going to Cloud Hidden Village, but when he accidentally heard the information about Zabuza, he immediately judged that this was a good candidate. Zabuza's strength was a bit lacking, but his strength could be improved quickly after assimilating into Tomie. The Hawkeye split body didn't do anything. After finding Zabuza, he had a fight with him. During the battle, he accidentally dripped his own blood onto Zabuza's wound. Even a drop of blood can grow into Fujiang. This is the terrifying thing about the ability to reproduce infinitely. In terms of overall strength, Zabuza was not as good as Uchiha Tomie, and his assimilation was completely completed in a few days. Danzo's assimilation is also accelerating. As Uchiha Tomie becomes stronger, the assimilation speed is also faster. Uchiha Tomie can now control Danzo briefly. He didn't do that. It would not be good if he was exposed. Having said that, the fact that the Hawkeye split body was able to find Zabuza so quickly was related to the Tomie Kawakami split body. She developed a perception ninjutsu with a range of 3 kilometers. Compared with Kagura in Sage Mode and the later stage of Kosovo, her eyesight is much worse. But this technique has just been developed, and the split body of Tomie Kawakami who developed this technique is not strong. Indeed, in terms of strength, Kawakami Tomie's split is the second to last among many splits. If you include those clones who were assimilated into Tomie, then she is not the last. Excluding the split body, the current assimilated bodies include Danzo, whose assimilation is in progress, the son of the daimyo of Tano Kuni, and Zabuza, who have completed the assimilation. Among them, the son of the daimyo is the weakest. Aizen's split body transformed into Zabuza and exchanged Asuma's head for a bounty of 20 million at the gold exchange. This caused an uproar in the gold exchange. He was the son of the Hokage. On the other side, Okimaru was reincarnated in the dirt and drew out the third Kazekage and Kakazu to compete with Pain of the 6 Paths. After fighting for a long time, Okimaru figured out the ability of 6 Paths Pain, but Kakazu's soul was taken away by Pain. In the end, Okimaru handed over the Akatsuki organization's ring and promised not to tell anyone else about the Akatsuki organization's plans, so that Pain let him go. Although Orochimaru was at a disadvantage and was injured, Orochimaru still had some relatively powerful Jounin who could be reincarnated in the dirt. He couldn't defeat Pain, but it was enough to escape, so the two sides negotiated. For Pain, Orochimaru is irrelevant. Once the plan is completed, it will be useless no matter how powerful Orochimaru is reincarnated in the dirty land. Moreover, Orochimaru's technique is not perfect, and he was almost broken free by Kakazu and the third Kazekage before. Nagato, who controls Pain, has no idea of the peak power of the ninja world. There is no comparison between Six Paths Pain, Hashirama and Madara. There is one more thing that Pain will let go of Orochimaru. This deadbeat snake's life-saving ability is too strong. If it were Orochimaru Kabuto from the Fourth War, he would have to be killed by Pain. But having said that, Kabuto's collection during the Fourth War is much better than that of Orochimaru. There are so many Orochimaru, even Nagato is Kabuto's collection. Kabuto Oki is not as strong as Kabuto of the Six Paths in terms of hard power, and Pain who relies on dirt reincarnation is no match for Kabuto Oki. Chapter 20 Reaction. Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage of Konoha, died at the hands of Zabuza's abuser. The Kirigakure demon who held a decapitating sword and was a rebel in Kirigakure. This news spread rapidly, because the transaction was completed at the Fire Country's gold exchange, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was the fastest to know the news. Within a few days, the 5 major countries and some well-informed people had learned about this information. Momoki's abuser. Sarutobi Hiruzen said bitterly, it was impossible for his son to die like this. He knew Asuma's strength. The strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen was uneven. But even the strongest one could not kill Asuma. Momoki's abuser is obviously not the strongest. Also, if Asuma can't be beaten, he can't escape. And this was in the land of fire. Asuma could get reinforcements if he persisted for a while, so how could he die? The white-haired man sent the black-haired man to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who almost fainted, and now his son was dead. Collect all recent information on Zabuza. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, he had not completely lost his mind, otherwise he would have directly sent people to kill Zabuza. He is the Hokage and cannot act emotionally. He has to know whether Zabuza is really defecting to Kirigakure or fake defection. This time, whether Zabuza acted on his own or cooperated with others. Whether there is anyone behind him. Yes, the Anbu were moving quickly. The killing of the Hokage's son was no small matter. This was not a time of war. If it is a wartime, let alone the son of the Hokage, even the 5 shadows are in danger. The 3rd generation of Raikage died in the Great War of the Ninja World. Someone is definitely targeting Konoha, even me, Danzo, and Koharu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little irritated. Many of the family ninjas sent out on missions these days had had troubles. The family ninjas in Konoha F4, except for the dormitory family, are slightly better, because this family has many medical ninjas, many of whom work in hospitals. These days, when other split bodies encounter ninjas from the 4 major families, they will send them to the Pure Land. The Kingdom of Iron, the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Waves, the Kingdom of Fields, and the Kingdom of Earth all have split bodies and assimilated bodies, and there are still some split bodies running around. Therefore, the ninjas of the 4 major families did not have accidents every time, but they were almost the same. Not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen's son Asuma die, but Mito Kaiden's son also died. This time it was really not Uchiha Tomie's intention. They accidentally entered the territory of Kawakami Tomie's split, and were accidentally killed by the half-finished ninjutsu she was developing. Even Uchiha Tomie and Kawakami Tomie's split bodies didn't know that Mito Kaiden's son was killed by them. Zabuza's assimilated form far away in the country of Yu has black lines all over his head. He doesn't need to think about it to know that this pot was dumped on him by Aizen's split body, because the mission given to Aizen's split body is to kill Asuma. Whether it is a split body or an assimilated body, the moment it is born, it has the memory of all previous split bodies and assimilated bodies. That's okay, use them to hone my strength. Zabuza was very confident. In fact, Zabuza was not weak. The Hawkeye split body had some difficulty fighting him. Zabuza's poor performance in Naruto is the reason why he appeared too early. In fact, Zabuza was the one who successfully escaped after failing to assassinate the fourth Mizukage, the perfect Jinchuriki. Don't look at it as a failure, it's actually amazing. Even if he faces the cage, Zabuza can still fight. Although he will lose, Zabuza's power is stronger than that of the parallel sixth Mizukage in the future. Now, Zabuza has become an assimilated body, and all aspects have been strengthened. Although it was born not long ago, in terms of overall strength, Zabuza's split body has surpassed other split bodies. For example, in 8-Gate Dungeon, other split forms cannot open too many gates now, but Zabuza's split body can forcefully open the 7th gate by relying on its strong physical fitness and kaleidoscope ability. Doing this will leave injuries on the body that ordinary people cannot heal, but this injury is nothing to Tomie, so it is nothing to Zabuza's assimilated body who also has Tomie's abilities. Asuma's death still saddened many people, such as the ninjas who are his contemporaries. The look in the Raikage and Tsuchikage's eyes was very playful. What a good show. They didn't know Zabuza's specific strength, but as the 7 ninja swordsmen, they were not something ordinary ninjas could deal with. They hoped that Zabuza would kill a few more Konoha Jonin. Not to mention Sunagakure village. Kirigakure village is unable to protect itself, and the 4th Mizukage is controlled by Obito. Uchiha Tomie of the ninja school sneered in his heart. The death of the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan is not enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen truly heartbroken, but what about the pain of losing a son? There is no need to target the F4 family next. They have suffered enough losses. If they continue like this, there is no guarantee that they will not find out anything. It is time to stop for a while and improve their strength. Uchiha Tomie has suspended his revenge. If the power of the 4 major families is weakened too much and Konoha's power is weakened again, Kumogakure will definitely start a war. He wants revenge, but he has not lost his mind and will not involve people who don't want to do it. Moreover, killing with a soft knife is more torturous and terrifying. It won't be long before Denzo will be completely assimilated. At that time, the real revenge against Konoha F4 will begin. Now it is just a small fight. Following the order of Tomie Uchiha, except for Zabuza's assimilated body, other split bodies and assimilated bodies concentrated on training. Even Hancock's split body found a place to lurk. The sun sets and school is over soon. The students were in 2s and 3s, with only a few being alone. Most of the students were discussing Asuma's death. I guess that Zabuza must be besieging Asuma-sama with others. Maybe it was a sneak attack. The ninjas and Kirigakure are no match for us in Konoha. I think Zabuza will be captured in a few days. The students don't know that much. They only know that Konoha is the most powerful ninja village. Does it matter how strong Zabuza is? The son who can kill Lord Hokage is not too weak in strength, but once the ninjas of Konoha are dispatched, they will die if they don't kill him. There is nothing that Konoha ninjas and villagers dare not discuss. Even White Fang and Naruto dare to discuss it. There is nothing they dare not discuss. Naruto, Sasuke and Tomie finished school together. Perhaps due to the destined entanglement between Indra and Asura, Naruto and Sasuke quickly formed a bond. Different from the original work, Naruto is now guided by Kakashi and is quite strong. He is the only one in the class who can compete with Sasuke, so Sasuke naturally looks at him differently. Even the son of Hokage cannot escape the fate of death. For ninjas, in the end, the only thing they can rely on is their own strength, and their identity comes later. Sasuke, the only thing we can rely on is ourselves. Become stronger. Otherwise we may not see each other. Weasel was killed when he arrived. Uchiha Tomie took the opportunity to preach to Sasuke. His mouth escape was not very powerful, but he invisibly released illusions. This did not directly change his mind, but a psychological suggestion. Yes, we must have strong power. Only with strong power can I become Hokage and protect everyone. Naruto felt offended. He was also the son of the Hokage, but the son of the 4th generation. Then he loudly declared his ideals, and Tomie didn't understand. Having a kaleidoscope, he knew that Naruto had not hit the other gods. If so, Why could Naruto be so optimistic? His living environment was worse than that of Sasuke, who was exterminated. It was really incomprehensible. The three of them took different paths and eventually parted ways, which seemed to mean something. Chapter 21 Kakashi vs Zabuza. Is there no one behind you? In that case, just send a team of Anbu to deal with Zabuza. To be on the safe side, let Kakashi lead the team. A few days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the intelligence from the Anbu and quickly ordered that Zabuza must die because this was a provocation to Konoha. Asuma had so much bounty on his head, why didn't anyone kill him? Is it true that no one could kill him? No, it's because anyone who can kill Asuma is afraid of Konoha behind him. Except for people like Kakazu, no one will kill Asuma specifically for the bounty. Asuma can deal with those stupid weak ninjas by himself. What a pity. Who made Asuma's father Hiruzen Sarutobi offend Uchiha Tomie? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't send Jiraiya. Except for such trivial matters, there was no need to send out Jiraiya. What's more, he had some assigned Jiraiya. Originally, he wanted to step down as Hokage and let Jiraiya become the 5th generation. However, because the family suffered a lot of losses and Asuma died, he changed his mind. Jiraiya, I will make you Hokage, but not now. Wait a few years. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking, but the more he smoked, the more depressed he became. He wanted to serve as Hokage for a few more years to restore some strength to his family. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know that Uchiha Tomie was also calculating the position of Hokage. He wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to lose his reputation and voluntarily resign as Hokage. No one would have thought that a series of recent events would be related to Tomie, the 8-year-old Uchiha. At this time, Jiraiya was no longer in Konoha. He went to the ninja world to collect materials. Originally, he wanted to collect materials in Konoha, but he couldn't stay in Konoha because there were too many irritating things. He was relieved to see that Minato and Kushina's son was doing well under Kakashi's care. Things were not as good as Jiraiya saw, but did Jiraiya really care? Maybe he cares, but in his mind, Konoha is the most important, and its importance is still above other things, and above Orochimaru and Tsunade. That night, Kakashi said goodbye to Naruto because he was going on a mission. Kakashi, are you going to deal with Zabuza? You must be careful and come back. Naruto knew that Kakashi was a jonin. Kakashi suddenly had to perform a mission at this time. It must have something to do with Zabuza, because Kakashi stopped performing the mission after taking care of him. Kakashi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm very strong. Practice hard when I'm not around, otherwise Sasuke will catch up." Kakashi had heard about Zabuza, and he felt that Zabuza must not have reached the level of the 5 cages. No matter how strong he was, he would still be about 50-50 equal to him. He had Anbu to help him, so this mission was not particularly difficult. Yeah, I'll try my best. Naruto hopes that Kakashi can come back safely. For Naruto, Kakashi's status in his heart has surpassed that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect. Little Naruto knows that his 3rd-generation grandfather is good to him, and Kakashi is also good to him. Many people are good to him after knowing that he is the son of the 4th generation. But Naruto can distinguish which people are more sincere and pure. Little Naruto had a lot of doubts in his heart. He didn't understand why, except for Kakashi, there was anyone who was more kind to him than Grandpa Hokage. 3 days later, Kakashi led 3 Anbu to find Zabuza. Kakashi was very confused. This guy Zabuza actually dared to come to the Land of Fire. He was very brave. Sharingan Kakashi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zabuza's assimilated body said coldly that he came to the Land of Fire specifically. After knowing that Kakashi was leading the team, he went out. This was Uchiha Tomie's arrangement. There are spies in Konoha, or is there someone plotting against me? Is it Danzo? Why? Is it because of the Sharingan? Just one word from the assimilated body made Kakashi think a lot. This is the instinctive habit of smart people. The plan has changed. Capture Zabuza alive. I'll be the main attack, and you guys will govern me. After Kakashi said that, he fired a shuriken, and his whole body shot out like a sharp arrow. Zabuza's assimilated body swung the decapitating sword, not to chop but to strike horizontally, and slapped the shuriken away with a clang, and swatted it viciously at Kakashi. There was just a bang, and a piece of wood was broken directly under the beheading sword. This was a substitute technique, and Kakashi himself ran away without knowing where. Whoosh whoosh. 3 kunai were shot at Zabuza's assimilated body from different directions, and the Anbu watched without hesitation. Detonating charm? Zabuza's assimilated body easily avoided it with a teleportation technique. All 3 kunai carried detonating talismans and could not be intercepted by force. Wind release, wind cut technique. Wind release a middle dot vacuum jade. Fire release a middle dot dragon fire technique. The 3 Anbu cooperated very well. From the beginning, they did not expect that the kunai carrying the detonating talisman could kill Zabuza. Kakashi didn't take action at this time. A water prison was seen rising from the ground to protect Zabuza. This ninjutsu used to trap people turned into a defensive ninjutsu at this moment. 3 ninjutsus barely broke the water prison, but the stamina was insufficient, and Kakashi still did not take action. Kakashi watched the battle between the 4 of them. From Kakashi's perspective, Zabuza was indeed powerful and could even crush a fireball with one strike. This strength is indeed stronger than him, but it is impossible to kill Asuma. Others don't know Asuma, but Kakashi knows that his teleportation technique is relatively fast among Jounin. It is said that he is still developing the wind escape chakra mode. Zabuza's power is enough to defeat Asuma, but it is very difficult to kill him. Disaster. The 3 Anbu ninjas were having a hard time facing the attack of Zabuza's assimilated body. Even if they were not facing the strengthened assimilated body, but Zabuza himself not long ago, these Anbu ninjas could only barely survive, and it was impossible to defeat Zabuza. Of Kakashi, we agreed that you would be the main attack, but you just fainted and hid. The 3 Anbu were a little unhappy. Although they knew that Kakashi had his own plans, they were still unhappy when they should be. They knew in their hearts that they didn't agree with it emotionally. Suddenly, blue thunder suddenly appeared. At this moment, Kakashi's speed reached the extreme. The violent power of thunder appeared in his hand. This is Kakashi's signature skill, Reikiri. It is said that he used this technique to cut off the thunder and lightning in the sky, and the powerful Reikiri directly hit the heart of the assimilated body. The Anbu ninja suddenly felt that he was worthy of Kakashi, and now everything should be over. Zabuza's assimilated body covered the decapitating sword with highly condensed water attribute chakra, and used the decapitating sword to block Reikiri. Thunder's speed is very fast, and Kakashi has a good grasp of the fighter. However, Zabuza's assimilated body was on guard against Kakashi from the beginning. Kakashi disappeared for more than 10 seconds, so he used the perception ninjutsu and it was always on, so Kakashi's every move was under his control. It's a bit of a waste of chakra to activate the sensory ninjutsu like this, but the speed of using the sensory ninjutsu to consume chakra is not as fast as he can recover chakra. In this way, the Reikiri used by Kakashi, who has mastered the change of the nature of the thunder attribute chakra versus the assimilated form of Zabuza, who holds the decapitating sword and has mastered the change of the water attribute chakra, who is better. According to the original trajectory, the two would have a duel with the water dragon bullet technique. Because of Tomie, everything changed. Chapter 22 Empathy. Click. After a stalemate for a while, it was Kairi who came out on top, and the decapitating sword was directly penetrated. Kakashi immediately attacked. The speed was so fast that Zabuza's assimilated body couldn't defend itself even after it reacted, unless he used Suzu. I was careless. I knew I should have been more serious. I can only say that it is a 50-50 split. At the critical moment, the assimilated body moved, and the heart was not penetrated by Reikiri, but the right chest was penetrated. Kakashi pulled out his right hand and stepped back sharply. For a powerful ninja, even if he is seriously injured, he cannot ignore it. As long as the chakra is still there, you have to be careful. Who knows whether the other party will use some powerful forbidden techniques to kill you together. 3 Anbu surrounded Zabuza's assimilated form. Like Kakashi, they were not too close. As expected of Kakashi, It seems that Hokage-sama was right to send you out. An old Anbu praised that even though he was more than 10 years older than Kakashi, he was still not as strong as Kakashi. Not only is he not as good as Kakashi now, he is not as good as Kakashi in the past, and he is even worse than Kakashi in the future. Kakashi himself is a legend. There are so many Jounin in the ninja world, but only a few are truly famous, and Kakashi is one of them. Zabuza's assimilated body looked at the decapitating sword in his hand and saw that it was broken. It can only be said that it is worthy of being called the broken sword beheading sword. The name is indeed correct. It is the toughest among the 7 ninja swords. Its only advantage is that it absorbs blood and restores the gap. The assimilated body did not move, just stood there. His injuries were recovering rapidly, and even the pierced chest was healing. This kind of ability is not good and cannot wait. Kakashi's expression changed drastically. Although he didn't know what the price of the opponent's recovery from injuries would be, this ability was enough to turn the tide of the battle. Think about it, 2 ninjas used their trump card to prepare to die together. Both of them were seriously injured and dying, but one of them survived due to his strong recovery ability, and he became the winner. Kakashi formed a seal quickly, and a huge fireball spit out. Facing the huge fireball, Zabuza's assimilated body did not dodge at all. He raised the half-remaining decapitation sword and slashed it viciously. Before the blade even touched the fireball, the extremely rich water attribute chakra began to melt the fireball. The entire fireball dissipated quickly. Yes, it dissipated, rather than being chopped and scattered. Water can overcome fire. Kirigakure no Jutsu. As the thick fog appeared, everything was covered in white, and the figure of Zabuza's assimilated form quickly disappeared. The 4 of Kakashi quickly leaned together to avoid being defeated by each one. Which of you is good at wind release? Try using wind release. Great breakthrough, Kakashi said. He saves his chakra and cannot waste it. The Sharingan consumes his chakra all the time. In fact, Kakashi really has a lot of chakra. Without the restraint of the Sharingan, he wouldn't have lost chakra after just a few ninjutsu. Wind escape a middle. Great breakthrough. 2 Anbu ninjas who were good at wind escape quickly followed suit. The wind was howling and did blow away some of the fog, but overall visibility was still very low. Everyone, be careful. Although the Kirigakure Jutsu is only a D-level ninjutsu, Zabuza is very good at this ninjutsu. His silent killing technique has killed many Jounin. Kakashi knows that a low level of ninjutsu does not mean that the ninjutsu is poor. A low level of ninjutsu can only mean that it is difficult to learn. When it comes to real fighting, as long as it is used well, the basic 3 body skills can also play a role in turning the tide of the battle. Suddenly, Kakashi sensed a powerful chakra reaction. He closed his palms and quickly struck the ground with a seal, and an earthen wall carved with a dog's head rose from the ground. At this time, a water dragon hit the earth wall quickly and fiercely, and the earth wall collapsed. Quickly defend, don't dodge. Don't separate, Kakashi shouted loudly. The Anbu didn't know what was going on, so they could only do as they were told. One after another, water dragons rushed towards Kakashi and the 4 of them. If it weren't for the Kirigakure Jutsu, Kakashi would definitely have people dispersed. Now it's even more dangerous to disperse in this situation. On the other side, Zabuza's assimilated body has a headache. It's not easy to take down Kakashi, and he can't kill him yet. Using the 8-gate dungeon will definitely defeat Kakashi, but this is not in line with Zabuza's setting. My mission is to undercover the Akatsuki organization. Using Konoha's forbidden technique will make my mission more difficult. Mysterious bombs won't work either, they're too powerful. I can't just use my beauty to turn my desires into desires. There's abusive fused body shuddered at the thought. He was not as evil as Hancock's split body. By this time, all his injuries were healed, and his recovery ability was quite strong. Then, I can only use the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability. Speaking of which, I can absolutely control this ability. I can use it with other splinter bodies quite smoothly. I feel that I have never used this ability before. I happen to be in a thick fog right now and will not be exposed. Sharingan. The assimilated body can hide in the dark and launch attacks from time to time to kill Kakashi and others, But this takes a lot of time, and this time is a bit long, and there may be variables. Everyone, hang on. Although Zabuza is powerful, he doesn't have that much chakra. Even the Hokage cannot squander chakra so unscrupulously, Kakashi said loudly. The water dragon bullets came one after another, with only a few seconds between them. With such high density release of ninjutsu, the opponent would not be able to hold on for long. Kakashi underestimated the amount of chakra in Zabuza's assimilated body. Zabuza's own chakra amount was even inferior to Kakashi's, but after being assimilated into Tomie, his chakra increased day by day, and now his chakra is close to 2 card. The most important thing is to get back blue quickly. The assimilated body did not attack, but his shadow clone did. He opened the Mangekyou ring Sharingan and glanced at Kakashi from a distance of more than 10 meters. The kaleidoscope ability is activated, the ability to empathize is activated, and the two parties successfully contract. To be precise, the injuries of Zabuza's assimilated body will be synchronized to Kakashi's body, but Kakashi's injuries will not be synchronized to Zabuza's body. Then, let's begin. After speaking, Zabuza's assimilated body picked up a kunai and stabbed his heart. He missed the target. According to the wishes of the master, Kakashi cannot die. Kakashi is the tool used by Uchiha Tomie to indirectly torture Obito, and the same goes for Sasuke. With Tomie's current ability, it is not difficult to kill Sasuke without exposing himself. Kakashi, who was on guard, fainted. He knelt on the ground weakly. He felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a sharp object. He felt so sleepy and wanted to sleep. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Leave me alone. Be on guard. Zabuza may have mastered an invisible attack method, or some weird secret technique. He won't be able to hold on for long. He is now making his last attempt. Zabuza's split body ignored the conversation of Kakashi and others. He aimed at the Anbu. Feeling that this ability could only target one person, he switched the target from Kakashi to the Anbu. He raised the kunai again, and just for a moment, the injury to his heart healed. Stab. The sharp blade penetrates the body. It hurts so much. The Anbu fell down quickly. This Anbu was from the sleeping clan, so the assimilated body was directly aimed at the heart, and the Anbu died immediately. Chapter 23 Seizing the Divine Sharingan. What kind of ability? It's so weird. No wonder Asuma died in his hands. The two uninjured Anbu were even more panicked. This was even weirder than the Imanaka clan's mind-turning technique. Kakashi forcibly cheered up, opened his Sharingan, and wanted to find the flaws in this technique for the two Anbu. Zabuza's assimilated body raised the kunai again. For him, even if his heart is gone, he will not die, but it will only affect his fighting performance. Forget it. If they are all seriously injured, it is impossible to return to Konoha. In Kakashi's condition, Shadow Clone Jutsu. The assimilated body put away the kunai and turned to the Shadow Clone technique. Boom. Boom. Two Shadow Clones appeared, and the three of them rushed towards Kakashi. The two Anbu ninjas who were still capable of fighting breathed a sigh of relief. What they feared the most was the invisible attack. At this time, Kakashi stood up staggeringly, as if I could still be 50-50. The two Anbu and the Shadow Clones fought together. Kakashi stood there stunned. He was hit by a genjutsu. Ah! Kakashi screamed again. His Sharingan was forcefully dug out, and the pain caused him to break away from the genjutsu, but he was injured too seriously, adding to the injuries, and he fainted. I got the stuff. I won't play with you anymore. After Zabuza said the assimilation, he was ready to run away. Of course, he couldn't run away like this. Instead, he acted as an actor for a while. The assimilation body showed that after using the forbidden technique, the sequelae were somewhat serious. Both Shadow Clones were blown up by the Anbu. The injury was too serious and he could only retreat temporarily. The two Anbu looked at each other and gave up the idea of pursuing. Kakashi was now seriously injured and unconscious. If the two of them pursued together, Kakashi would be in danger. If one person is chasing someone while looking at Kakashi, then the person chasing him is in danger. Even if Zabuza is injured, he is not comparable to them. Evacuate first. Contact other Anbu in the Land of Fire and ask them to send medical ninjas over. Nothing will happen to Kakashi. The older Anbu made a quick decision, then briefly checked Kakashi's injury and treated it. One of the two Anbu was carrying Kakashi, and the other was carrying the body of another Anbu colleague. This mission ended in failure. The Anbu felt that in order to deal with Zabuza, at least 3 teams of Anbu had to be mobilized, because Zabuza's power would definitely increase after he obtained Kakashi's Sharingan. Zabuza's assimilated body ran for a while and then stopped running. He knew that the Anbu would not chase him. With this powerful Sharingan, it will be much easier to deal with Obito. Zabuza's assimilated body came here just for this Sharingan. There is no way. Obito's Kamui Sharingan's ability is too bad. Even Uchiha Madara can only use Kamui Mangekyo to deal with Kamui Mangekyo. If Uchiha Madara had other methods, why would he need to capture Kakashi's Sharingan in the original work? The magical functions of the Kamui Sharingan are more than that. Even if others have this Sharingan, they only have one more space pupil technique. But I are different. We can use absolute control of this ability to accelerate the use of Kamui's space ability. Master it, understand the power of the divine space better than Obito himself, and learn the art of flying Thunder God. Zabuza's assimilated body dug out his left eye and replaced it with Kakashi's Sharingan. The own Sharingan in his hand was directly shattered by him. He did not need to split a new Tomie now. The Sharingan rotated quickly and turned into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Feeling the power of the divine space, Zabuza felt that his combat power had at least doubled. The space ability was too buggy. Soon, the rotating kaleidoscope turned into an ordinary eye. When Zabuza was assimilated, his bloodline became Uchiha Tomie's bloodline. Therefore, after Zabuza's assimilated body was replaced with Kakashi's Sharingan, his eyes could be opened and closed freely, unlike Kaka's consuming chakra all the time. Next, be careful with Obito Uchiha. He won't grab his eyes if they are on Kakashi, but he will definitely grab them if his eyes are on me. Zabuza's assimilated body doesn't pay much attention to Obito after he has the Kamui Mangekyo. Obito's power lies in the fact that his Kamui ability is very intractable. Once the Kamui is broken, Obito is no threat and is easier to deal with than the 5 cages. The assimilated body felt that it might be possible to recover some interest from Obito first. However, this battle also shows that when I don't use the abilities of 8-Gate Dungia and other split bodies, my combat effectiveness is not strong. The reason why I am ahead of other split bodies and assimilated bodies is because of 8-Gate Dungia. It seems that I need to strengthen my water escape and sword skills. Perhaps because of the assimilation of Zabuza, this assimilated body's talents focus on sword skills and water escape. Except for Uchiha Tomie himself, even if others use the ability of absolute control to learn the abilities developed by other split bodies, they will not be able to exert the same power as the developer. For example, other split bodies can learn the illusion of Aizen's split body, but if they want to be able to release the illusion with every move like Aizen's split body, just like the illusion itself, that is completely impossible. Only the main body is special. In fact, only the talent of the split body is closest to the original self. Those assimilated bodies may have a higher starting point, but their potential is not as good as that of the split body. The bloodline of the split body is exactly the same as that of the original body. The assimilated body is based on the bloodline of the original body and the bloodline of the assimilated person. It can only be said that both have their own advantages. There is no need to stay in the land of fire. The Sharingan is in hand. Many people are interested in this Sharingan that is not in the hands of Konoha. In addition to Obito, there will be other people looking for me. There is no shortage of opponents to hone myself. After thinking about it, the assimilated body left the country of fire. It would be bad if it was besieged by too many masters. There is no Shiro around Zabuza's assimilated body. The current assimilated body is not suitable to take him, so Shiro was sent to Aizen's split body. At this point in time, Haku had not been with Zabuza for long. Haku couldn't realize that Zabuza was no longer the same Zabuza, and the two of them didn't have such a deep bond. Not only Shiro, but also the phosphorus was taken away. With the strength of Aizen's split body, it would be too easy to take the phosphorus away from the Kusanagi village. Karen is very useful. If in the later stage, The sensory ninjutsu developed by Kawakami Tomie's split body is not as good as Karen's Kigura Hatai, then it will be necessary to temporarily possess Karen. As long as the assimilation is not completely completed, Tomie Uchiha can terminate the assimilation, so Kozo will be fine. Uchiha Tomie in Konoha Ninja School is still refining chakra, and he has a lot of chakra. Others must be careful when refining chakra. Refining too much at one time will damage the cells. He doesn't need to worry so much. Even if there is loss, he has the ability to regenerate at a super speed, so he is not afraid. Did you get Kakashi's Sharingan? You need to get the Flying Thunder God technique quickly. Although it's safe in Konoha, it's still inconvenient to practice it. Uchiha Tomie wanted to fuse the kaleidoscope to open the eternal kaleidoscope, but he had many constraints in Konoha, so he had to forget it. He could only wait for Danzo to be completely assimilated before he could safely fuse and open the eternal kaleidoscope in Konoha. It seems that the key point in going around is still Danzo. If you want to learn to fly Thunder God, you have to rely on Danzo. If you want to integrate the eternal kaleidoscope, you have to go to Danzo's roots, so that no one will find out. Even the follow-up of Konoha F4 Revenge also requires Danzo. However, Tomie Uchiha felt that the split body could activate the eternal kaleidoscope first. If he could not master the split body 100%, he would not dare to let the split body do this. Chapter 24 Kakashi regains his faith. Konoha Technician Sharingan. Kakashi's Sharingan was snatched away by Kirigakure's rebel ninja's abuser. This news quickly spread in the ninja world. As expected of a being who could assassinate the fourth Mizukage and escape unscathed, people in the ninja world are lamenting how powerful Zabuza is, and the power Zabuza has shown is not as good as Kage, but it is not easy for Kage to defeat him. Compared to people who don't know the situation, Konoha's senior officials are more afraid of Zabuza. By comparing Kakashi's wounds with those of another dead Anbu, the Anbu ninjas found that both were suddenly attacked in the heart. According to their judgment, the wounds were very similar to those caused by being stabbed by a kunai. Kakashi was lying in Konoha Hospital, and Naruto skipped class to see him. Naruto was concerned about Kakashi, but he didn't know what to say. He couldn't say it was great that you were okay. Kakashi didn't look like he was okay at all. He was lying half dead, and one of his eyes was missing. From Sharingan Kakashi to one-eyed Kakashi. Naruto, don't worry, I will be discharged from the hospital soon. Also, have you forgotten what I said? In addition to ninjutsu, theoretical knowledge must not be left behind. Ninja battles do not rely solely on ninjutsu, but also use their brains. Kakashi was a little serious, but his voice was a little low due to his heart injury. Naruto said he knew and left reluctantly. Naruto's theoretical scores are slowly improving. Kakashi is a genius. He is determined to teach Naruto, and it must be all-round teaching. After Naruto left, Kakashi sighed. He looked at the ceiling, clenched his fists, and shouted in his heart, "Those are the eyes Obito gave me. I want to take them back no matter what." The idea of AA becoming stronger reappeared. If we talk about taking care of Naruto, and then coaching Naruto, Sasuke, and Tomie as a jounin, it only cheered Kakashi up a little. At that moment, Kakashi's idea of AA becoming stronger was more determined than ever. This is the world of Naruto, and this is the power of bonds. I need to practice Hatake swordsmanship again. Kakashi recalled the scene of the battle with Zabuza. Zabuza had the ability to quickly recover from his injuries. It was initially judged to be a secret technique. Zabuza relied on this secret technique to recover, and then used other secret techniques to severely injure himself, and also killed another Anbu, but he consumed too much, so he grabbed the Sharingan and left immediately. Kakashi didn't know how much Zabuza's secret technique consumed or what its weaknesses were, but he felt that he could chop off Zabuza's head with the thunder technique. He didn't believe that Zabuza would still be alive like this, so he needed to practice the Hatake sword again. Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen from the Hokage Tower looked very gloomy. Not only did he fail to kill Zabuza this time, but he actually achieved Zabuza's reputation. The only ninja in Konoha who is stronger than Kakashi now is probably Matkai. As the Hokage, It is impossible for Hiruzen Sarutobi not to know Metaka's record, so he knows how powerful the 8-gate dungeon is. But Zabuza's ability is too weird. Although Metaka is strong, his IQ is not enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat missed the days when White Fang was available, the Sennin were available, Uekai Hashizui and Uekai Huitachi were available. It would not be a problem for any of these people to deal with Zabuza. But now these people Itachi is undercover. Except for Jiraiya, who is reluctantly obedient, the others are dying, defecting, or leaving the village if they don't defect. He can't assign them at all. It seems that we can only risk human lives. Although Zabuza is powerful, based on the feedback from Kakashi and the other three, Zabuza is not powerful enough to be able to fight against many Jonin by himself. He will die under the human seat tactic. Thinking of consumables, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Danzo and his roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and decided to send a small team of Anbu and 3 teams of roots. 16 people were enough. Doesn't he know if others don't know? There are many ninjas from secret arts families among Danzo's roots. He had no intention of discussing with Danzo and directly asked the Anbu to pass the message. In the name of Hokage, after receiving the notice from the Anbu, Danzo's face was so gloomy that he could shed tears. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't come through this order, he had already thought of what Hiruzen Sarutobi always emphasized: I am the Hokage. HMPH. Sarutobi, you won't be proud for long. Danzo was decisive, and directly sent out the deer and butterfly combination in the route. In addition, he also sent out many powerful Jonin. It can be said that Danzo from all the secret arts families in Konoha has recruited people, with the exception of Hyuga, the blood successor family. This is an opportunity. Danzo whispered that he was very interested in Zabuza's secret technique, and he wanted the Sharingan in Zabuza's hand that belonged to Kakashi. In Sunagakure village, Raza's desire for the Sharingan is not that great. More importantly, unless she takes action, Granny Chio will have to take action. Otherwise, Raza feels that even if she sends 10 Jounin, she won't be able to get the Sharingan back. The hard-working Raza refines placer gold and barely maintains the operation of Sunagakure village. From time to time, he has to suppress the first Jinchuriki, his own son. Sometimes he feels that his role is really frustrating. In Kirigakure village, Ao discovered that the 4th Mizukage had been manipulated, and with the help of Ao and others, the illusion was lifted. The current 4th Mizukage wanted to die, but was stopped because Kirigakure was too weak. Perhaps we can snatch this Sharingan. After Mizukage-sama replaces it, he will no longer be controlled by the Sharingan. The top management of Kirigakure came up with this idea. Instead of letting the 4th Mizukage commit suicide, it would be better to let him live to atone for his sins. Kirigakure couldn't keep fussing. Yes, Kirigakure village is too weak now. If it were not for the special environment of Kirigakure village, it would have been invaded by now. Of course, even if Kirigakure village is as weak as it is now due to the blood mist policy, it is still stronger than Sunagakure village. The cloud-hidden village doesn't value the Sharingan that much. Compared to the Sharingan, the 4th Raikage AI wants to have the Byakugan more. This is also related to the fact that AI doesn't understand the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Darui, I leave this matter to you. The main thing is to protect yourself. Capturing the Sharingan is not that important. The 4th Raikage AI ordered that he valued Darui very much and sent him this time with the intention of training him. After all, Zabuza was a very good opponent. In Iwagakure village, Onoki, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage who has met Uchiha Hamadara, knows how powerful the Sharingan is. What a pity. It's just the 3 Magatama Sharingan, not the legendary Kaleidoscope, and it's not worth fighting. Onoki sent his son Huangtu, who said something similar to AI. And Zabuza has officially caught Akatsuki's eye. Why didn't the Akatsuki organization win over Zabuza before? It was because White Zetsu collected intelligence. Nagato knew that Zabuza was not that powerful and not qualified to join Akatsuki. Now that Zabuza has defeated Sharingan Kakashi and 3 Anbu ninjas, he is barely qualified to join Akatsuki, but the specifics depend on Pain's intentions. Orochimaru's defection and Kakuto's death resulted in the loss of two men at once, leaving a huge vacancy. Obito was very angry. He hid in the Kamui space alone and shouted, "Trash Kakashi, you are the same trash as always. You can't even protect my eyes." Obito was thinking about taking back the Sharingan. Once he takes back the Sharingan, his power will at least double. If nothing else, Suzu is not weak. Chapter 25 Eternal Kaleidoscope. Many forces were affected by Zabuza's assimilated body, and he was fusing the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan. He was not the only one, except for the daimyo's son's assimilated body and Danzo's assimilated body that had not yet completely assimilated Danzo. Everyone else was fusing the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan. The so-called Eternal Mangekyou Ring Sharingan is the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan that will never go blind. Except for Indra, only Uchiha Madara opened the Eternal Kaleidoscope by transplanting his brother's Mangekyou Ring Sharingan. Later, Sasuke will transplant Itachi's eyes to open the Eternal Kaleidoscope. If I pull out my own kaleidoscope, regrow the kaleidoscope Sharingan through super speed, and then pull it out and replace it, there is a high chance that I will not be able to open the Eternal Kaleidoscope. The guess is that those assimilated bodies have already pulled out their own kaleidoscopes, and after a while, new kaleidoscopes grew out. The split bodies buttoned up again and replaced the previous kaleidoscope. Sure enough, the pupil power has not increased at all. You cannot open the Eternal Kaleidoscope simply by changing your own eyes. Many split bodies have long expected this result. If the Eternal Kaleidoscope is so easy to open, then Uchiha Nobu's eyes are Eternal Kaleidoscopes, not ordinary kaleidoscopes. Nobu Uchiha used Orochimaru's technology and then used his own cells to create many clones. Then it can only be like this. The kaleidoscopes that have appeared in the past 100 years are basically defective eyes. The split bodies knew that Indra, the ancestor of Uchiha, did not have his brother Mangekyou transplanted to him, so he was a perfect Mangekyou from the beginning. The descendants of Indra are not as good as Indra, so the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan is defective. It is necessary to transplant the brother's Mangekyou Ring Sharingan to make up for the genetic defect, and to integrate the pupil power of the eye, so as to make up for the defect and let his own bloodline is closer to Indra, and he can obtain the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan that will never go blind. The split body also knows a saying that Indra was born with the three Magatama Sharingan eyes. He did not have a kaleidoscope. He used the three Magatama Sharingan eyes to open the complete Suzu. Regardless of whether this statement is true or false, it does not help the current split body at all. Although I don't know how Madara Uchiha turned on the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Is there a special secret technique to deal with these two pairs of eyes? Or just transplanting the eyes of my younger brother Izuna? But it doesn't matter, I have my own method. The split bodies had the same idea, and all opened the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan. The same was true for Zabuza's assimilated body. He had taken off Kakashi's eyes before and replaced them with his own kaleidoscope. Only the double-eyed kaleidoscope can fully exert the power of the kaleidoscope. Absolute control. The split forms and Zabuza's assimilated forms all use the ability of the kaleidoscope. The peculiarity of this ability is that it has 100% control over its own power. The Mangekyou Ring Sharingan that was previously taken down is also its own power. With the ability of absolute control, the power of the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan that was taken down slowly flows into the eyes of the split body. Under the absolute control of this pupil technique, the two pupil powers began to converge and merge. They came from the same source, and were even exactly the same, and were not mutually exclusive at all. Boom. The split body and Zabuza's assimilated body feel that their bodies are very sore, their eye power and chakra have improved a lot, and the most important thing is the leap forward in the essence of life, and their bloodline seems to be more pure. Absolute control and empathy. The split body has no enemies, but he uses the pupil technique arbitrarily, wanting to test how far his eyes can be improved. The side effects are indeed smaller than before, but they cannot reach the level of the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Even if Suzu has not been activated, this kind of pupil power will never be able to activate the complete Suzu. The split body didn't panic at all. The worst it could do was dig out its eyes a few more times. The Mangekyo Sharingan in the hands of the split body lost its pupil power and turned into an ordinary eye. The split bodies moved in unison, and fire attribute chakra surged into the palm, destroying the eye. After a minute, the splinters dug out their own Mangekyo ring Sharingan again, and when the Sharingan in their eye sockets grew out, they once again used their absolute control to absorb the power of the Mangekyo ring Sharingan in their hands. Soon, the kaleidoscope in his hand turned into an ordinary eye again, and the pupil power began to fuse again. Suddenly, all the split bodies trembled. They felt a heartbreaking pain, and felt an indescribable pain in every pore of their bodies. Damn it! Is it because of your physical condition? Is your body too weak to keep up with the progress? The split bodies are undergoing transformation within their bodies. Different from the fusion of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, they are completing their own shortcomings and making their bloodline closer to Indra. Those split bodies use the power of the kaleidoscope and the powerful power of Yin to force themselves to leap forward. This is a kind of evolution. In terms of bloodline, Uchiha cannot surpass Indra, but in terms of physical ability, they have carved out their own genetic chain. However, the bodies of split bodies are too weak. If it were not for the ability of super speed regeneration, their genetic chain would collapse and they would die, and they would die of pain. They will not die completely. After death, the physical body will give birth to a new consciousness. They are still split bodies of Uchiha Tomie, but they are no longer the original ones. Now, while enduring the pain, they feel their strength increase. Zabuza's assimilated form is the easiest because his body is the strongest among them. There is nothing that can be done about this. The split body relies on Tomie's ability to grow rapidly. Unlike other Uchiha who slowly improve one Magatama after another, their own ninjutsu and physical fitness also slowly improve. The split body and the assimilated body bit their arms tightly to prevent themselves from screaming in pain. 10 minutes later, the split body was soaked with sweat, and a basin of water could be pulled out of his clothes. You must not fuse the eye power again in a short period of time, otherwise people will really die. All the split bodies thought together that they were very dirty, but they just lay on the ground and didn't want to move at all. After another 10 minutes, the split body got up, rinsed it briefly with water, and then began to experiment with its kaleidoscope. The split body of Kawakami Tomie, who was hiding in the deep mountains and old forests, even opened up Suzu. She has absolute control over this ability and can make perfect use of her pupil power. A 60-meter plus Suzu giant appeared out of thin air, and it was only the first time he used Suzu. The completion of Suzu surpassed Itachi Uchiha, but was not as good as Madara Uchiha. Tomie Kawakami's Suzu is black, and the Suzus of all split bodies are black. Except for the assimilated body, which may have a different color, the Suzus of everyone else, including the main body, are all black, because they are the same person. This is the Eternal Mangekyo Ring Sharingan. The power of this eye is still higher than that of Eternal Mangekyo Ring Sasuke during the Fourth Ninja War, but it is not as good as Uchiha Madara. This is normal. Even the Eternal Mangekyo Ring needs to slowly tap into its power. It is not possible to open the complete Suzu instantly. The splinters are now very powerful, but they are not yet invincible. Even if their eyes are the Eternal Kaleidoscope, they cannot use Suzu for too long. They are weak and don't have much chakra. Although Uchiha Madara's chakra is not as good as Hashirama, it still has dozens of chakras. In comparison, Tomie's split body is not strong enough. However, Fujian has only traveled across for less than half a year, and it's already pretty good. Chapter 26 Attack from the Roots. It was impossible for Uchiha Tomie not to be envious when he saw his split body and assimilated body opening the Eternal Kaleidoscope. However, seeing how painful it was when the split bodies merged for the second time, he decided to merge once first. Let's wait until your physical fitness reaches a certain level. Thunder Escape Chakra Mode. Thinking of improving his body, Uchiha Tomie wanted to bring this ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is really good. If you practice it to the extreme, you can physically rival the tailed beast. You have to get it. The secret techniques of reincarnation and dust escape are also good. Thinking of the secret techniques and forbidden techniques of other ninja villages, Uchiha Tomie thought of these two ninjutsu and had to make some plans regarding how to obtain the Thunder Escape Chakra mode and the reincarnation technique. Fujian already has a plan in his mind, but it is a bit difficult to obtain the Dust Escape secret technique. In the following days, Tomie simply put aside the practice of ninjutsu and genjutsu and devoted all his time to taijutsu, even though he didn't practice much ninjutsu or genjutsu in the first place. He had a bold idea. If he had an extremely strong body, could he push the Mangekyo Sharingan to another level, even surpass the Samsara Eye, and guide the power of Six Paths Yin? After Kakashi was discharged from the hospital, in addition to teaching Naruto on a daily basis, he also regained his motivation. He began to practice Hatake swordsmanship and improved Reikiri by the way. Without the Sharingan, Reikiri could not fully exert its power and had to be improved. Kakashi understood that 4 teams could not defeat Zabuza. Logically speaking, the strength of 4 teams was enough to defeat Zabuza, but he felt that Zabuza was not that simple. This was an unfounded intuition. Why did it miss the target? Is it because of the thick fog? But when I attacked the mountain, it didn't miss the target. Kakashi still can't figure it out, unless Zabuza deliberately spared his life, but Zabuza had no reason to do this, so Kakashi could only keep this matter in his heart. At this time, Zabuza's assimilated body was soaking in the hot springs in Yonokuni. He did not go to so many countries, but he chose to go to Yonokuni. This was for fishing. Soon, the fish would take the bait. At this time, the pursuing ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages had not reached the country of Yu, and Akatsuki's people arrived. Conan and Pain went out in person, and Obito also came secretly. With Baizetsu's information, they couldn't be unhappy. Xionan and Tandao Pain went to a tavern where their family members were relatively small. Xionan asked, "Aren't you going to recruit them right away?" Tandao Pain said calmly, "Wait a minute and see how he fights against the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages. If he is too weak, there is no need to recruit him." The performance of Zabuza's assimilated form was barely satisfactory to them. If it were Kakazu, they believed that Kakazu could defeat a team of Konoha and Buu alone, even if Kakashi was among them, but Zabuza would only lose both sides. For some reason, Obito didn't take action immediately, as if he had other plans. In just one day, the Anbu and Root ninjas of the Fire Country arrived. The Fire Country was closest to the Water Country, followed by the Water Country and the Thunder Country. These days, there are ninjas from the small ninja village, wandering ninjas and some rebel ninjas who are trying to attack Zabuza's assimilated body. There is no doubt that they all died in the hands of the assimilated body. In the silent forest, Zabuza's assimilated form was walking slowly and unhurriedly, carrying a beheading sword on his back. The broken decapitating sword has healed. This is the special thing about the decapitating sword. It is easier to break than other famous swords, but it is easier to repair. Even if it breaks, it can be restored as long as it absorbs blood. The sunlight was very poisonous, but Zabuza's assimilated body didn't care. After 10 minutes, he stopped. 4 teams, 16 people. It seems that these are Danzo's roots and Anbu ninjas. There are others secretly. There is something wrong with this chakra. Is this Pain? After opening the eternal Mangekyo ring Sharingan, the assimilated body's perception ability has been strengthened. Eye power represents spiritual power to a certain extent, and spiritual power is linked to the soul. How can the perception ability not be stronger when the soul becomes stronger? Therefore, even though the perception ninjutsu has not become stronger, the perception range of Zabuza's assimilated body has increased to 5 kilometers. Zabuza just stood there without moving. Pain and Konan didn't use perception ninjutsu, so they were a little confused. Were they exposed? After another 10 minutes, 16 Konoha ninjas surrounded Zabuza. This perception ability is not bad, and his vigilance is also good. He seems to be very confident in his own power. Tendo Pain praised Zabuza and said that if Zabuza could remain undefeated against these 16 ninjas, then he would recruit Zabuza. In another place, Obito was also watching. If the Sharingan was snatched away by someone else, he would secretly follow the opponent to get it back. If Zabuza wins, let Zabuza join Akatsuki. Anyway, Zabuza is inside Akatsuki and he can take back his eyes at any time. Black Zetsu is right, if Buzzer is strong enough, he can be used first. The Akatsuki organization is indeed short of manpower. The people at the root were brainwashed and cursed by Danzo. The ninja at the root basically had no emotions and only had Danzo's mission in mind. The three teams at the root didn't talk nonsense, they just started shooting the shurikens. This was the root. For the ninjas of the root, Danzo's order was more important than anything else. Zabuza's assimilated body raised the decapitating sword high and slashed at will. Chakra waves rippled out and the shurikens flew away. This style of painting is a bit incompatible with the Naruto world, but they are also me, and the development of various techniques will definitely not be limited to the Naruto world. Konoha's Uchiha Tomie wanted to complain, but then he felt that complaining about the assimilated body was indirectly complaining about himself. This sword is interesting, but it's a waste of chakra. Obito and the other three thought. Zabuza's assimilated body ran quickly after cutting it. After a while, thick fog appeared. No one noticed when he formed the seal, or did he really have the seal? Don't panic. Sensing ninja determines the location. The route of the ninja quality is good. But unfortunately his head fell to the ground before he could finish his words. Wind escape a middle. Great breakthrough. A tilde. 6. As 6 ninjas who could use wind escape took action, most of the dense fog dissipated. What frightened the root ninjas was that in just a short while, another one of them died. In just one confrontation, 2 of them died. How could Kakashi and the others be even with him? Dead in the mountains. A rout ninja said gloomily. Yamanaka is their trump card. Zabuza's assimilation into the body said, he is the one to kill. The heart turn technique is not easy to deal with. If you kill him, you have nothing to fear. Before the battle even started, the assimilated body made a plan to kill Yamanaka. The undying ninja at the root of the Yamanaka clan posed a great threat to him. Although it could not kill him, it would expose some of his secrets. Before these Konoha ninjas set off, Tomie, who was lurking on Danzo, passed the information to Zabuza's assimilated form. The rout ninja rushed over to fight with the assimilated body, unable to let Zabuza leave their sight. This guy's silent killing technique was even more terrifying than the rumors said. The Jounin of Konoha still have 2 skills. Without exposing too much power, and in a head-on confrontation, Zabuza's assimilated body cannot defeat them in a short time. Really? You underestimate our Konoha and our roots too much. The shadow binding technique was successful. Narawatari said coldly. He hid at the back and secretly released the shadow binding technique, and finally succeeded. Never underestimate Konoha's secret family. Individually they may be nothing, but together they are a formidable force that can even rival the cage for a while. Chapter 27 Pain appears. Seeing Zabuza's assimilated body being controlled by Narawatari's shadow binding technique, the Konoha ninja immediately released the ninjutsu. There were thunder release, wind release, fire release, and bugs. They didn't aim at the head, and specifically avoided it because they were afraid of destroying the Sharingan in Zabuza's left eye. Zabuza's assimilated form covered his left eye with a bandage. This was intentional. His current personality is that his left eye has the 3 Magatama Sharingan that cannot be turned off. Wow! Many attacks came suddenly, but the assimilated body turned into water flow, which was the water body. Not good. A root yelled, and the Konoha ninjas all turned around and found that Narawatari who was hiding at the back was dead. Zabuza chopped off his head with a decapitating sword. Hinata dared to come and kill me without even rolling her eyes. What I'm best at is the silent killing technique. Zabuza's assimilated form sneered again and disappeared in an instant. The thick fog rose again. Muji's use of ninjutsu can indeed improve the ninja's overall combat effectiveness. The beheading sword is not fast, and the fighting style of Zabuza's assimilated body is not fast, nor is it a quick victory. He was able to hide his voice and smell in the fog, and now he was able to trick the sensing ninja into thinking he was a mass of fog. Time passed little by little, and the assimilated body used the sublimated silent killing technique and the shadow clone's attack ceased and all 16 Konoha ninjas died. Come out. We'll see when. Zabuza assimilated the water attribute chakra and was shocked, and the blood on the beheading sword was blown away. He didn't regret killing those Konoha ninjas at all. Those roots were all involved in the Uchiha genocide. As for the Anbu, he could only blame his own bad luck. To be more serious, Anbu is right, assimilated bodies are right, everyone is right, but the world we live in is full of contradictions. It seems that everyone underestimates you. A cold voice came from a distance, and Tan Dao Pain and Xionan appeared. It seems that everyone underestimated Zabuza. With the strength this guy showed, he could kill at will against ordinary jonin with the silent killing technique. Zabuza's assimilated body pretended to be shocked when he saw Pain. This is the Samsara Eye. Who are you? At this stage, few people who know about the Samsara Eye will not be shocked by Pain's Samsara Eye. I am the god of the new era and will lead this world to peace. When Tan Dao Pain opened his mouth, he said extremely neutral words, and then Barabala said a lot. The general meaning is that you have been targeted by the 5 major ninja villages and cannot survive alone. If you join our Akatsuki organization, you will not only survive, but also have many opportunities to fight against the 5 major ninja villages. The mission of Zabuza's assimilated body is indeed to join the Akatsuki organization, but he can't agree so readily. In fact, except for Itachi and Kisame, everyone else was beaten before joining the Akatsuki. The assimilated body raised the beheading sword and sneered, "Then let me see how powerful the Samsara Eye is. If it is too weak, I want this eye." Kaido Pain was not surprised at all. He and Conan had seen this scene many times. All things are guided by heaven. Tan Dao Pain just raised his right hand, and a powerful suction force suddenly appeared. The assimilated body could not control his body and flew towards Pain. The Samsara Eye was indeed powerful. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. The assimilated body raised its left hand and instantly fired a water dragon to bombard Pain. Shinra Tanzing. Tan Dao Pain is not surprised at all. He has encountered scenes of resistance when being attracted by the gravitational pull of the universe. However, these people are all masters. The powerful repulsive force directly dispersed the water dragon, and a wall of water appeared in front of the assimilated body. The powerful repulsive force of Shinra Tanzing is enough to push everything aside, and the mere water formation wall cannot resist it at all. This powerful bombardment hit the assimilated body, and he felt that his liver and gallbladder were split. Shinra Tanzing and Wangxiang Tanian were indeed powerful. After facing these 2 moves, the assimilating body understood deeply that Pain was definitely stronger than the anime showed. The 2 moves of Shinra Tenzing and Wangxiang Tanian are nothing in the fight between gods in the later stages of Naruto, but in the early and middle stages, they are magical skills to torture vegetables. Thick fog appeared again, and Zabuza's assimilated body dissipated into the thick fog. Wind release, gale wind palm. Tendo Pain's voice sounded, and a strong wind swept past. This force was stronger than the wind escape that the 6 Konoha ninjas had just used together. All the thick fog dispersed under the strong wind. Zabuza's assimilated body was a little stunned, and then relieved. Nagato was a genius that Jiraiya praised. He was proficient in the 5 types of ninjutsu at a young age. In the anime, Pain of the 6 Paths didn't use ninjutsu very much. This does not mean that they don't know how to do it. Water release a middle dot water dragon continuous bombs. The assimilated body ran around Tan Dao Pain, constantly using water dragon bullets, and every time it was done smoothly without any seals. Even though he had seen it several times just now, Pain still felt that this Muji ninjutsu was very powerful. Unfortunately, Zabuza's opponent was himself as a god. After dodging a few times, a powerful repulsive force was released from Pain. This time the power was at least 50% higher than the last time, and all the trees within a radius of 500 meters were knocked down. Conan flew into the sky, and Obito hid in the Kamui space. Zabuza's assimilated body's injuries were even more serious. If the previous Zabuza had received these 2 blows, he would have died immediately. You still don't use the Sharingan? It's not necessary. My mastery of the Sharingan is not very good. I'm not good enough. to deal with you who has the Rinnegan. I joined your organization. I didn't expect such an organization to exist in the ninja world." The two quickly reached an agreement. Pain didn't care whether Zabuza was loyal or not. There were only a few in the Akatsuki organization who were truly loyal. The assimilated body felt that there was no need to continue the fight. He initially estimated the power of 6 paths Pain. He felt that if he exposed a series of methods such as the Eternal Kaleidoscope, 8-door dungeon, and secret bombs, he would have a high chance of defeating 6 paths Pain. Even if he checked, Carrot might be a little unlucky, but he thought he could at least make a draw. "In that case, come back to the organization with us, let you get to know other people, and let them get to know you." Pain still agrees with Zabuza's power. This Muji ninjutsu has great advantages against ordinary ninjas, and it can also help in catching tailed beasts in the future. Conan didn't say a word. She would support whatever Nagato wanted to do. Zabuza's assimilated form refused. "Just wait for a while." In addition to Konoha, other ninja villages also sent people to hunt me down. "I want to play with them." After hearing this, Pain threw the ring of kick into Zabuza's assimilated body, told him the function of the ring, and used the ring to contact him after he finished his business. After Pain finished speaking, he left with Conan. He felt that Zabuza would not dare to escape orbit ray them. "Do you think everyone is Orochimaru?" "He killed Zabuza like a dog." After Conan left, Obito looked at Zabuza, who was seriously injured. He hesitated and left. The power Zabuza showed was okay, but this power was not strong enough. It would not be difficult for him to take back the Sharingan. Just put the Sharingan on him for now. Moreover, he has greater ambitions. In the future, he may want to change his eyes to Nagato's eyes, or to be precise, Uchiha Madara's eyes. That old guy just stays in the Pure Land and leaves the Eye of the Moon project to himself. Chapter 28. Irigakure is coming. It's still not strong enough. This is how Uchiha Tomie feels, as well as his split body and assimilated body. So what if he has a power equal to or even slightly better than that of 6 paths Pain? Nagato's power is not in the same dimension as Uchiha Madara at all, nor is the power of Uchiha Madara, the Rinnegan Eye, in the same dimension as 6 paths Madara. But it's soon. After I completely assimilate Danzo, my power will enter a period of rapid improvement in a short period of time. At that time, I can truly be unafraid of anyone, even those at the 6 paths level. At that time, I can become truly immortal in this world. For Uchiha Tomie, in addition to helping him get revenge, the most important thing about Danzo is that this identity can have access to the Book of Sealing, and there may even be backup ninjutsu of the Book of Sealing at the root. A series of forbidden techniques such as Flying Thunder God Technique, Spirit Transformation Technique, Rasengan, and Ghoul Seal were of great help to him. Some forbidden techniques had serious side effects, but the thing Tomie was not afraid of the most was the side effects. However, in addition to these, there is another very powerful technique to master, and that is the Immortal Mode. Immortal Mode is undoubtedly powerful, and it is also one of the ways to compete with the 6 paths level. If you want to practice the Sage Mode, you have to go to the 3 holy places. Tomie will go to these 3 places, but not now. The matter of Sage Mode has to be left to Aizen's split body in Tano Country. After going round and round, Orochimaru returned to Tan Country and was preparing to establish the Sound Ninja Village. It is still in the preparation stage. Orochimaru's biggest problem at this stage is funding. Aizen's split body will help him. He doesn't need to face Orochimaru now. What he wants is Orochimaru's various research results. Uchiha Tomie didn't care about other things, but he must get the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, the Curse Seal, and Orochimaru's research information on the soul. Konoha also has the art of reincarnation, but Orochimaru's is more perfect. A broken bar. There's a bunch of fish here again. I really don't know what to say. Zabuza's assimilated body in the forests neared. His injuries were all healed and his chakra was fully restored. The ability of super speed regeneration is very useful. However, Zabuza's assimilated body didn't rest for long, as dozens of ninjas surrounded him. All of them were Nami ninja and Renin ninja. The power of Pain's 2 Shinra Tensei was too great, and many people were attracted. They quickly judged that Zabuza was fighting with a powerful ninja, and immediately moved out. They wanted to pick up the slack. "Zabuza, hand over your Sharingan and we can let you go." A tall and thin man spoke out. He was wearing the ninja forehead protector of Kirigakure village on his forehead, but there was a horizontal line on it, indicating that he was a rebellious nin. Kirigakure had the most rebellious ninjas in the ninja world. "That's right, we only need the Sharingan. You just need to hand over the Sharingan and we will leave." "No, there is also a beheading sword, you have to hand it over too." These rebellious ninjas and rogue ninjas are greedy. If Zabuza hadn't been injured, they wouldn't have dared to come out. Too many ninjas have died in Zabuza's hands these days. They don't even know that this is an assimilated body suit. Zabuza's assimilated body didn't want to talk nonsense with these people. This group of people was too weak and they didn't even have a Jounin. "Let me show you what the silent killing technique is." Thick fog quickly spreads around, and Zabuza's assimilated body can continuously use water dragon bombs to kill these people. However, using the silent killing technique is more oppressive, makes people feel fear, and makes people feel despair before death. The assimilated body completely hides its own breath and smell. These people cannot find the location of the assimilated body. The decapitating sword continued to behead people. This was a killing feast. These people could only be blamed for their unlucky nature, who made Zabuza's assimilated body feel suffocated in his heart. In less than 3 minutes, the ground was soaked with blood, and more than 20 ninjas were all dead. Why are there always idiots who overestimate their capabilities? People as powerful as me are so cautious, but you are so weak and so stupid. Zabuza's assimilated body was very disdainful. Even if he was really injured, they could snatch the decapitating sword and Sharingan from him, but could they keep it? A bunch of losers who don't even have the strength to be a Jounin. They really have no self-awareness. Run the water attribute chakra to knock away the blood on the decapitating sword. Zabuza's assimilated body continues to walk. Now, wait for the ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village to appear. Snatch the Thunder Escape chakra mode and contact pain. Zabuza's assimilated body is the same as other split bodies. In fact, they don't need to eat. They even have a feeling that they have transformed into a special existence. If there are no external factors, they will never die or grow old. They can be said to have immortal bodies and immortal souls. It sounds a bit awesome, but it's just that, because they don't have strong power. No matter which world you are in, power is very important. Without power, even if you are special, you will only become research material for others. 2 days later, the assimilated body that re-entered the Land of Fire was pursued by Kirigakure ninjas. It is necessary to enter the Kingdom of Fire. If you want to go to the Kingdom of Rain, you must enter the Kingdom of Fire, otherwise you have to take a long detour. Zabuza, hand over the Sharingan and come back to the village with us. Mizukage-sama will remove your wanted notice. In fact, the Blood Mist policy was not Mizukage-sama's original intention. He was controlled by someone using the Sharingan. The pursuit force of Kirigakure did not take action immediately, but instead persuaded Zabuza to assimilate the body. In the eyes of Kirigakure people, the power of Kirigakure would definitely increase if Zabuza returned. As for Zabuza killing the Konoha ninja and taking away the Sharingan, this is nothing at all. Konoha dares to start a war. Kumogakure village is eyeing Konoha. So what? I'm just rebellious now. If I want the Sharingan, I can't get the decapitating sword that defeats me. Zabuza's assimilated body sneered. If it were the Zabuza from before, his heart would be moved, but he is Tomie. However, the pursuer was Tomie, which was beyond the assimilated body's expectations. This guy has double blood inheritance limits. His current strength is not as good as it was during the Fourth Ninja War, but it is inevitable to get close to the cage. Do it. Try to stay alive. Tomie was decisive. Zabuza was important, but there was no comparison with Mizukage-sama. It was obvious who was more important. Tomie only brought 3 people, unlike Konoha who dispatched so many teams. It seemed that the senior management of Kirigakure rusted her power. It's really troublesome. This woman can restrain most water-bending ninjas. Having said that, Zabuza's assimilated form was unambiguous in his actions. The decapitating sword carried extremely powerful chakra when he swung it. With just one strike, the chakra erupted and forced 3 Anbu back. Tomie couldn't help but frown. Is this the power of the decapitation sword? This power is like the double swords. As expected of Zabuza-senpai, this power is indeed strong. No wonder you can escape from the 4th Mizukage-sama. You are no match for Zabuza-senpai. You plunder the formation for me, and I will take the main attack. Tomie didn't want her side to lose troops. Kirigakure was too weak now, and losing a Jounin would make her feel distressed for several days. The Kirigakure Anbu quickly retreated. They knew that Tomie's blood successor was very powerful, but it was also easy to accidentally injure teammates. Chapter 29 Battle against Tomie. The art of boiling escape and clever missed. Tomie's attack was a killing move without any mercy. She understood that Zabuza's power was even more powerful than what the 4th Mizukage-sama said. A ball of boiling, high heat mist that can evaporate all objects and can freely adjust the acidity was spit out by Tomie. The mist rushed toward the assimilated body quickly, and it was something that could quickly melt even Suzu's bones. Water escape, great waterfall technique. Zabuza's assimilated body did not form seals at all. He transformed the chakra gathered in his throat, opened his mouth and spit out a huge ball of water. Sometimes offensive ninjutsu can also be used as defense. Under the powerful water flow, the high heat mist cannot reach Zabuza's assimilated body at all, because the scale of his great waterfall jutsu is twice that of Zabuza in the original work. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. A:2. At this time, 2 water dragons rushed towards Zabuza's assimilated form, one on the left and the other on the right. The Kirigakure Anbu was in the skimming formation, but that didn't mean they were just watching. Zabuza's assimilated body sneered, "It's a water dragon bullet of this level, don't laugh to death." Just hearing 2 swish sounds, the assimilated body directly slashed out 2 sword auras. This sword aura was not sharp, but it contained the wave of water. When it hit the water dragon, it absorbed the power of the water dragon and became stronger, shattering it easily. The water dragon, the split body of Hawkeye majors in swordsmanship, and his training experience is very helpful to Zabuza. Unlike others, Hawkeye majors in swordsmanship, like the warriors of the Iron Country, he combines swordsmanship with chakra. He is even better than the warriors of the Iron Country. Absolute control of this ability is too buggy. What can this world have? A few people can perfectly master their own power. Human potential is unlimited. Take Mifune of the Iron Kingdom. He seems to have reached his limit. If he is assimilated by Tomie and has absolute control with his kaleidoscope ability, his power can be at least doubled. It's not that the power increased the moment it was assimilated, but that this body already had such a powerful power, but Mifune couldn't exert it. This is like the difference between a game character being operated by a bronze and being operated by a king. How is it possible? This kind of swordsmanship and this kind of power. Tomie and others were shocked. At the same time, they understood that it was not easy to snatch the Sharingan. It seemed that everyone had underestimated Zabuza. Zabuza's assimilated body didn't take Tomie seriously at all. Her power made him slightly afraid, but that was all. Should we kill Tomie, or assimilate her? Zabuza's assimilated body was fighting the Tomie while contacting Uchiha Tomie himself and communicating with him. Facing these 4 people, even if he didn't expose the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could kill them in some time. Melt escape. The art of melting monsters. Tomie used another blood successor, melting release. She originally didn't want to use it for fear of damaging Zabuza's Sharingan, but now she had to use it. The corrosive viscous liquid and extremely strong acid rush towards the assimilated body. If it is submerged, even with Tomie's ability, it may not be able to regenerate. Tomie, Uchiha and other split and assimilated bodies are now ordinary people. After all, if they are hit head-on by this melting blast that can melt Suzu, they will definitely die. Water escape. Water formation wall. Zabuza assimilated a very rare seal, and walls of water appeared one after another, more than a dozen in total. These dozen water walls form a solid barrier, blocking the melting escape. Many times, if the power is not enough, it can be gathered in numbers. Terumi's face looked a little ugly. Zabuza's water escape skills were too advanced, and his swordsmanship was also impeccable. You leave first. If nothing can be done, I will retreat. Terumi didn't lose her mind. Anbu couldn't help her by staying here. Instead, she restricted herself and said that the boiling escape was fine. The boiling escape she just used didn't even have half of its power. If she used it at full strength, she would accidentally injure her teammates. The Kirigakure and Anbu looked at each other and left immediately, because they really couldn't help. You're really lucky. I asked me to spare your life. Zabuza's assimilated body lamented in his heart that Terumi was lucky. He also refused to assimilate Terumi, although the original body looked like a woman, and some of the split bodies also changed into women. Their essence was male. If they assimilate Terumi, then there wouldn't be a female Tomie among them, which is a bit strange to think about. Boiling escape a middle. Kiao mist technique. Terumi used boiling release again. This time she had no scruples. The boiling release mist was controllable and its power was adjusted according to the user's chakra output. Before, it only had half the power. Now this high heat mist is not only more powerful than before, but also covers a wider area than before. Zabuza's assimilated form formed seals again, and one water prison after another appeared, each one larger than the last. Soon, 6 water prisons trapped the assimilation body inside. This multiple water escape was his new use of water escape. The high temperature and thick fog are enough to melt everything, even Suzu. It melts one water prison after another. Terumi couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that the outcome was decided. Zabuza's move was indeed powerful and could withstand most attacks, but this move also trapped him. Under the erosion of the boiling high-temperature thick fog, the 3 water prisons were melted away. Terumi increased the chakra output and used the art of clever mist again. In the water prison, Zabuza's assimilated body opened the Mange-Kie ring Sharingan and activated his empathy. As the kaleidoscope turned into an eternal kaleidoscope, his ability to empathize was strengthened. Now he doesn't need to see the opponent, he only needs the target to appear within his range of perception, and the opponent will be hit. It's not possible to use the kaleidoscope now, because without using the kaleidoscope, we can only open the 8 doors to the 6th door in one breath, and escape from the attack range of the boiling armor in one breath. Otherwise, we need to increase the number of water prisons and turn this battle into a war of attrition. Terumi outside the water prison didn't know that she was in danger, so she still increased the output of chakra. Soon, another water prison was dissolved, and she became even more proud. There were 2 more water prisons. When the water prisons were broken, facing the overwhelming heat and thick fog, she couldn't think of any other way for Zabuza to break the situation. Stab! A scar deep into the bone suddenly appeared on the palm of Terumi's right hand, and Zabuza's assimilated body in the water prison finally took action. How is this going? The severe pain caused Terumi to terminate the boiling ninjutsu, but the high temperature and thick fog were still there. Before Terumi could react, a scar appeared on the right wrist. Is this Zabuza's ability? It's a blood succession or a secret technique. I can't sense the chakra fluctuations around me at all. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Terumi was anxious, because if Zabuza attacked her heart, she would die. She couldn't see through Zabuza's jutsu at all. She is still young and not married yet. How could he die like this? After a few minutes, the unsupported high-temperature thick fog completely dissipated, and Terumi was in no mood to use boiling release. However, the high temperature and thick fog dissolved the remaining water prisons. Zabuza's assimilated body released the Mange-Kyo Sharingan when the water prison dissipated, and Terumi suffered 5 or 6 more injuries. Chapter 30 Danzo is scared. Terumi saw the extremely pale Zabuza's assimilated body calm down slightly. It seemed that the cost of the opponent's forbidden technique was not small. Poor Terumi didn't even know that the assimilated body was just an act. Zabuza, follow me back to Kirigakure village. Although you assassinated Ms. Yukige-sama, there was a reason. Ms. Yukige-sama was being manipulated at that time. Go back. You may even hope to become the next Ms. Yukige. Terumi is still trying to persuade Zabuza. In her opinion, Zabuza's ability is too weird. If he cooperates with her, he can kill the shadow. Zabuza's assimilated body sneered, "You think I defected just because I was desperate for the Mizukage? What I am really desperate for is the ninja world itself." "You don't understand anything." Tomie was confused now, and then she compared Zabuza's injuries with her own, and felt that she could do it, at least to snatch the Sharingan. Tomie rushed out, planning to use taijutsu. She couldn't form seals now. There were many scars on her right hand, and she couldn't get up her strength now. There are very few people in the ninja world who can form seals with one hand, and Tomie is not among them. Zabuza's assimilated body was put in the water, and the two barely managed to draw. His taijutsu was the strongest among the many split bodies and assimilated bodies. "Then, goodbye. If we keep fighting like this, it won't be good for others to take advantage of us." After fighting for a while, Zabuza's assimilated body decisively activated the teleportation technique and left, but Tomie did not stop him. The current situation is indeed not good. It's okay to face ordinary ninjas, but it's not good to face the Anbu of Konoha or Kumagakure. Tomie was about to withdraw. In her opinion, the other ninja villages couldn't take down Zabuza. To take down Zabuza, enough Anbu must be mobilized, and there must be a truly powerful person to hold the battle. For example, characters such as the 8-tailed Ginchuriki, Jiraiya, and the 4-tailed Ginchuriki, as for Sunagakure village. Tomie was directly ignored. Zabuza would not let the cage of the 5 great ninja villages take action in person. The 5 great ninja villages are willing to pay a small price for the 3 Magatama Sharingan, but they are not willing to pay a too high price. No one is willing to offend a strong man who can compete with the shadow for no reason. Tomie chose to join Kirigakure Anbu and then return to Kirigakure village. Zabuza's assimilated body is still in the Land of Fire. If you want to travel through the Land of Fire, you can't go that fast unless you go all out. That night, when Tomie fell asleep, Tomie took action and briefly took control of her body. The plot is different. It's interesting. The 4th Mizukage was released from the Genjutsu, but he didn't die. The reborn Tomie began to read Tomie's memory. After reading it, he passed the memory to Tomie Uchiha himself. When Zabuza's assimilation body is fighting Tomie's taijutsu, let his wound come into contact with Tomie's wound. At this time, the assimilation can begin. Uchiha Tomie of Konoha was only slightly surprised after digesting Tomie's memory. It was unexpected that the 4th Mizukage was not dead, but it was not that hard to accept. Uchiha Tomie passed on the ninjutsu in Tomie's memory to other split bodies and assimilated bodies, and then eliminated the new Tomie in Tomie's body. Although his painting style is biased towards women, he has a boy's heart. Tomie Uchiha is one of the few men in the Uchiha clan with long hair. After all, most men in the Uchiha clan have short hair. It's not that Uchiha Tomie doesn't want to have short hair. He once meditated on how he would look with short hair in front of the mirror. His appearance was at least half cut off. Forget it. If you have been long hair, you will have long hair. Appearance is more important. When Zabuza's assimilated body enters the Akatsuki, we should be able to meet Itachi Uchiha. Maybe we can collect some interest first. The resentment in Uchiha Tomie's heart has not dissipated, but he pretended to be very good. He collected some interest from Konoha F4, but he could not confiscate the interest from Itachi and Obito. If it weren't for Konoha F4, Obito and Itachi, he wouldn't be what he is now. The Tomie template gave Uchiha Tomie great power, but it is undeniable that Tomie turned into a monster. Uchiha Tomie does not deny this power, and he even feels that many templates are inferior to Tomie's template, but this does not prevent him from hating them. On the other side, Tomie, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. What's going on? It feels like I've suddenly been under an illusion, but it doesn't quite look like it. Is it a nightmare? Tomie saw an Anbu keeping vigil at night, and felt that she was overthinking. Unless the Anbu used illusions on herself in her sleep, no one could silently avoid the Anbu and let herself fall under the illusion. This is how empiricism kills people, and no one could have imagined that there would be a being like Tomie in this world, with so many weird abilities. In the silent night, Most people slept peacefully. Konoha F4 was forced to work overtime, and the information transmission was a bit slow. Only now did they know that the ninja army they sent out had been wiped out, and they knew that Zabuza had entered the land of fire. Actually, just give him the Sharingan. I'm sure Zabuza won't take the initiative to provoke us. We can just issue a wanted order. Mito Kaden said weakly. The current Konoha is strong on the outside and strong on the inside. If nothing serious threatens Konoha, Jiraiya and Tsunade are too lazy to care about them. The younger generation is not strong enough. The only thing to be happy about is that because the Sharingan was taken away, Kakashi practiced vigorously. With Kakashi's qualifications, maybe in 3 to 5 years, Konoha will regain a shadow-level combat power. Kakashi is only in his early 20s, still young, and his strength has not yet reached its peak. If he hadn't wasted so many years, Konoha F4 believed that Kakashi would have a chance to surpass White Fang. It's just as Zabuza. Is this worthy of our compromise in Konoha? Ridiculous. Danzo naturally refused. In his opinion, this compromise was a shame. After turning to bed, Koharu also said weakly, maybe without us taking action, Uchiha Itachi will kill Zabuza when he encounters him in the ninja world. Danzo said dissatisfied. Just put your hope in Uchiha Itachi. The assimilation body in Denzo is boring. Danzo is a mouthy guy. Why don't you bring your roots and fight Zabuza? If Danzo dares to leave Konoha, then his chance will come. He can cooperate with Zabuza's assimilation body to seriously injure Danzo, which will speed up the assimilation. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, then Danzo, you lead the team. You can take all the people with you. I can even assign a few people to you. Whoever you want, just ask. Danzo was instantly mute. If Zabuza's ability wasn't so weird, he would have gone. Although he had Izanagi, he didn't want to waste it or expose it like this, so he gave up. HMPH. As the leader of the route, I have more important things to do. So how can I go out so easily? Danzo said these words and ran away quickly. Forget it, he might as well go to bed. It's so late and he should sleep at night. He hasn't become Hokage yet and he doesn't want to die. As a result, Konoha issued a bounty order for Zabuza, and then there was nothing more. They would not send people to deal with Zabuza unless Kakashi fully grew up, or Jiraiya was willing to go out. Chapter 31. The lion opens its mouth. Another day passed before the ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village pursued Zabuza's assimilated form. The people of Union Village practice Thunder Release, and the ones sent out are at least the special Jounin level. It stands to reason that the speed will not be slow, but Darui who leads the team is a lazy guy. Darui is the future 5th generation Raikage. This guy is somewhat similar to Kakashi. They are both seemingly lazy people who are very reliable at critical moments. It seems we have some good luck. From the looks of it, this guy's abuser has fought against the Anbu of Konoha or Irigakure in the past 2 days. Darui saw the assimilated body that was not in good condition, but he didn't know that it was all just an act. Zabuza's assimilated body said solemnly, I didn't expect Kumogakure be interested in the Sharingan, but it's a pity that the Sharingan is no longer with me. Darui sneered, do you think we will believe it? It's really not possible. We want your beheading sword, so we can't go in vain. Darui was as confident as Tomie before him, and the 4th Raikage also trusted Darui, so Darui did not bring too many people. Like Tomie, he only brought 3 ninjas, which added up to a total of 4 people. Squad. Zabuza's assimilated body looked at Darui and said secretly, this guy is really lucky. Originally, the Hawkeye split body was planning to go to Cloud Hidden Village to find a way to turn Darui into an assimilated body, but after hearing traces of Zabuza, he changed his mind. It's not that Darui is much harder to deal with than Zabuza. For the Hawkeye split body, it's okay as long as it hurts the opponent and sprays blood on the wound. It's not that difficult. The main reason is that I want to wait for Darui to leave Kumo Hidden Village, so I have to wait slowly. He may suddenly leave Kumo Hidden Village to perform a mission, or he may not leave for a month. This is also the reason why Hawkeye Split Body chose Zabuza. I Split doesn't want to waste time. As he spoke, thick fog filled the air. When performing ninjutsu without forming seals, this Irigakure jutsu can be activated at any time, and is very useful in conjunction with the silent killing technique. Even though Zabuza's assimilated form uses this move every time, it doesn't matter if it's old or not, it just works. Thunder escape a middle-earth walk. Instead of trying to blow away the thick fog, the people of Union Village launched an attack immediately. 4 people used thunder release in 4 different directions, and the thunder spread along the land in all directions. The attack range of this move is a bit small, but the lightning speed is very fast. Sizzle. Just as the thunder wandering on the ground was about to dissipate, it suddenly had an attack target, as if it had hit something. The 4 Daruists saw a flash of lightning in the thick fog, like a walking light bulb. No way. He hit it so easily, and the opponent was Zabuza, who defeated Kakashi Hatake. No, it's entirely possible. After the opponent fought with Kakashi, he was chased all the time. He must have fought against Konoha's pursuing ninjas, and maybe he also fought against Kirigakure's ninjas. That makes sense. The injury has not healed. It seems that his injury is much more serious than we thought. I'll go take a look. You stay here. A rather grumpy one rushed out directly. The companion's analysis made sense, but this could also be Zabuza's trap. Darui couldn't take risks, so let him do it. The man rushed to the vicinity of the assimilated body and saw that it was indeed Zabuza, but it might be the water body. Under this heavy fog, it was not impossible for Zabuza to secretly let the water body replace him. Thinking of the Kumogakure ninja's fast hands forming seals, I want to test 1 or 2. Water escape a middle-water prison technique. Suddenly, a water prison appeared out of thin air and trapped the Kumogakure ninja. After being trapped, the water prison began to shrink. I didn't expect someone to be hit. What a pity. It's not Darui. A figure appeared next to Zabuza's assimilated body. It was a shadow clone. The one who was attacked just now was indeed the original body, and only the original body would not dissipate if it was attacked. As for the shadow clone, that will dissipate when the main body is attacked. But this shadow clone was released by Zabuza's assimilated body the moment Kumogakure rushed over. When Muji uses ninjutsu, he must arrange various means to be more calm. Darui pulled out the sword from his back. In the book of Minato, he commented that he was superb in swordsmanship and ninjutsu. Darui had only one target, Zabuza's true body. The other 2 rushed towards the shadow clone, trying to rescue their companions first. Zabuza's assimilated body and shadow clone each stretched out a hand, and the water flow quickly appeared and condensed into a dragon shape. A huge water dragon appeared, twice as big as the water dragon condensed by the average Jounin. This was condensed by the shadow clone alone. Zabuza's assimilated body inspired thunder after lightning in his hands. The thunder scattered on the water dragon, and the Super Thunder Water Dragon Bomb was completed. Darui's expression was indifferent, and he released powerful thunder and lightning from his body. He slashed with his sword, and the thunder and lightning quickly condensed into a Black Panther. This was Black Thunder and Lightning, and it was the secret technique of Black Thunder created by the 3rd generation of Raikage. The Galloping Thunder and Water Dragon and the Violent Black Thunder Leopard bite together. One is a compound ninjutsu, and the other is a Black Thunder secret technique. Their power surpasses most Thunder Escape ninjutsu. The other 2 Kumogakure ninjas rushed towards the Shadow Clone. At this time, the Shadow Clone trapped a Kumogakure ninja with a water prison with one hand, and controlled the Thunder and Water Dragon with the other hand, unable to fight back. Zabuza's assimilated body drew his sword and slashed, and the sharp sword energy shot out, forcing Kumogakure to dodge and give up targeting the Shadow Clone. The 2 Kumogakure retreated, one to the left and the other to the right. They dodged, and 2 water prisons appeared quickly, covering them respectively. The huge water prison slowly shrank, trapping them. Zabuza's assimilated body created several shadow clones. From the beginning, he had planned it. There is no way Zabuza's assimilated body does not use the 8-gate dungeon. His advantage is not as great as other split bodies, so he has to make calculations in every battle. This is because he is not a pure split body, but a fusion with Zabuza. It is related to the assimilation body, so he prefers the fighting style of ninja. But no matter what, he is Zabuza, but he is also Tomie, So Uchiha Tomie has absolute control over their split and assimilated bodies. With just a roar, the Thunder Dragon and Thunder Leopard disappeared. The result was obvious, a tie. Seeing that his three companions were trapped, Darui looked a little unhappy, but then he calmed down. Darui said in a deep voice, "Zabuza, maintaining the water prison technique like this consumes a lot of your chakra. Why don't you let them go, and we let you go? In fact, you have no chance of beating me, let alone getting hurt." Zabuza's assimilated body smiled. "Okay. But how do I know if you will turn around and attack me after I let them go?" Darui was silent for a while and said, "Then what do you want?" Darui estimated his own strength. He couldn't defeat 3 shadow clones in an instant. No matter what, if he didn't work hard, at least one of his companions would die. It's all their fault for being careless when they saw Zabuza injured, otherwise the situation should have been reversed. Zabuza's assimilated form said, "I want your secret technique of Cloud Hidden Village, the Thunder Release Chakra Mode." Zabuza's assimilated body is very sure that Darui will definitely know this secret technique. After all, he is the future Aokiji. He even knows the secret technique of Black Thunder. There is no reason why he has not learned the Thunder Escape Chakra Mode. It can only be said that his attainments are not high, so he does not use it in the plot. Chapter 32 Secret Techniques and Companions. Don't worry, I'll give you time to think about it. Is 10 minutes enough? While Zabuza's assimilated form was speaking, 3 more shadow clones appeared, surrounding Darui. Darui's face became more and more gloomy. There was a little hope at first, but now it was completely hopeless. "Kaijin Zabuza, good Zabuza, aren't you afraid of the revenge of our Cloud Hidden Village? I have the Thunder Release Chakra Mode, but have you ever thought about what will happen if you take it? Do you think you can escape our cloud? Can Yin's pursuit force escape other interested parties?" Darui turned his back and made it clear. "Now that you have a Sharingan, you will attract the attention of all parties. If you have Kumogakure's secret Thunder Escape Chakra Mode, there will be even more people interested in you. You can escape by yourself for a while, but you can't escape forever. Why don't we all take a step back, and if you let him go, we will pretend that we haven't seen each other today." Zabuza's assimilated body said coldly, "You don't have to worry about this. You just need to hand over the training method of Thunder Chakra Mode. Even if I can't practice it, it is still valuable." A hint of murderous intent flashed in Darui's eyes, and the 3 trapped Kumogakure ninjas even shouted, "Darui, leave us alone, kill Zabuza, and exchange the lives of the 3 of us for the life of Demon Zabuza. Well worth it." "Hee hee ha ha ha." The assimilated body laughed, and then said secretly, "That's not how fate is calculated. In the eyes of your family, your life is 10 times more precious than mine." Yes, to their families, their lives are too precious. For a moment, 2 of the 3 trapped Kumogakure hesitated. Instead, a man in his 30s, Kumogakure, laughed. "When we became ninjas, we were prepared to sacrifice for the village. You are too young." "It depends on our awareness." Perhaps influenced by their companions, the other 2 Union said loudly, "That's right, don't underestimate our awareness." Their momentum is quite good. On the surface, these 2 Kumogakure are willing to sacrifice for the village, but I don't know what they are thinking. Darui was very upset inside. If his companion had not said so, he would have been cruel. Darui estimated the distance between himself and his 3 companions. The distance was quite far. Otherwise, there is still hope for using Landun. Landun is the blood inheritance boundary formed by the combination of Thunder Dun and Water Dun. It has the thunderbolt of thunder and the softness of water. It can be understood as electrified water or soft thunder. Landun is fast and powerful. The most powerful thing is that it can freely control the direction after it is released. If the 3 of them are not far away, Darui thinks it can be operated. Now he can save 2 at most. Damn it. Don't be in a hurry. Think about it slowly. Do you want a companion? Or do you want to protect the village's secrets? If you don't have enough time, I can give you a little more time. I can afford it. Zabuza's assimilated body is happy to play with Darui. What an interesting game. This is like the most interesting point in Naruto. Which is more important, the mission or the companions? White Fang gave up the mission for his companions, and was cast aside as a result. In the early stage, Kakashi disregarded the life and death of his companions for the mission, and was called cold-blooded Kakashi. In fact, no matter what happens, some people will not be satisfied. Several minutes passed, but Darui still didn't reply, because he couldn't find a way to break the situation, and he couldn't save everyone in an instant. Moreover, he found that Zabuza was in better condition than before, and if he continued to consume, he would be even less sure. I want both companions and secret techniques. Landane middle. Lifusu Oyantsu. Darui clasped his hands together and shouted loudly, preparing to give it a try. Several Landan lasers were fired out, 3 of which struck at the shadow clones surrounding him. Others blasted towards the shadow clone controlling the water prison. His original body used the teleportation technique to rush towards Zabuza's assimilated body. He even used Thunder Escape to stimulate his own cells and desperately increase his speed. He couldn't even use his sword in time. Time wasted. Boom. 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 The 3 shadow clones closest to Darui were hit and dissipated directly. The other 3 shadow clones were a little disdainful, and the water flow quickly appeared, forming a huge water prison to protect the shadow clones and the small water prison. 3 laser beams hit the water prison. The water prison sizzled but did not collapse. If all the lasers bombarded a water prison, it would be able to break open. There is still hope. As long as I hit Zabuza, those shadow clones will dissipate. Darui's eyes were firm, and what greeted him was the decapitating sword of Zabuza's assimilated form. As soon as the sword was struck horizontally, powerful chakra spurted out, and the powerful chakra cyclone directly blew Darui away. Terumim was right to sigh with emotion before. It was obviously a decapitation sword, but it felt like using 2 swords. After forcing Darui back, Zabuza's assimilated form sneered, "It's a very good realization. It reminds me of a red-haired man. It's a pity that you don't have the aura of a protagonist like him." Darui didn't know who the assimilated body was talking about, but no matter who it was, it had nothing to do with him. He couldn't change the situation. He discovered that Zabuza didn't need to form seals for all his ninjutsu, which was troublesome. "I advise you to think clearly. You are a traitor to Kirigakure. You have offended Konoha by snatching the Sharingan. If you offend Kumogakure again, if we join forces, there will be no place for you in the ninja world." Darui threatened. Kumogakure has always been strong. The 3rd generation Raikage was like this, the 4th Raikage was like this, and the current Darui is also like this. Zabuza's assimilated body activates the perception ninjutsu, and everything within a 5-mile radius is within his perception range. To be on the safe side, he can even perceive the ground. Without white zetsu and powerful ninjas, everything can be over. I originally thought that you Kumogakure were so united, but now it seems like this. You 3 generations of Raikage cut off the queen alone for the safety of your subordinates, and you did not hesitate to fight tens of thousands of ninjas alone. Why can't you learn it? You are reluctant to let go of even a secret technique. Zabuza's assimilated body turned on the eternal kaleidoscope and glared, and Darui was instantly hit by an illusion. 2 Sharingan, and this is the Mangekyo. This guy is definitely not Zabuza. This was Darui's thought before he lost consciousness, but so what if he knew it? Since Zabuza's assimilated body used the Sharingan, he would naturally not be given the opportunity to be exposed. When dealing with Tumim, he was not directly exposed. That was because he sensed someone peeping in the dark, maybe a Bato or white Zetsu, so he used the eternal kaleidoscope in the water prison so that he would not be discovered. Zabuza's assimilated body directly read Darui's memory. In an instant, he knew all the ninjutsu that Darui had mastered, including the Thunder Release Chakra Mode and the Black Thunder Secret Technique. The next step is to modify the memory. I'm not very good at this. It's troublesome. Zabuza's assimilated body thought for a while, and modified Darui's memory into a battle between 2 people, with each winning or losing. 2 people on Darui's side died, and he himself was hit by Landun, causing further injuries. It is difficult to modify memory. Except for Orochimaru in Naruto, no one else can do it. Even Orochimaru cannot easily modify memory. The cost is very high. Zabuza's assimilated body relied on his mental strength to be much higher than Darui's, and the forbidden technique developed by Tomie Kawakami, so that he could modify Darui's memory. The forbidden technique of modifying memory has been developed before, and the first person to experiment with this technique was Hancock's split body. In acting, you have to do the whole thing. Zabuza's assimilated body used a decapitation sword to kill a Kumogakure ninja who was trapped in the water prison, and used a thunder and water dragon bomb to kill another one. The memory of the remaining one also had to be modified. Of course, the two people who died had to modify the memories in their minds so that there would be no loopholes. He left only after doing this. Chapter 33. Arriving at Yunan village, after acquiring the ninjutsu of the four Daruis, Zabuza's assimilated body decisively passed on the ninjutsu to the others. In fact, except for Tomie Uchiha himself, only the split body of Tomie Kawakami needs these ninjutsu. Aizen's split body specializes in illusions, and Hancock's split body relies on beauty to achieve desire. In fact, it's not that she hasn't practiced, but she is a bit slow compared to other people's progress. The Hawkeye split body combines swordsmanship with wind escape. Zabuza himself is a combination of swordsmanship and water escape. Unlike the Hawkeye split body which has almost abandoned ninjutsu, Zabuza's assimilated body still needs the assistance of ninjutsu. The other split body is still lingering, studying the aspect of the soul. Tomie Kawakami's split body has a share of the credit for developing the ninjutsu to modify memory. Darui and another Kumogakure ninja Omoi woke up from the genjutsu, and the memories modified by Zabuza quickly flashed in their minds. Looking at the chaotic scene, they really thought that both Zabuza and them would suffer. In order to be realistic, Zabuza's assimilated form specifically released ninjutsu to change the terrain, making everything exactly the same as the memory he gave. Even the injuries on Darui and Omoi were exactly the same as the memories given by Zabuza's assimilated form. "Are we going to give chase?" Omoi asked. He was so unwilling that he almost left Zabuza and almost killed him. It can only be said that this memory modification was very successful. Except for Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama, no one else in the ninja world could see the flaws. Darui looked at Omoi and then at himself. Zabuza was defeated and ran away, but they were not much better. Omoi was hit twice by the chakra airflow, Darui was hit twice by the water dragon bullet, once by the chakra airflow, and twice by the decapitation sword, all of which were seriously injured. Go back to Kumogakure first. This is Konoha's territory. We are in danger here. Darui is not afraid of Konoha. Konoha will never dare to take action against him. The third Hokage of Konoha is too cowardly. He was afraid of wandering ninjas and rebellious ninjas, and even more afraid of meeting Anbu from Kirigakure and Iwagakure. Normally he wasn't afraid, but now he was seriously injured. Darui didn't know that Tomie was seriously injured and she had already returned to Kirigakure. On the other side, Zabuza's assimilated body used the ring of Kuken to contact Pain. "Why are you hurt so badly?" As soon as Tendu Pain's projection appeared, he saw Zabuza's assimilated body with a pale face and multiple injuries on his body. This is disguise. Absolute control of this ability is not that simple. It is not difficult to adjust one's own state to deceive Pain. As for why he wanted to lie to Pain, he naturally wanted to do things perfectly, because the situation in his battle with Mtorumi and Darui was a lose-lose situation, so he just pretended to the end. Mtorumi of Kirigakure village has double blood inheritance limits. Darui of Kumogakure village inherited the Black Thunder secret technique of the third Raikage and also possesses Zarashi release. This is a very troublesome existence. Of course, for you they are nothing to us. Zabuza's assimilated form is not to praise Pain, but to be honest, even the fully grown Mtorumi and Darui are no match for Pain, even if they join forces. Pain doesn't know Tomie nor Darui, but they sound like they are not weak. With their abilities, they should be qualified to take over the position of Kage in the future. I didn't expect that after Zabuza fought with himself, he could survive successive battles with Kirigakure and Kumogakure. It seemed that he had some reservations when fighting himself, but the stronger Zabuza would be, because Akatsuki would have to fight against the 5 major ninja villages in the future. Hostility. Thinking of this, Pain said, "You hide and recover well. I will pick you up." Akatsuki hasn't captured the tailed beast yet, so the people in the Akatsuki organization are not that busy. There was a reason why Pain went out himself instead of sending someone else. Scorpion is improving the puppetry technique, and at the same time he is making some strong ideas. Scorpion wants to defeat Orochimaru, but Pain says that he is not as good as Orochimaru. Scorpion refuses to accept it, so Scorpion cannot go out, and it is not safe to be alone. As for Hiden and Deidara, they haven't joined the Akatsuki organization yet, they are still little kids at this time. As for Itachi and Kisame, Pain was afraid that Itachi and Zabuza would fight because Zabuza had a Sharingan in his hand. In fact, it would be fine to send Kisame alone, but the situation is a bit turbulent now, and it is not very safe for Kisame to be alone. Zabuza grinned and said, "Then I'll be in trouble, boss." The two didn't say much. After closing the communication, Pain set off directly. At this time, the ninjas of Iwagakure village had just entered the Land of Fire, but Zabuza's assimilated body didn't want to fight the ninjas of the Earth Kingdom at all. He played with Trumim because Trumim was a beautiful woman, and Darui hadn't come yet, so he wanted to have some fun. Now you have obtained the Thunder Escape Chakra mode from Darui, and you can withdraw. The people of the Iwagakure sect are not weak, but the assimilated body is not interested, and they can't get the dust release, and the earth release ninjutsu doesn't interest him. Not to mention Zabuza's assimilated body, except for the split body of Tomie Kawakami, even Tomie Uchiha himself has no interest in earth release. Isn't Thunder Escape, Fire Escape, and Wind Escape delicious? In comparison, earth release has no powerful ninjutsu, although there are still some barely passable ones. However, these techniques are not worth the trip of Fusazai's assimilated body. He can't wait to see Uchiha Itachi and have a friendly discussion with him. Uchiha Itachi, I'm really looking forward to it. Zabuza's assimilated body's smile was a little scary. Although Hancock's split body and Aizen's split body helped them get some revenge, they didn't do it themselves, and they didn't have that kind of pleasure. Moreover, the revenge was Konoha F4's, not Uchiha Itachi's. Split bodies and assimilated bodies can also be regarded as separate individuals. They also have a strong hatred for Konoha F4, Uchiha Itachi, and Obito. Others are also looking forward to it. They can't do it themselves, but they can set their sights on Zabuza's assimilated body and see how he compete with Uchiha Itachi. The difference is that Uchiha Tomie can not only project his gaze, but can also briefly descend on Zabuza's assimilated body to fight Uchiha Itachi. It is not that Uchiha Tomie is not making progress these days. For Tomie, in addition to improving his physical fitness, it is also important to study the power of Tomie's template. Although the introduction of each skill has been written, this does not mean that there is no point to explore. Let's just say that the ability of absolute dominance can give Uchiha Tomie an absolute dominant advantage. These days, he discovered that he could spiritually descend on the assimilated body or split body and control them. This is irreversible. Only the main body can do this. Split bodies and assimilated bodies can only project their gaze onto other people, but cannot control them. 10 days passed quickly. Zabuza's assimilated body and Pain finally arrived at the Rain Ninja village. Pain was a little shocked. Zabuza's injuries were all healed. This guy's physique was a bit strong. The injuries of the assimilated body are just fake. If you don't pretend, you will be healed in less than 3 minutes if you really suffer such a serious injury. Chapter 34 Illusion Competition. In the Akatsuki organization's base, Pain, Conan, Scorpion, Kisame, Itachi, Zetsu and the assimilated form of Zabuza are all here. Kakazu is dead, Orochimaru defected. Akatsuki has indeed lost 2 members at once, and is indeed short of manpower. Even if there is no loss, Pain will continue to recruit people. After all, their opponents are the 5 major ninja villages. Now Nagata considers himself a god, but he is not sure of sweeping the 5 major ninja villages. In a head-on confrontation, he felt that 6 paths Pain could deal with 1 ninja village, and with the other members, he could deal with 2 ninja villages. They also have the advantage of being small in number and highly mobile. Once all the tailed beasts are collected and the tailed beast weapons are completed, The 5 major ninja villages will no longer be afraid, and the entire ninja world will bow under the Akatsuki organization. Tendo Pain saw everyone gathered and said calmly, "This is Kaijin's abuser. Like Kisame, he is a Kirigakure rebel nin. From now on, he will be paired with Scorpion." Scorpion glanced at Zabuza's assimilated body and said nothing. Although Zabuza was a bit ugly and might not understand art, he stole Kakashi's Sharingan, which made Scorpion's favor explode. Scorpion's parents died in the hands of Konoha White Fang, and Kakashi was Konoha White Fang's son. Seeing Kakashi deflated, Scorpion was still very happy. Kisame smiled and said, "Zabuza, I heard that if Kakashi's Sharingan is taken away, then there will be no Sharingan Kakashi in the future, and there will be Zabuza with Sharingan." Itachi didn't say anything, and his thoughts couldn't be seen from his expression. Itachi thought to himself, Kakashi's Sharingan, I heard from my father, it was a gift from the clan, it was not stolen by Kakashi, it is a bond, so most people in the clan can agree with Kakashi to save the Sharingan. The Sharingan is different in Zabuza's hands. It must be recycled. In any case, it is a 3-Magatama Sharingan. It is very good whether it is used as a consumable for Izanagi or Izanami. When Pain wanted to stop him, Zabuza's assimilated body spoke up, I also want to fight against the famous genocide Itachi. Although I killed the same person who took the graduation exam with me, compared to the genocide Itachi, this ruthlessness is so cruel. I'm nowhere near as good as that. The assimilated body criticized Uchiha Itachi mercilessly, but Uchiha Itachi remained indifferent. The day he decided to exterminate the clan, he thought that he would face all kinds of cynicism in the future, but he didn't care. By the way, the Sharingan is no longer in my hands. It's in the hands of a guy named Aizen. That guy's genjutsu is very powerful. Maybe it's better than your Uchiha's. Zabuza's assimilated body decided to trick the Aizen split body. He didn't forget that the last time Aizen's split body killed Asuma, he pretended to be himself and went to the black market to trade. Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless. I don't know what he was thinking. I can only say that he is worthy of being the best actor. No wonder he could trick Sasuke around. The others were a little interested. Aizen, have not heard. He was actually able to snatch the Sharingan from Zabuza's hand, which seems to be a good strength. Pain and Chu even started soliciting. It's more like trading than having the Sharingan taken away. We were indistinguishable, and the Sharingan didn't help me that much. In the end, Aizen used an S-level genjutsu to exchange Sharingan with me. Why, do you want to try the power of S-level illusions? Zabuza's assimilated form was always telling lies, but the multiple genjutsu could barely be considered an S-level genjutsu, but the learning conditions were too harsh, and even Uchiha Itachi might not be able to learn it. The people in the Akatsuki organization became interested. They had never heard of S-level genjutsu. Even Uchiha Itachi knew some genjutsu that could be called S-level, but in fact they were kaleidoscope pupil jutsu. For example, his own Tsukuyomi, Shizui's other gods, or Uchiha's forbidden arts Izanagi and Izanami. Neither Izanagi nor Tsukuyomi are pure illusions, so Itachi is very interested in S-level illusions. Zabuza's assimilated body said this on purpose. He was so sarcastic about Uchiha Itachi, but in the end he still didn't take action and could only find other ways to trick Aizen's split body. The showdown between illusions is interesting. Ian tested that he had never seen an S-level illusion in all his years of life. This time Pain didn't stop him. He didn't know Uchiha Itachi's power. Itachi was related to Madara and had to guard against it. Let Zabuza try his power. Uchiha Itachi opened his Scarlet Sharingan. Did he really think he had no temper? It was impossible for Uchiha Itachi not to be angry at being so sarcastically ridiculed by Zabuza's assimilated body. It could be said that Uchiha Itachi was the most arrogant person in Uchiha. He stubbornly believed that his choice was right and that his tribe was wrong. He was so arrogant that he even refused to communicate with his tribe and his father. How could the Uchiha be exterminated if they worked together? This is no place for fighting. Zabuza's assimilated body said, I can beat Itachi Uchiha violently. Thinking about it makes me excited. No, Just here. The battle will be over soon anyway. Uchiha Itachi is very arrogant, and he does have the qualifications to be so arrogant. No one present thought that Zabuza could defeat Itachi Uchiha. They just wanted to see how much power Zabuza could force out Itachi. How arrogant. Zabuza's assimilated form sneered. Although he didn't use a kaleidoscope, it didn't mean that Uchiha Itachi could easily deal with him. Afterwards, from the perspective of Pain and others, the two people stood there motionless. After a few seconds, Zabuza rushed towards Uchiha Itachi, but suddenly stopped. Uchiha Itachi also stopped after taking a step, and the two stood blankly again. Has the illusion competition begun? Xichi wondered. Everyone present was not weak, but they were not good at illusions. Judo, I didn't expect Zabuza's genjutsu to be good. You know, Itachi defeated Orochimaru in an instant. Kisame's small eyes were full of doubts. Is Zabuza so powerful? Although he had not directly fought against Zabuza when he was in Kirigakure village, he felt that if he fought against Zabuza's chance of winning would not be more than 30%. Why is Zabuza so powerful after he defected for a while? Moreover, Zabuza has always been famous for his silent killing techniques. I have never heard that genjutsu is very powerful. Or is that S-level illusion really that powerful? Switch to the perspective of Zabuza's assimilated body, Uchiha Itachi. The two of them were holding back their bad moves when talking. Almost at the same time, the two released illusions. Unlike ninjutsu, illusions can cancel each other out. Both of them fell into each other's illusions. In Itachi's sight, Konoha turned into ruins with many corpses on it, including Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sasuke. Zabuza's assimilated body was surrounded by a sky full of crows. The sky was extremely gloomy. There was no one around. It was extremely quiet. There were only crows symbolizing death. The atmosphere was very depressing. Narakumi's jutsu. This guy doesn't have Sharingan but uses Muin to cast genjutsu. It's a bit interesting. Illusion bubble. You underestimate me too much. It's just an illusion of this level. Illusion a middle. Explanation. A-2. The two easily solved each other's illusion. The two of them have activated the eternal kaleidoscope. Even if they are not using the Sharingan now, their souls are stronger than the other and cannot be trapped by illusions like bubbles. The other one has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he only uses the 3 Magatama now, his illusion skills are honed through hundreds of battles, and it is easy to crack a Narakumi jutsu. Chapter 35 Illusion Competition. The two broke the illusion almost at the same time. They looked at each other and were wary of each other. Both of them are extremely confident people. They know that their opponent's illusion skills are not weak, but they feel that they are stronger. They did not avoid each other's gaze but chose to look at each other. In addition to their confidence in their own strength, they also understood that the eyes do not have to be used to activate illusions. Uchiha Itachi can activate the genjutsu bubble with his fingers, without any seals. Zabuza's assimilated body knows how terrifying the illusion of Aizen's split body is. Uchiha Itachi's pure illusions are not as good as those of Aizen's split body, but his illusions are definitely among the best in the ninja world. At the same time, they also know that illusions are not limited to visual illusions, but there are others. In this case, the stupid behavior of staring at the opponent is the best way. Tens of seconds later, Zabuza's assimilated body rushed towards Uchiha Itachi, who suddenly stopped after running a few steps. Zabuza's assimilated body felt as if his body was pinned, and his body's freedom was completely lost. He reacted instantly, and he was under a genjutsu again. This is the magic shackle technique. Uchiha Itachi used this technique to pin Orochimaru and then cut off one of his arms. It was obviously an illusion, but Zabuza's limbs felt physical pain. This illusion was too real. Uchiha Itachi's character was not very good. It was undeniable that he was indeed powerful, even if he was only 13 years old now. Grow to the top. Zabuza, it turns out it's nothing more than that. Overestimated. Itachi Uchiha thought to himself. Hearing a swish sound, Uchiha Itachi flashed his body, raised the knife and dropped it. Zabuza's assimilated body broke off his arm. The severe pain made Zabuza's assimilated body wake up, and the assimilated body with a broken arm went a little crazy. I'm curious about how powerful S-level illusions are, but looking at you like this, it's another question whether S-level illusions exist. Even if they exist, it doesn't matter. Just defeat the caster before using it. Uchiha Itachi said indifferently. He has always believed that any ninjutsu has weaknesses, and S-level illusions are not so scary. However, Uchiha Itachi didn't realize that everything he was doing now was also an illusion. When Zabuza was assimilated by the genjutsu, and Uchiha Itachi was about to cut off Zabuza's arm like in the genjutsu was activated. This was an illusion specially prepared for Uchiha Itachi by Zabuza's assimilated form. Within a few dozen seconds of looking at each other, he had prepared this technique. This is not a visual illusion, nor is it a tactile or sound illusion. If I have to say it, it can be said to be a trigger type. When Zabuza's genjutsu is in the assimilated body, the genjutsu will be triggered. This genjutsu does not remove the genjutsu on the assimilated body, but causes the person closest to him to be enchanted by the genjutsu. This illusion is somewhat similar to Asma's illusion. Everything in Asma's illusion will develop in the direction he wants, while Uchiha Itachi's illusion will develop in the direction Uchiha Itachi wants, but in some places minor changes will occur. Because Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu skills were beyond Asuma's, Uchiha Itachi wouldn't be trapped for long if the genjutsu world was allowed to develop on its own. At this time, Uchiha Tomie's spirit came to Zabuza's assimilated body and controlled his body. It doesn't matter if Zabuza's assimilated body is in the genjutsu, he will fight for him, and Uchiha Tomie himself is also interested in beating Uchiha Itachi. Other available split bodies and assimilated bodies have all set their sights here. They can't come to Zabuza's assimilated body, and it's okay to have an eye satisfaction. If I were to cast genjutsu, I would have to force Uchiha Itachi to use the kaleidoscope. This guy Zabuza has not mastered the essence of my genjutsu at all. Aizen's split body from Tanokuni complained. Uchiha Tomie did not act rashly after taking over the body of Zabuza's assimilated body, but took over this illusion and perfected it. Zabuza's method of assimilating the body is indeed rough. If Uchiha Tomie doesn't come, this illusion will be detected by Uchiha Itachi in 10 seconds at most and then broken. In the genjutsu, after Uchiha Itachi cut off Zabuza's arm, he didn't want to fight him at all, and he couldn't kill this person who had just been recruited by Pain. There was no point in fighting like this. At this time, Pain said, Zabuza can perform ninjutsu without seals and has fighting ability. Itachi, just play with Zabuza. Itachi still didn't notice the abnormality at this time, and he agreed, because Zabuza's statement about S-level genjutsu might be bragging, but Pain's statement that Zabuza could perform ninjutsu without seals must be true, and there was no need for Pain to lie. The two people in the illusion world found an open place. If they were to compete in ninjutsu, Uchiha Itachi was confident of winning, but he was not confident of killing Zabuza instantly. Uchiha Tomie controls everything in the illusion world, even every plant and tree, making fine adjustments to make everything the same as the real world. For illusion masters, they often detect abnormalities through some details. Itachi Uchiha was strolling around. The more he walked, the more he felt something was wrong. It seemed that something was wrong. Everything seemed normal, but there was something strange about him that he couldn't explain. Then the battle begins. Before Uchiha Itachi could think about it, Tendo Pain spoke. At this time, Zabuza quickly spit out a ball of water, which was shaped by chakra and condensed into a dragon shape. Uchiha Itachi, who has opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, can be sure that this is Muji Ninjutsu, and it is definitely not a seal-making speed that is too fast. Looking at instant ninjutsu, he himself can do 6 seals per second, and there may be someone better than him. Fast, but not so fast that he couldn't see it at all. While thinking in his mind, Uchiha Itachi's hands were not affected. He quickly completed the seal, and a huge fireball shot out. The diameter of the fireball was 10 meters. This is something that 13-year-old Sasuke cannot do. Even 13-year-old Shizui is not necessarily better than Itachi in fire escape. Water defeats fire, but water dragons cannot crush fireballs. The chakra is indeed consumed. but there is always an indescribable weird feeling. Yukai Itachi always felt that he was under an illusion, but so far, he couldn't see any flaws. As long as it's a technique, it has flaws. If we continue fighting with Zabuza, we'll definitely be able to figure it out. Yukai Itachi didn't believe that Genjutsu could perfectly simulate his battle with Zabuza. Seeing Yukai Itachi's appearance, Yukai Tomie felt more and more that this guy was really powerful, even though his level of Genjutsu was higher than that of Zabuza's assimilated body. He still quickly noticed the flaw. He couldn't help but think that Sasuke's current training progress was too poor. He couldn't compare with Itachi at all. If he wanted the brothers to really kill each other, Sasuke's strength was not enough. Itachi Uchiha continued to fight Zabuza. He was a little frightened when he saw the Muji water release ninjutsu. Muji's ninjutsu improved the ninja greatly. Moreover, it can release multiple water dragons at once, which is a bit difficult to deal with. Something was wrong, so wrong, it seemed a little quiet. Wait, I understand. Illusion solution. Powerful chakra emanated from Yukai Itachi, not only in the world of illusions, but also in reality. He finally cracked the illusion. Chapter 36 Ninjutsu Showdown. Your illusions are very good. Among the non-bloodline ninjas, your illusions are the strongest I have ever seen. Yukai Itachi boasted a lot as soon as he broke the illusion, but it fell to other people's ears that Yukai Itachi was flattering himself. Your Genjutsu is very strong, but I have cracked your Genjutsu. I am stronger than you. Among non-blood ninjas, your Genjutsu is very good, but compared to me who has the Sharingan, there is still a gap. In the eyes of Akatsuki people, this is the subtext of Itachi Uchiha. Tomie Uchiha asked curiously, how did you see the flaw in this technique? Tomie was really curious. He adjusted everything in the illusion to be as synchronized with reality as possible. He even took into account chakra consumption, weather, and the impact of ninjutsu on the environment. Zabuza and the other split bodies were very curious, and only Aizen's split body could figure out where the flaw was. Zabuza's assimilation had long since broken free from Yukai Itachi's Genjutsu, but the control of his body was in the hands of Yukai Tomie. Yukai Itachi said calmly, the people of Akatsuki are weak. They are too quiet in the illusion and rarely speak. Now Yukai Tomie understood that other people in the Akatsuki organization might watch quietly, but Kisame wouldn't. This guy is also in Itachi, so he couldn't keep silent throughout the whole process. Tandao Pain came out at this time. Look at it like this. The illusion competition is a tie. Then do you want to compete in ninjutsu? In fact, Tendo Pain doesn't care how high the Genjutsu level of Uchiha Itachi and Zabuza is, because he has the Rinnegan, plus the 6 paths Pain can act together, and he is completely immune to visual Genjutsu. Good. Yukai Itachi and Yukai Tomie spoke out at the same time, both wanting to teach each other a lesson. Itachi Uchiha did not forget Zabuza's sarcastic remarks about him, and failed to cut off his arm. He had to continue to avenge this revenge, and at the same time find out the strength of the members of the Akatsuki organization, although he may not necessarily pass this information to Konoha. Now the people in the Akatsuki organization are more interested. Zabuza is much stronger than the rumors say. To be able to compete with Yukai Itachi and Genjutsu to such an extent, even if Yukai Itachi didn't use the Mangekyo Sharingan, his Genjutsu attainments were not comparable to theirs. However, they will not think that they are inferior to Zabuza. Everyone has their own strengths. Let's just say Konan. She takes victory through quantity to the extreme. With her endless detonating charms, Scorpion and Kisame are really no match for her. There was some noise when the group left the base, which was completely different from the silence in the illusion. Zabuza's assimilated form begged him to give him back control of his body. He wanted to beat Yukai Itachi. When I finish, I'll fight you instead. Besides, you'll have a long time in the Akatsuki organization in the future. I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Yukai Tomie directly controlled the thoughts of Zabuza's assimilated body to shut him up. The other split bodies felt that he did a great job and were almost annoyed by him, which would affect the subsequent viewing experience. It rains all year round in the land of rain, which is a good thing for ninjas who are good at water escape. Now it is drizzling. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Tomie were more than 10 meters apart. Others were watching from a distance, but Scorpion wanted to see how strong this future companion was. It's better to be stronger so that they can go after Orochimaru. Scorpion still misses Orochimaru and thinks about improving his strength to kill him every day. This body is indeed physically stronger than me, but its innate attributes only match the water attribute. But it doesn't matter, even water escape alone is enough to defeat Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Tomie was a little excited. Speaking of it, this was his first actual combat. Bullying Uchiha Sasuke didn't count, nor did the fight when he first traveled through time. He was defeated in 2 moves. Cool. In an instant, water dragons and fireballs appeared, and the scene was highly similar to the battle in the illusion. It's so fast to form seals. Kisame, the most honest person in the Akatsuki organization who always performs seals conscientiously, said in horror. Tendo Pain said, Uchiha Itachi's seal formation speed is really fast, but Zabuza doesn't need to form seals at all. Xiaonan and Xi didn't react much. Many of their moves didn't require seals. As for Black Zetsu, he was not a combat ninja. On the contrary, the other half of Zetsu, Bai Zetsu, was very interested. Is it Muji ninjutsu? Doesn't all water release require seals? That would be amazing. Tendo Pain nodded. He met some ninjas on the way back with Zabuza's assimilated form, and he didn't need to form seals every time he used water escape ninjutsu to deal with them. Seeing that the water dragon bullet was ineffective, Uchiha Tomie did not use multiple water dragon bullets like in the genjutsu. He could not use the trick that could not quickly defeat Uchiha Itachi in the genjutsu. Uchiha Tomie quickly formed seals while retreating. For him, he could release ninjutsu without forming seals, but if he formed seals, the power of the technique could be increased. Water escape. A water prison technique. A water prison with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared, trapping Uchiha Itachi inside. The water prison slowly shrank. If Uchiha Itachi did not take measures and contracted to the extreme, the water prison would trap him to death. Kisame was confused. Is there such a big water prison? Making a large water prison to trap the enemy, and then slowly shrinking it, seems good, but in fact it has many flaws and consumes a lot of chakra. The consumption of chakra was nothing to Kisame. After a little thought, he discovered that this technique had many flaws. This technique could trap ordinary Jounin, but it could not trap the truly strong. So, this move is just an auxiliary move, as well as a backup move. Kisame's judgment was very strong and he could analyze Uchiha Tomie's intentions instantly. Uchiha Itachi in the water prison naturally analyzed it, and it seemed that he was still careless. Along with Uchiha Itachi's seal, 2 shadow clones quickly appeared beside him. The shadow clones quickly went to the edge of the water prison and then exploded. Boom. Boom. There were only 2 huge explosions, and a gap was blown out of the water prison. Uchiha Itachi passed through the gap in an instant, even though he knew that he would face a fierce attack after going out. This technique is far worse than my secret bomb. Kawakami Tomie's split body who was watching knew that this was Uchiha Itachi's clone explosion. This technique consumes less chakra, but is far less powerful than the secret bomb. The moment Uchiha Itachi rushed out of the water prison, the water prison turned into countless water flows and rushed towards him. The water flow itself did not have strong attack power, but Uchiha Tomie used his thunder escape to bombard the water flow, and the lethality came. Under the strong current, Uchiha Itachi's body felt a little numb. Kisame sighed, I'm not as good as him at this skill. Uchiha Tomie's hand is not worthy of praise. His tactics can only be said to be average. What is really powerful is Uchiha Tomie's control of the technique. They couldn't transform the water prison into water flow in an instant and perform thunder escape at the same time, because the 2 are performed at the same time. Thunder-type chakra and water-type chakra will conflict. Even if it is a compound ninjutsu, it is not 2 different ninjutsus that are performed in an instant, but a combination of them used one after the other. Chapter 37 Suzu. Uchiha Itachi's previous preparations were completely in vain. When he rushed out, he secretly formed a seal with his right hand, ready to send out a powerful fireball at any time, and held a shuriken in his left hand, ready to shoot out at any time. Uchiha Tomie thought that after succeeding this time, the next battle would be much easier. As a result, he used various multiple water escape techniques, and even used techniques similar to water-breaking waves, but they were all defended by Itachi Uchiha. He showed Uchiha Tomie what it means to be a high-end player. The key is that he didn't use Suzu or the Mangekyou technique, but he was just a little embarrassed. Are you also 50-50? The split body watching was confused. This fighting consciousness is so good. Uchiha Tomie panted slightly. Although his chakra recovered quickly, he couldn't withstand such a torment. If he continues to use only water escape and low-level thunder escape, he will be the loser, which is not what he wants. After watching the battle for so long, Kisame is no longer so afraid of Zabuza's assimilated form, as long as he is careful about his illusions. In Kisame's view, Zabuza is nothing to be afraid of. They are all good at water escape. He has the same muscles, so he can naturally restrain Zabuza. He will definitely win in a long-term battle. It seems like this is the only way, but the winner takes all. Also, I will beat Uchiha Itachi today. Uchiha Tomie began to transfer his own chakra. His chakra was not as good as Zabuza's, but not too little. Uchiha Itachi saw that Uchiha Tomie did not attack for a long time, and couldn't help but sneer. It seems that your chakra is almost exhausted. I won this battle. Having said that, Uchiha Itachi was very cautious and still used his shadow clone to test. Zabuza could not relax at all before he fell completely, because most of his techniques did not require sealing, but those that required sealing were even worse. Handle. Uchiha Tomie did not respond. The thick fog began to fill. The Kirigakyu technique was activated, and Uchiha Tomie controlled the body of Zabuza's assimilated body and disappeared in front of Uchiha Itachi. A dying struggle? No, Zabuza is famous for his silent killing technique. Uchiha Itachi tried his best to sense, but could not sense Uchiha Tomie's aura. He looked at the shadow clone and asked them to search. Bang, bang. After a while, 2 explosions sounded, and the 2 shadow clones exploded. The shadow clone just now was actually a big explosion of clones. 2 different directions. It seems that Zabuza used the shadow clone. I can't waste chakra with the shadow clone, and even the wind escape of the level of the Great Breakthrough can't blow away this fog. Uchiha Itachi could only sit back and wait for work. In fact, he didn't like this feeling. He preferred to control everything. In the vast fog, even Pain's Samsara eye couldn't see through it, but he had the technique of Rain Tiger, so he knew the situation of the battle. Rain Tiger free technique. Pain uses chakra to create rain clouds, and then makes them fall. Every drop of rain that falls during the activation of the technique is closely connected to Pain's feeling. As soon as Tendu Pain activated this ninjutsu, he found that Zabuza's assimilated body had more shadow clones. The chakra contained in each shadow clone could activate a powerful ninjutsu, and Uchiha Itachi was in danger. Tandao Pain was considering whether to stop them. If the 2 continued to fight, there would definitely be casualties. This would require recruiting more people. Strong men were not so easy to recruit. Boom, boom. In an instant, there was a thunderous thunder, lightning flashed, and the thick fog was illuminated. The huge thunder and water dragon appeared, not 1, but 10. The 10 thunder and water dragons were like an ambush from all sides, absolutely surrounding Uchiha Itachi. Now he had no way to hide or escape. Tendu Pain is naturally not afraid of these thunder dragons, so what if there are 100 of them? After accumulating power, a Shinra Tensei can be bounced away, but he is afraid of something happening to Itachi Uchiha. Although Itachi has the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan, the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan can block it. Can you live there? Conan, Scorpion, and Kisame also felt that Itachi was in danger and might even die. Only Zetsu knew how powerful the Mangekyou Sharingan was and how strong Suzu was. The 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi's Suzu is far inferior to Uchiha Madara, but it is enough to protect himself. Facing the thunder and water dragon, Uchiha Itachi knew better than anyone how powerful these dragons were. If there was only one, he wouldn't be afraid, But 10. It is simply not something that human power can resist. This is the second time Uchiha Itachi has faced a crisis since he opened the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan. The first time was when he faced the perfect Jinchuriki of the fourth Mizukage. At this moment, the third power Suzu that resides in the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan was activated. The red Suzu giant enveloped Itachi. This level of completion was far inferior to that of a few years later, but it was still very powerful. Under the infusion of Itachi's eye power regardless of his eyes, Suzu directly reached the second form. You must know that Uchiha Itachi's eye power is at its peak now, and it is not as bad as his eyesight will decline after a few years. This is the legendary Suzu, which integrates offense and defense. For the Uchiha people, turning on the Suzu means having the power to rival the five shadows. It is said that Uchiha Madara relies on the Mangekyou Sharingan to defeat the Senju pillars. This ninja god, Zetsu, introduced it to the people of Akatsuki. Everyone in Akatsuki agreed with this. Suzu was indeed powerful. With his body type, he could ignore most ninjutsu. Pain felt that Shinra Tensei could blast away Suzu, but not so easily. But with the corporation of Six Paths Pain, it was nothing to this extent. Scorpio mentally took stock of which puppets he had that could deal with Suzu. Konon estimated how many detonating charms would be needed to explode Suzu, and Kisame felt that he could only delay until Uchiha Itachi could no longer maintain Suzu. Yes, while everyone was guessing, 10 thunder and water dragons collided with Suzu from different directions. Click! There were many cracks in the tall Suzu. After all, this was a composite ninja technique. If Juja comes back, Suzu will be defeated. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. This was his first time using Suzu, and he felt uncertain. After all, Itachi was not Harutsuke, and he was extremely arrogant. In Itachi's surprised eyes, Uchiha Tomie had arrived at Suzu's side, and he raised his beheading sword high. Itachi was a little stunned. Even your compound ninja techniques couldn't do anything to Suzu. You actually wanted to rely on the decapitation sword. Even Uchiha Itachi, who didn't like to laugh, was almost amused. Uchiha Itachi is one of the 4 Uchiha laughers, but he doesn't like to laugh. It should be said that none of the 4 laughers are people who smile often. Are you surprised? But I am not Danzo. I have long known how powerful Suzu is, and I also know that the Thunder Water Dragon Bomb cannot truly defeat Suzu. Uchiha Tomie concentrated a large amount of the water attribute chakra from Zabuza's assimilated body into his right arm, and then fiercely shot it, the blue light flickering. Powerful chakra was released all at once, and the powerful chakra formed an airflow that directly blew Suzu away. With this blow, he exploded half a calorie of chakra, and this force directly shattered the Suzu, which had multiple cracks. Even though Suzu resisted most of the force, the remaining force still injured Uchiha Itachi. Zabuza's assimilated body's right hand was temporarily disabled. Uchiha Tomie released half of the chakra from his right arm at once. The muscles and bones of his right arm were broken, and some were even completely shattered. Even the decapitating sword appeared. Cracked. Chapter 38. The end of the battle. Uchiha Itachi staggered to his feet. Suzu condensed again, and blood and tears fell from his eyes. When the fight reached this point, Uchiha Itachi felt really angry. How could the battle end like this? Uchiha Tomie didn't panic at all. In just a short while, a few bones had recovered. In 20 seconds at most, his right arm would be fully recovered. Give me some face and stop here. If you still want to fight, we will be your opponent. Tan Dao Pain appeared between the two of them. As he spoke, he channeled the other 5 pain. If he continued to fight, one of them would really die. He had to stop. Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly and dismissed Suzu. Instead of wasting his pupil power and fighting pain, it is better to preserve his pupil power. If you use the kaleidoscope too much, you will go blind. Uchiha Itachi is by no means a match for Six Paths Pain. Uchiha Itachi may be able to defeat Nagato himself, but he will never be able to defeat Six Paths Pain because Nagato's mobility is too low. Uchiha Tomie found it boring. He just used the decapitating sword to beat Uchiha Itachi away. At most, coupled with the previous electric shock, it could not be considered as ravaging Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Tomie returned control of his body to Zabuza's assimilated body, and his spirit returned to his true form. His true form lay directly on the table sleeping to cover it up, and the teacher ignored him. "It's over like this? What a pity. We haven't really beaten Uchiha Itachi yet. Also, are you the red-haired Pain? Everyone gives you face." The splinters were speechless, but think about it, Pain is not a red-haired, Nagato, yes. The splits looked away. There was nothing interesting to see next, except Aizen's split. He was still looking at it. He had not forgotten how Zabuza's assimilated body arranged his own affairs. When Zabuza's assimilated body regained control of his body, most of his right arm had recovered, which did not affect his ability to use the decapitating sword. Seeing that the two of them had no intention of fighting, Dan Dao Pain continued, "Let's count you two as a draw this time. If you don't fight to the death, you can't tell the winner." The two were silent. Uchiha Itachi felt that he had the two eye skills of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. If he really wanted to fight next time, he would definitely win, and he wouldn't be as embarrassed as this time. Zabuza's assimilated body felt that he would win. During the fight just now, he didn't use swordsmanship very much. If he let himself do it, he might have won. Even if he didn't use the kaleidoscope, if it didn't work, he would open the 8-gate dungeon to the 7th gate, which was enough to shake Uchiha Itachi's Suzu. When Tendo Pain saw the two of them, he remained silent and asked, "By the way, is the Aizen you mentioned strong?" At this time, Xionan and others also came over, and most of the thick fog had dissipated. Zabuza's assimilated body said, "Aizen is very strong, and his genjutsu attainments are far above mine. In comparison, his ninjutsu is a bit inferior, but he is stronger than the average Jounin. I really don't know where such a person comes from. Yes, this guy doesn't seem to be from the 5 great ninja villages." Pain couldn't help but frown. Although powerful genjutsu was useful, it was not enough to deal with the Jinchuriki. There were too few genjutsu that could restrain the Jinchuriki. Zetsu, go search for Aizen's information. Pain thought about it and felt that they had no right to be picky. Even if they couldn't deal with the Jinchuriki, they could still deal with other masters. Chuckled, "Don't worry. We are very professional in intelligence." After finishing speaking, Z sank into the ground and left. He was really dedicated. Everyone except Xi and Pain dispersed, and Pain said a few words and left. In the end, only Scorpion and Zabuza's assimilated bodies were left. Scorpion's attitude towards Zabuza was surprisingly good, which was the reason for the first impression. Zabuza's assimilated body snatched Kakashi's Sharingan, so Scorpion's first impression of him was very good. Just now Uchiha Tomie showed great power by controlling the assimilated body, which won him the respect of Scorpion. Uchiha Tomie in the Konoha classroom slightly raised the corner of his mouth. No matter what, Uchiha Itachi had found some interest. Thinking about it now, Uchiha Itachi didn't care so much about the assimilated body's sarcastic words. Otherwise he could have proposed to terminate the sparring at any time, but he didn't. Zetsu wanted to recruit Aizen's split body, but it's a pity. Aizen's split body can't leave in Tan Country. Uchiha Tomie actually thinks that the Hawkeye split body can join Akatsuki. Anyway, the Hawkeye split body is almost trained in the Kingdom of Iron. The Kingdom of Iron is running out of things for Hawkeye's split body to learn. Even if it's a sparring session, except for Mifune, no one else can help him practice. After that, it will be up to him. When the time comes, let the Hawkeye split body wander around the ninja world and go to the underground black market to complete some tasks. With his power, it will be easy to become famous. When the time comes, Pain or Conan will come to him. When Itachi, Kisame, and Scorpion are dead in the future, then the only ones Pain, Conan, and even Obito can rely on are Zabuza's assimilation and Hawkeye's split body. At that time, it will be easier for Uchiha Tomie to pick the last beach. In fact, Tomie Uchiha also wants Nagato's Rinnegan and Conan's secret paper escape technique. Recently, Kawakami Tomie's split body has been studying a technique related to detonating talismans. The detonating talisman, also known as the explosive talisman, is a kind of talisman. After being detonated, It can explode after a certain period of time. It is as powerful as the advanced fire escape ninjutsu released by the Jounin. Seal a certain ninjutsu into paper in the form of runes. This is how the detonating talisman is made. It can be said that in order to make detonating talismans, one must have a certain degree of fire escape ninja skills, and secondly, one must master a certain degree of sealing techniques. Now, Kawakami Tomie's idea is to seal the secret bomb released by the shadow clone into paper, so that the power released will be much greater than the detonating talisman. It is estimated that the power of one piece is equivalent to the power of hundreds or thousands of detonating talismans. As Tomie Kawakami's split body becomes stronger, the charms she creates will become more powerful. After learning the secret art of paper escape, you will become more comfortable controlling these talismans. The only problem is that the level of sealing techniques mastered by Kawakami Tomie is not high, and the research on this technique is a bit slow. According to Tomie Kawakami's idea of splitting the body, if this jutsu is successfully developed, most ninjutsu can be sealed in the talisman, and even the tailed beast jade can be sealed. This is a theory, but it is difficult to put into practice. Everything has to wait until Denzo is completely assimilated, and then he will be able to possess many sealing techniques. It can be said that Danzo was a big gift package to Uchiha Tomie. He got too many things from assimilating Danzo. It can be said that even if he assimilated Sarutobi Hiruzen, he might not get as much as assimilating Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have Hashirama cells and Mangekyou ring Sharingan. Uchiha Tomie begins to make plans and obtains the secret technique of paper escape. His combat effectiveness with the split body will increase again. Uchiha Tomie's vision is not limited to the 5 great ninja villages. He does not want to become stronger and unify the ninja world in the future, and eventually be picked off by the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, he will find any way to obtain any means that can enhance his strength. Today's Uchiha Tomie can barely be said to be invincible in the ninja world, but there is an uncertain factor in the Pure Land of the underworld, and this factor is the Sage of Six Paths. Fujian cannot be sure whether the Immortal of Six Paths is good or evil, and he doesn't want to be sure. All he needs to do is to improve himself. He will not place his hopes on others, let alone his life. Chapter 39. Half a year in a flash. Time flies, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 6 months, Xiao has remained low-key. Not many people know about this organization. Even if they know, most people think it is a small organization. Except for Okimaru, Uchiha Tomie and a few other people who knew about it, no one knew that this organization already had the power to rival the 5 major ninja villages. As long as Nagato is willing, Rain Ninja Village can become the 6th largest ninja village at any time, but that is not his goal. In the past 6 months, Scorpion and Zabuza's assimilated bodies occasionally went to the black market to pick up some tasks, as did Kisame and Itachi. Originally, this task was taken over by Kakazu, but now that Kakazu is dead, people from the Akatsuki organization also have to do the task. After all, they also have to make ends meet. However, even though Kakazu is dead, most of his money is with Conan. The Akatsuki organization recently added a new member, the Hawkeye Split. The Hawkeye Split body has developed the Wind Chakra mode based on the Thunder Chakra mode, and his swordsmanship is at the level of Shadow. In fact, what really limits the split body of Hawkeye is the body. Even if he changes into the appearance of Hawkeye, his essence is the same as Uchiha Tomie. He is an 8-year-old child. No, he should be 9 years old now. Aizen's split body was hiding in Ten Country, and everyone who had seen him take action was dead. In addition, he had the means to avoid Baizetsu's prying eyes, so Baizetsu could not find Aizen's split body at all. It is worth mentioning that, with the help of Aizen's split body, the Sound Ninja Village was established, and Okimaru began his research. Tomie Kawakami's split body was unable to complete the research of sealing the secret bomb into the talisman because he did not have access to advanced sealing techniques. However, She is still very powerful. She has developed both the Fire Chakra mode and the Earth Chakra mode. The Water Chakra mode was developed by Zabuza's assimilated form. She also developed a thunderous version of the secret bomb, and in addition she developed many useful techniques. However, Kawakami Tomie's split body just wanted to say, "It's too difficult for me. I really don't want to develop ninjutsu." In fact, whether it is Kawakami Tomie's split body or other split bodies, or even Uchiha Tomie himself, their power comes from the absolute control of Mangekyou's ability. It is this ability that makes them powerful. Without this ability, they would not have grown to this point so quickly. Without absolute control over this ability, no matter which split body is now, without using the Sharingan, it can only beat ordinary Jounin. In the past 6 months, the ninja world has been relatively peaceful, and war will not start easily. Konoha, Kirigakure, Tsunagakure, and Iwagakure completely left Zabuza alone. They felt that if Zabuza didn't provoke them, there was no need to deal with him. Kumogakure dispatched a lot of people, even the two-tailed Ginchuriki. After all, the Raikage had a bad temper, so how could he let his men be bullied? Zabuza's assimilated body is hiding, and it's not easy for Kumogakure's ninjas to find him. After obtaining the Thunder Chakra mode, and the Akatsuki organization's requirement to keep a low profile, Zabuza would really like to have a fight with the Raikage to see which one is stronger, the Thunder Chakra mode or the Water Chakra mode. A broken bar. On this day, 9-year-old Uchiha Tomie, 8-year-old Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto applied for early graduation. Someone can graduate early? No way. I'm not very sure that I can pass this year's graduation exam. I can only say that he is worthy of being a Uchiha. Even if there are only 2 of them left, they are still geniuses. Naruto Uzumaki is indeed the son of the 4th Hokage. He is so strong after practicing seriously. When the Fujian trio applied to graduate early, the school's students were shocked, both seniors and juniors. Among them, Hinata Neji, who is known as a genius, was hit hard. What kind of genius was he? He was not only compared to Uchiha Tomie of the same age, but also to Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto who were younger than him. Sure enough, is this fate? Those who graduate early are either Uchiha or 4th generation sons. Everything is doomed. The fate is unchangeable, just like I can't resist the clan. Hinata Neji sneered inwardly. He felt that he had seen through everything. At the same time, he was very unwilling, but he was powerless to change. Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Tomie are in the same class, but they have little intersection, not before and not now. There are many people around Fujian. Even if he does not activate his desire for beauty, he still attracts many girls. Fujian greeted his classmates with a smile. The skill matching desire was officially activated, and some methods should be used. Tomie has been playing well with his school classmates these days, because he has noticed that it will only take 2 days to completely assimilate Danzo, and he can start to make plans. Naruto and Sasuke were also surrounded by many people. Most of the girls were around Sasuke, and most of the boys were around Naruto. Sasuke had long been used to it and refused to respond aloofly. Sasuke crossed his fingers and rested his chin on the back of his hands, thinking about what life would be like after graduation, whether he would be on missions all day long, fighting powerful ninjas. I hope my mentor Jounin isn't too weak. Sasuke learned some information from Tomie, so in Sasuke's mind, the most suitable people to be his mentors were Kakashi Hatake, who raised Naruto, and Matkai, who had thick eyebrows. According to Tomie, these 2 are the 2 most powerful Jounin in Konoha now, and Sasuke also recognizes their strength. He accidentally saw these 2 competing. The speed was too fast. Even if he turned on the second Magatama writing, it was also difficult for the chakra to see their speed. Compared to the quiet Sasuke, Naruto was much more lively. I will graduate soon. Come on everyone, I believe you can do it. Also, I will definitely become Hokage. Becoming a genin is just the first step. Naruto's sunny smile affected everyone, and some civilian students who were very skilled in the 3-body techniques secretly made up their minds. Even if he is not as good as Naruto, he cannot be pulled away that much. At least, He must at least become a Chunin like Hyuga-sensei. Naruto-kun, you can definitely do it, a certain girl with white eyes whispered, but unfortunately her voice was too low and no one could hear her. The girl's eyes slowly became firm, as if she had made some determination. Hyuga, who was far away in the Hokage's office, suddenly sneezed several times. He was discussing with the third Hokage. He felt that graduating early was too messy. Naruto and Sasuke were only 8 years old, and they were too young. Hyuga, maybe you may not be Naruto and Sasuke's opponent now, and Kakashi graduated at a younger age than them. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly that he understood Hyuga's thoughts. He was a good teacher, but emergency times called for tactics. Hyuga was speechless. He wanted to say that this was not a time of war and there was no need for this. No, am I really helping them, or is everything just self-righteous? Hyuga suddenly thought that for Naruto, Sasuke and even Uchiha Tomie, there is nothing worth learning in school. I understand, Hyuga replied, and then he and Sarutobi Hiruzen left, dejected. Chapter 40 Danzo is a great treasure. On that day, Fujian and the other 3 passed the exam easily. The current test is the basic 3-body technique, which is too easy. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not send anyone to test the power of Tomie and the other 3, there was no need. Everything would be known when Kakashi became their teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not sent Anbu candidates to spy on Uchiha Tomie and Sasuke for fear of being discovered by them. The Anbu candidate had been monitoring for so long and found nothing unusual, so there was no need to waste manpower. At most, he could use his telescope to take a look at it every now and then. When they passed the exam, Tomie and the other 3 were informed that their leading teacher was Kakashi Hatake. What? It's Kakashi. Kakashi? That's fine. But even a being like Kakashi who became a Jounin at the age of 12 is not invincible, and his Sharingan was actually taken away. Kakashi, I hope you don't do anything boring about grabbing the bell, or you'll have to act again. The 3 Tomie people had different reactions. Naruto did not expect that his leading teacher would be Kakashi, who had taught him for almost a year. This is not bad. Naruto recognizes Kakashi's ability very much. He became so strong only under Kakashi's guidance. Sasuke knew a lot of things through Tomie, and also knew that Kakashi had the Sharingan and that the Sharingan was taken away. He remembered Zabuza in his heart, and at the same time he was more eager to become stronger. Even a powerful Jounin like Kakashi had his Sharingan taken away. He had to become stronger to protect his Sharingan. The 3 of them changed their forehead protectors, registered their ninja numbers, and waited in the teacher's office for Kakashi to come over. On the other side, in the root base, the assimilated body sneered again and again. He was about to completely control Danzo, and it was all due to Hashirama cells. In the early stage, he avoided the arm made of Hashirama cells and quickly assimilated Danzo. In the later stage, Hashirama cells blocked him. If it weren't for Hashirama cells, the assimilation would have been completed a month ago. These days, assimilation bodies have even assimilated Hashirama cells. Hashirama cells are indeed powerful, but Tomie is not bad either. Finally, free. Danzo's assimilated body almost jumped with excitement. The assimilation was finally completed, and Danzo's assimilated body instantly took over everything about Danzo. At this moment, Danzo's assimilated form suddenly became the strongest Tomie. Although this strength was temporary, the assimilated body removed the bandage, and his body was the same as that of a normal person. After the assimilation was completed, Danzo's flaws disappeared. He dug out the Shizui Mangekyou ring from his right eye and the Sharingan from his right arm and kept them, which were very useful. They are not used as consumables for Izanagi. He does not need them. These Sharingans have other uses. I need to meet this deity and upgrade my eyes. The assimilated body installed the Sharingan that belonged to him from the right arm to his left eye. His eyes turned into Scarlet Sharingan, only 3 Magatama instead of Mangekyou ring. Because he is the eye that was dug out when the Mangekyou Sharingan was not activated. When Tomie Kawakami's template is loaded, he will be a new individual. Therefore, he has 2 ways to possess the Mangekyou ring Sharingan. One is to open it himself, and the other is to transplant the Mange-Kie ring Sharingan from the main body or other split bodies. For split bodies and assimilated bodies, absolute control is the best kaleidoscope ability, which can turn ordinary people into peerless geniuses. This body is really good. Danzo's assimilation body carefully felt this body, fused with Hashirama's cells, and could use would release. He used Tomie's cells as the main body to engulf and assimilate Hashirama's cells. In other words, this body will not have any adverse reactions. The amount of chakra in this body is 5 times that of Danzo's before. His current use of wood release is not as good as Senju Hashirama, but more than Yamato. Also, even though Danzo's assimilated body looks old, its physical functions are at the peak of what it was in its 20s, and its physical strength is even better than before, because of the perfect fusion of Hashirama cells. He quickly sorted out the information in his mind and passed on all the advanced ninjutsu to his deity and split bodies. The mutual multiplication detonation talisman, the 4-image seal, the 5-element seal, the Bagua seal, and the evil seal are really good. The split bodies were very happy. It could be said that Genbu had collected 90% of Konoha's advanced ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Danzo had not learned many of the techniques, but that didn't mean he hadn't seen them. He just had to read them. Even if it is hidden in the depths of his mind, he himself has forgotten it, but he can dig it out after the assimilated body takes control of his body. Kawakami Tomie's split body was very happy to see all the sealing techniques. As expected of Danzo, the collection was really large, much more than they imagined. When she masters these sealing techniques, she can develop the talisman to seal the secret bomb. Aizen's split body also smiled while looking at all the ninjutsu. Sunagakure village did not have a powerful sealing technique. He could use the sealing technique to exchange the reincarnation technique with Sunagakure village. Sunagakure village will definitely not deal with it obediently. This is not up to you. The weak of no say. Aizen from Sunagakure village didn't look down on him. In comparison, it was more difficult to get the paper escape technique from Conan. After all, they are not bad people. Although they snatched the thunder release chakra mode, it was Kumogakure who wanted to snatch the Sharingan of Zabuza's assimilated form. The assimilated form was superior, and he generously spared Arui's future Raikiji's life. As for grabbing Kakashi's Sharingan, they were going to kill Zabuza's assimilated form, and it was very generous of Zabuza's assimilated form as the winner to spare their lives. In this ninja world, the strong dominate everything, and whatever the winner says is right. Senju Hashirama is proof that it is ridiculous that he created the ninja village system, but he is respected by many people just because he is the winner. If Senju Hashirama pushed other ninja villages to imitate the ninja village established by Konoha and left Konoha alone in the ninja world, then the ninja village system would not be ridiculous. But he not only recognized the existence of other ninja villages, but also sent the tailed beasts out. How retarded is this? If Senju Hashirama could live forever, this would be no problem, but with a fairy body, he would not live as long as ordinary people like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Onoki. Danzo is such a great treasure. The split soul nested in the unknown mountain village was so excited that it almost took off. The research on the soul is progressing very slowly, and now there is spiritual transformation technology for reference. Techniques such as reincarnation in dirty soil, separation of soul and body, and turning of heart are also related to the soul, and they can learn a few things from them. At least she will not be as clueless as before. But it is a pity that there is no ghoul seal. The Hawkeye split body also gained something. Danzo collected too many techniques. He has seen the swordsmanship of each family in Konoha, and he also has the swordsmanship of the Uchiha style and the swordsmanship of Senju Tobirama. It can only be said that he is worthy of Zangetsu. His collection is richer than that of the Hokage. Zabuza's assimilated body has gained many water release ninjutsu, and with the Flying Thunder God technique, he can use the Kamyu Sharingan he grabbed from Kakashi and the ability of his right eye to absolutely control it, and quickly learn the Flying Thunder God technique. It can be said that in the next period of time, the power of Uchiha Tomie's main body, split body, and assimilated body will increase rapidly. It is no problem to increase the comprehensive strength by 2 to 3 times within a year. Chapter 41 Dream. Tomie, Uchiha, Naruto, and Sasuke were bored waiting for Kakashi to arrive. He was thinking about the Rinnegan. He was thinking about Danzo's assimilated body that had fused with Hashirama's cells. In the future, the assimilated body would open the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Could his Eternal Kaleidoscope be upgraded to the Rinnegan Eye? After upgrading to the Samsara Eye, can I still use the Kaleidoscope skill? Because Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara have the Samsara Eye, except for Suzu's ability, they seem to have never used the Mangekyo Eye technique. Although Uchiha Sasuke is an exception and can use Amaterasu, he does not have 2 Rinnegan Eyes, but 1 Rinnegan Eye and a kaleidoscope. If you upgrade to the Samsara Eye and cannot use the Kaleidoscope Eye technique, Uchiha Tomie would rather not upgrade to the Samsara Eye. If you lose the ability to absolutely control it, Uchiha Tomie is not that genius. Fortunately, he has many split bodies and can make different attempts, such as the ultimate yin escape. Uchiha Tomie doesn't care that the power of the main body is not as good as the split body and the assimilated body. For him, the split body and the assimilated body can help him try various routes, and he can easily learn the power they master with his absolute control. Everyone is here. My name is Hatake Kakashi, and I am your future teacher. Come and lie down with me. Kakashi arrived just as Tomie and the other 3 were impatiently waiting in the office. Everything is changing quietly. Kakashi has something to do and is not late. If Kakashi was the same as before, Tomie and others would have to wait at least 2 more hours. Habits developed over the years cannot be changed if you want to. Kakashi reluctantly changed the lateness, but making out with Heaven is still his favorite. Kakashi took Tomie and the other 3 to the training ground. Kakashi is now different from half a year ago. His temperament has changed greatly. In the original book, when Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura met Kakashi for the first time, they didn't take him seriously because Kakashi looked like salted fish and didn't look like a jonin at all. Kakashi is sharp now, just like a sharp knife, but he is strong yet soft, which is interesting. Uchiha Tomie could see that Kakashi was much stronger than half a year ago. He had not experienced many battles personally, but he had watched a lot of battles between splinters through projection. His eyesight was no worse than anyone else's. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Uchiha Sasuke's forehead. This guy is no match for me. Kakashi only released a trace of momentum. If he released it with all his strength, Sasuke would be even more unbearable. After all, Sasuke is just a flower in the greenhouse now. Kakashi didn't want to waste time and said directly, "My name is Hatake Kakashi, your team teacher." You also know this just now. Some of you know me, but I still introduce myself a little. I am good at knives, jutsu, thunder release, fire release, and some other ninjutsu. Keep your favorite things a secret. Hate people who don't value your companions, and keep your dreams a secret. Please introduce yourselves too. Kakashi didn't plan to grab the bell. He knew that Uchiha Tomie and Uchiha Sasuke had a good relationship. The relationship between Sasuke and Naruto was similar to that between himself and Obito. With Sasuke as a link, the relationship between the 3 of them would not be bad. Moreover, the 3rd generation would not agree with Kakashi's idea of sending these 3 people back to the ninja school if they failed to pass the assessment. Different from the original Hokage, Konoha's situation is now even more dire. Naruto was very familiar with Kakashi and said half-jokingly, "Kakashi-sensei, we are all so familiar. No introduction is needed." Naruto placed a heavy emphasis on the word teacher. It was quite sudden that a person he was suddenly very familiar with, a role similar to that of an older brother, suddenly became his teacher. Kakashi said with a serious face, "Naruto, you are a ninja now, and are you really sure that Sasuke and Tomie know all your thoughts?" Naruto became serious after hearing this, took a deep breath and said, "I understand, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto thought carefully before speaking. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like to eat Yakiraku ramen and Kakashi-sensei's cooking. I hate others calling me the 4th generation son and the demon fox. My goal is to surpass Sasuke. As for my dream, no, It's not a dream, I will definitely do it. I will definitely surpass all previous Hokages. Sasuke remained expressionless. He had heard this kind of thing too many times. Tomie heard a slight difference. Naruto's words were the same as in the original work, but his tone was different. He wanted to become Hokage, but his purpose of becoming Hokage was definitely different from the original work. Kakashi understands everything except that Naruto hates being called the fourth son. Sasuke snorted coldly. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, but I don't particularly like anything. If training can be considered something I like, then let's forget it. As for my dream, I will definitely kill that man and revitalize the Uchiha clan. Sasuke didn't say a word. He would definitely defeat Tomie. Seeing how Tomie taught him, he didn't say anything. Sasuke's hatred was very strong, although having Uchiha Tomie as his companion made him feel less lonely, but with the comparison, there was a contrast, which made him miss the lively days even more, so he became even more resentful. Uchiha Itachi. There is another reason why Sasuke resents Itachi, and that is because Itachi killed his most beloved brother. Kakashi was not surprised by Sasuke's words at all. He looked at Tomie, wanting to see what dreams the third Hokage said the Uchiha genius, who was not inferior to Itachi and Shizui, had. From the surface, he couldn't see that he had any interest in Itachi. A lot of hate. Uchiha Tomie said coldly, me too. Sooner or later I will kill Itachi, but for me, killing Itachi will not be everything in my life. As for dreams, I don't have any dreams, but I can protect other people's dreams. Tomie didn't say a word after that. He could also destroy other people's dreams. He would destroy the dreams of Konoha F4, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Obito one by one. Uchiha Sasuke's expression was very strange. As far as he knew, Tomie was not a kind person. If he challenged him, he would be ravaged miserably every time. Naruto praised, this is very good. The dream of protecting others is very great, no worse than becoming Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who used telescope skills to observe here, breathed a sigh of relief. Tomie and the other three were still within his control. Sarutobi Hiruzen is more determined to train Tomie, because until now, Uchiha Itachi has not passed him any information related to the Akatsuki organization. This is intriguing. What is this guy thinking in his heart? Konoha F4 doesn't trust Uchiha Itachi that much, and they don't trust all Uchiha. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is really willing to accept Uchiha, and is really willing to make up his mind instead of procrastinating again and again, the final result will not be to use Uchiha's power to destroy Uchiha. Apart from anything else, Tobirama Senju can accept Uchiha Kagami as his disciple, so why can't Hiruzen Sarutobi accept Shizui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha as his disciples? After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi doesn't trust Uchiha from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 42 Uchiha Tomie's real first battle. The introduction is over, and you have a simple understanding of each other. Next, as a teacher, I need to understand your strength. You can use all your power, you can use kunai, detonating talismans, and be determined to kill me, otherwise you will lose miserably. I'll give you 3 minutes to prepare. Of course, you can also launch an attack now, Kakashi said without any emotion, with a very indifferent expression. Even Naruto, who was very familiar with Kakashi, was a little panicked. The current situation in Konoha is indeed not good. The main pressure is Kumogakure, and it is because of Tomie's operations that he has lost many Chunin and Jounin. Kumogakure was wreaking havoc in the Fire Country on the pretext of capturing Zabuza, and Konoha could only turn a blind eye because Iwagakure was also fanning the flames. Kumogakure was indeed unreasonable. He couldn't find Zabuza and robbed him in the Land of Fire. He couldn't go in vain. Retreat first. The three Tomie looked at each other, retreated together, hid in the woods, and discussed how to deal with Kakashi. Under the careful guidance of Kakashi, an elite ninja, Naruto was still passionate, but he finally learned to use his brain. Tomie didn't mean Kakashi at all, but he just acted with them. I'll be the main attacker. You cooperate with me. Once Kakashi-sensei becomes serious, you two will be eliminated in an instant. Tomie said. Kakashi didn't get anything to grab the bell, but there was nothing. This meant that Kakashi had no restraints, and it was even harder to get his approval. Tomie doesn't need Kakashi's approval. What he needs is Sasuke's approval. The deeper the bond between him and Sasuke, the more fun it will be when the truth is revealed. He has always believed that physical blows are nothing, only mental blows can make a person hurt to the core. Naruto agreed. Having been taught by Kakashi, he knew deeply how powerful Kakashi was, while Sasuke knew how powerful Uchiha Tomie was. Whether it was taijutsu, ninjutsu or illusion, he completely abused him. The three of them briefly discussed and launched the attack. They did not forget that Kakashi did not give them much time. Kakashi is indeed not weak. If Uchiha Tomie didn't use the Mangekyou ring Sharingan, he would have to use all his strength to defeat Kakashi, let alone hide his strength now. Because of his poor physical condition, Tomie couldn't open the 8th door even if he had the skill of absolute control. Now he couldn't even open the 7th door. Is the strongest one the main attacker? This speed is a bit scary. Kakashi yawned and waited, and soon saw Tomie Uchiha approaching quickly. Fujian didn't give in. Physical fitness was his weakness, so there was no need to hide his weakness in this aspect. Tomie's whip leg swept towards Kakashi with thunderous force, facing several graduates. Kakashi did not use the Hatake short blade. The White Fang short blade that White Fang left to Kakashi was broken during the Third Ninja War, but there are still a few good swords from the Hatake family that have been handed down. You're kidding. Such strength. Kakashi didn't use much strength, and his whole body was directly blasted back more than 10 meters by the huge force of the whip leg. It's a bit too much. This speed and strength surpass most Chunin. Kakashi felt that Tomie Uchiha could match the Chunin in just this taijutsu. No. He felt that the Chunin teachers in the ninja school were not necessarily Uchiha Tomie's opponents. Even if Uchiha Tomie only used taijutsu, at least Chunin like Hyuga would not be Tomie's opponent. Tomie is very strong now. His speed is no worse than Rock Lee, who put down his weight in the Chunin exam, and his strength is even higher than Rock Lee. This progress seems a bit exaggerated. After all, Uchiha Tomie a year ago was just an ordinary ninja school student. However, it is no accident that he has such attainments in physical skills. He does self-mutilation exercises every day. For an ordinary person, with this kind of training, his body will be disabled in 5 days at most, and he can only lie in bed for the rest of his life. If Kakashi was surprised, then Naruto was shocked. He couldn't see Tomie's movements clearly. Now Naruto is not a loser, he is a genius. But Naruto is Naruto, and he quickly cheered up. As for Sasuke, he has long been used to Tomie being scary. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball, Wind Escape A Middle. Great Breakthrough. Sasuke and Naruto were not stunned. Seeing Kakashi being forced back, they immediately used ninjutsu. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the fireball instantly became a bit thicker. This was barely considered a compound ninjutsu. Snapped. Kakashi quickly slapped the seal on the ground, and the dog-headed earth wall appeared. Practicing Hatake swordsmanship does not mean that Kakashi no longer practices ninjutsu. Kakashi cannot focus on swords like Hatake, Hokage and Mifune. Kakashi has been practicing for many years, and his style has been determined. He is more like a stickler, using whatever is useful in battle without sticking to one style. This combination of ninjutsu is barely noticeable, but it's a pity that you didn't master the changes in chakra properties. As Kakashi spoke, he launched a violent attack on Uchiha Tomie. After a while, Tomie was kicked away. Taijutsu is indeed Uchiha Tomie's current shortcoming, and it is also the shortcoming of the split body. But it is not the shortcoming of Zabuza's assimilated body and Danzo's assimilated body. Seeing this, Sasuke took out his shuriken from his ninja bag and shot it out twice, intending to show off the Uchiha clan's shuriken skills. The art of shadow clone. Naruto didn't use multiple shadow clones, he didn't know how. Kakashi only taught him the shadow clone technique. Many J-ring nin in Konoha know the shadow clone technique, but not many people know how to use multiple shadow clone. It is a forbidden technique, so Kakashi did not teach Naruto. Kakashi knew that the multiple shadow clone technique was suitable for Naruto, To be precise, it was suitable for people with huge chakra. He planned to teach him this ninjutsu in 2 years when Naruto grows older. Kakashi easily dodged the shurikens fired by Sasuke, and sometimes even used Naruto's shadow clone to resist them. Tomie and the other 3 started a taijutsu siege. The strategy was not like this at the beginning, but Naruto liked to improvise on the spot. It seems that the cooperation is okay, but in fact it is full of loopholes. Kakashi forced Uchiha Tomie back with one punch, grabbed Naruto and threw him out, and used him to force Sasuke back. Without the burden of the Sharingan, Kakashi became a lot stronger, except for using Earth Flow Wall at the beginning, and then defeated the Tomie trio with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Different from the original work, the Sharingan was lost at the end of the 4th Ninja War. At that time, he was 31 years old and it was difficult to significantly improve his strength. Now he still has a lot of room for improvement. You are indeed stronger than the average genin, but this coordination is really disappointing. Try again, Kakashi said with a cold face. In fact, he was surprised by Tomie's power. I will pester Kakashi-sensei later. Just use ninjutsu and I will find a way to escape. Trust me. Uchiha Tomie has decided to use the 8-gate dungeon. As for how he mastered the 8-gate dungeon, Danzo should take the blame for it, and the cage should take the blame, even if he has become his own assimilated body. Don't mess around. A tilde, 2. Naruto and Sasuke were a little anxious. It was just a discussion. There was no need to go all out. Although Kakashi said that they could use all means, it was too dangerous. Chapter 43, An unexpected start but a tail end. 8-gate dungeon. Open the door. Open. 8 gates of dungeon. A middle. Shut the gate. A middle. Open. Tomie Uchiha opened 2 doors instantly, greatly improving both his speed and strength. The surging momentum frightened Sasuke, and at the same time he was very unwilling. I'm not strong enough. I have to become stronger. Uchiha Itachi must die, but he can only die in my hands. Sasuke screamed crazily in his heart. This is the illness of Uchiha. Even if Sasuke hates Itachi to death, in his heart, only he can kill Itachi, others cannot. He will not allow it. Are you kidding? Fujiang is only 9 years old. He actually succeeded in practicing the 8-gate Danama. No. Where did he get the 8-gate Danama? Kakashi was shocked. Let alone him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was looking at this place with the telescope technique, was also shocked. The first reaction of the 2 of them was Danzo. After opening the Shumen, Tomie's strength increased too much. Even if Kakashi became stronger, he was not a taijutsu ninja after all. He could not defeat Tomie instantly using only taijutsu. After the 8-door dungeon is activated, no moves are needed at all, and a punch or a kick can have great power. Naruto said nervously, Sasuke, what should I do? Do you really want to attack? Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, we have to trust our companions. Naruto, listen to me. We can do this or this. Sasuke and Naruto conspired before decisively attacking. Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Wind Escape. A middle. Great breakthrough. I saw Sasuke spitting out fireballs continuously from his mouth. The attack trajectory was like the fruit of impatience. The trajectory of the fireballs could be controlled by chakra. He tried his best to aim at Kakashi. Naruto's big breakthrough was a little slower. His purpose was to blow Tomie away to prevent Tomie from being accidentally injured. Kakashi paid no attention to such gadgets, just a few small fireballs. With one hand, he resisted Tomie's stormy attack, and with the other hand, he drew out the flagwood short blade, chopped the fireball away and put it back in its sheath. Quickly remove the 8-gate dungeon. This technique puts a heavy burden on the body. I recognize your strength. Kakashi didn't want to continue the fight. He just wanted to know what was going on with Tomie's body. Forcibly practicing the 8-gate dungeon would deplete his own potential. Tomie retreated to Naruto and Sasuke and did not immediately release the 8-gate armor. The battle of ninjas was dirty. Was it over when Kakashi said it was over? How did he know if Kakashi was plotting against him? Kakashi said seriously, Tomie, quickly release the 8-gate dungeon. This technique will cause great damage to the body. Forcibly practicing it will damage your talent. You don't want to be unable to take revenge on that person. Tomie snorted and dispelled the 8-gate armor. His current character cannot use many ninjutsu. Otherwise, if he makes a mobile fort and bombards with ninjutsu, Kakashi would drink a pot. Kakashi quickly asked Tomie where the 8-gate dungeon came from. As far as he knew, there were only 4 ways to obtain the 8-gate dungeon. They are met Kai, the third Hokage, himself, and Shimura Danzo. Although he can also use the 8 gates of dungeon, he can only open the first few gates, which is not worth mentioning. He cannot compete with Kebi, who specializes in 8 gates of dungeon. There was a man named Shimura Danzo who claimed to be a high-ranking Konoha official and asked me to join him in the future. He told me that brother Shizui and Uchiha Itachi used to be his subordinates. He mastered many forbidden techniques. Only by following him can you get revenge. For this reason, he asked me to choose a forbidden technique, and I chose 8 dungeon. Uchiha Tomie tells lies with all his mouth, and he is not afraid of being exposed at all, because Danzo is also Tomie now. With Danzo here, it will be easier for him to do anything in the future. Kakashi became serious when he heard Tomie's made-up words. That is a very dangerous man. You should not have contact with him in the future. Kakashi deeply knows how dangerous Danzo is. He is a well-deserved shinobi, and even the Hokage dares to send someone to assassinate him. Tomie said disdainfully, I don't care, as long as I can get the power to kill Itachi Uchiha. This is true to my heart. Without the powerful power of Tomie's template, even if Tomie Uchiha could come back from the dead, he wanted revenge, and cooperation with Danzo would be the best choice. Kakashi felt helpless in his heart. He would have a headache from now on. How could there be such a problem, child? No, not 1, but 3. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and Naruto. They were not easy to take care of either. Oh my god. He could not imagine his future life. Sasuke also remembered the name Danzo. He thought that Tomie's being so strong was related to Danzo. Maybe he could get in touch with this person. For revenge and for the revitalization of Uchiha, he didn't care whether Danzo was in danger or not. This was also intentional by Tomie. Some techniques he could not easily teach to Sasuke could be accomplished with the help of Danzo's assimilated body. Uchiha Tomie has fought with Itachi, so he understands that Sasuke and Itachi are too different. In this case, it will not be fun to play. Sasuke is an excellent revenge tool against Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi tried his best to persuade Tomie, but Tomie just dealt with it perfunctorily. It seems that we can only teach Tomie some powerful ninjutsu in advance. Kakashi understands that for avengers like Tomie and Sasuke, the temptation to increase their power is too great. He also understood that they should really be taught ninjutsu to improve their strength, otherwise they would be in danger when they went out on missions. He knew Naruto's situation best. He only knew how to use Wind Break and Shadow Clone. Previously, Kakashi was mainly focusing on Naruto's cultural lessons and chakra control, but now it's time to teach him the powerful wind release ninjutsu. As for Sasuke and Tomie, they have to test their chakra properties before making a decision, but Uchiha are both good at fire escape. That's it for today. Meet here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will teach you ninjutsu. After Kakashi checked Tomie's physical condition, he said, he did not teach immediately, but went to Sarutobi Hiruzen first, intending to let him handle Danzo's matter. But he was also surprised by Fujiang's body. It was in such good condition that there were no hidden injuries at all. It was really strange that this guy at this age had no hidden injuries when he was practicing 8-door dungeon. On the other side, Kakashi didn't need to say anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already sent people to find Danzo. Danzo's assimilated body argued with Sarutobi Hiruzen based on Danzo's memory, and finally ended the argument with Norinin Danzo, I am the Hokage. When Danzo's assimilated form left the Hokage's office, he sneered inwardly, Hokage? You won't be one soon. That night, Uchiha Tomie left a shadow clone at home, and the main body secretly went to the route. Under the leadership of the root ninja, Uchiha Tomie met Danzo's assimilated body. Danzo's assimilated body directly asked the route ninja to retreat, and the following conversation was not something they could listen to. The route ninjas didn't care either. In their opinion, he was just a graduate and could not pose a threat to Lord Danzo. Other splinter bodies also cast their sights here, and everyone was interested in taking revenge on Konoha F4. They even speculated that Sarutobi Hiruzen had really stepped down, and the successor to Danzo's assimilated form in the 5th generation would be Jiraiya. As for Tsunade, it is impossible for Tsunade to be Hokage at this period. It is not that she is not qualified, but that she does not want to. Chapter 44 Meeting at the root base. Tomie Uchiha slowly walked towards Danzo's assimilated body. When he raised his hand, there was a kunai. The assimilated body was a little stunned. Sorry, this is the last time. After all, you are also Danzo. Uchiha, Tomie said indifferently. These words made other split bodies boil. Danzo is also their enemy. They also wanted to give Danzo a kunai. To be honest, when they saw the original assassin Danzo's assimilated body, a kunai, their first reaction was puzzlement, and then they felt a little secretly happy. Danzo's assimilated form complained, "No way, no way. Everyone won't give me a kunai when I meet you in the future." Although I also wanted to give myself a kunai when I first started. Danzo's assimilated body can sense the emotional fluctuations of the split bodies projected on the original body. This is a unique feeling between Tomie and cannot be noticed by ordinary people. The other split bodies laughed and said nothing, and Danzo's assimilated body almost laughed in anger. "You are not the true self. I am afraid that you will not be able to face you. It is not certain who will lose or win in a fight. Okay, let's get down to business. I'll give you these eyes." Speaking directly, Tomie Uchiha pulled out his kunai and dug out his Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo's assimilated body quickly put it on after taking it, and the Sharingan turned wildly. In an instant, it was the 3 Magatama, and then it was the Mangekyo Sharingan. There was no obstacle at all, because they were both Tomie. Absolute control. As soon as this ability is activated, Danzo's assimilated body feels that his mastery of various ninjutsu has instantly improved to a higher level, and he is also quickly mastering some techniques that Danzo cannot master. For example, in the 8-gate dungeon, Danzo can now open 7 gates in one go thanks to his powerful physique. If he uses the 8-gate dungeon in conjunction with the kaleidoscope eye technique, he can open the 8th gate,